You're watching Experience Comic Culture and Sales. Streaming live daily to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
2, 1.
What's up, the internet? It's producer Kyle. How's it going? Welcome in to day one, part one, the beginning of the EXP EXPO 3. For those of you who don't know, who maybe haven't been around since 2021 when we launched, the EXP EXPO is our cornerstone event. This was the first thing we ever did, and it's a thing we look forward to every year. So I don't want to beat around the bush. I don't want to wait too long. I want to get right into our first guest. Our first guest you may know from DC versus Zombies or Wildcats, but I am a big fan of What's the Furthest Place from Here. And I want to talk to our first guest today about something that I think is a bigger part of this book than even he lets on. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the one and only Matthew Rosenberg.
Hi, how's it going? Thanks for having me, Kyle.
Thanks for being here. So let's just get right into it.
Okay.
Because it's early in the morning for both of us, I think.
It is. Your intro is like really, if I wasn't awake, that really got me. The guitar and yeah. I'm
you know,
here.
And that's actually what I want to talk about. So I wrote the music for that intro.
Oh, yeah?
And put it all together like in GarageBand. And I have this punk rock sensibility in my thinking about everything I do.
Sure.
And when I read What's the Furthest Place from Here, there is a punk rock sensibility that comes from a certain level of punk education, I have to imagine. So
Okay.
before we get into comics, let's talk music. Where did because What's the Furthest Place from Here had these amazing soundtracks too.
Mm-hmm.
What was your musical education like? Where did you find your tastes, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I have an older brother, and when I was maybe 11 or 12, I was listening to whatever 11 and 12-year-olds listen to, and he didn't think that was okay. And he was done with that. And I remember he made a mixtape for me. He took my Walkman. I had a Walkman. This is dating me, but he put the tape in. He duct taped it so that I couldn't open it, and was like, "You don't get to open this. Cut this Walkman open until you've memorized everything on here. Like, you have to know every song by heart, and then you're good to go." And so that was sort of my introduction to, like, you know, the Clash and the Ramones and the Buzzcocks and the Replacements and a lot of bands like that are still super important to me. And ever since then, I was just sort of like, I grew up in New York City, and there's obviously a great music community here for pretty much whatever you're into. I wouldn't say that's true. That's not true. But if you're a country music fan, I don't know that New York City is a great mecca for you. If you're, there's a lot of stuff, but New York is great for the stuff I was into. So, you know, I grew up going to CBGBs before I was old enough to get in, and having to sneak in, even though I was 16 plus for matinees, and a lot of great clubs. And yeah, I've just been sort of inundated in myself with that stuff and surrounded myself with it my whole life.
I think sneaking into CBGBs is a rite of passage to a certain age group of people who are into, you know, certain kinds of music. I know I snuck in there and saw the Goo Goo Dolls before they were anybody.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know, it was one of those kind of CBGB, rest in peace, holds a place in my heart in a way that no other place does.
I may have been at that show. I was a big early albums Goo Goo Dolls fan. I still love those first couple albums a lot.
Yeah, no, that was a great place. So how did you get into comics? I'm sure we've talked about this on here before when you've talked to Jen or somebody, but give everybody a how did we come to comics kind of origin story.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's for me, it's funny. I feel like so many of my peers, the story is friends and going to the 7-Eleven or the newsstand or wherever, the supermarket, and grabbing books. I'm one of the weird ones. I grew up, there was a comic book store on my block when I grew up in New York. And my parents were both writers. That's what they did for a living. So um, they were very excited that I was excited about reading. Again, like my older brother had some Superman comics, you know, enthusiastic about reading on any level. And so the first place I was ever allowed to go on my own, my mom could watch me from the window of our apartment cross the street to make sure I didn't get hit by a car, and I could go to the comic shop. So it was always it's, the first place I ever went on my own. The first time I ever spent my own dollar was at a comic shop, and it was just a place that was home for me. And so I just grew up. I was a big superhero kid, and I was just talking about this the other day that, like, in my mind, the guys who worked at the comic shop, I had a pull list, and they would always like go to give me my pull list, and then they'd be like, "We're not going to give it to you unless you read this other thing," and they'd always like push their taste on me. So they'd be like, Eastman and Laird Turtles, or a lot of that black and white indie boom of stuff like Reed Fleming, World Stuff's Milkman, and Fish Police, and books like that, but also stuff like Love and Rockets and Hate, and books like that, a lot of indie comics. And they'd make me buy that. They wouldn't give me my books, and in my mind these were like wise old adults, but now now that I think about it in retrospect, they were probably 17-year-old kids working in the comic shop just bullying me into buying cool stuff. But I'm still very appreciative of it in retrospect. And so yeah, I just developed a love of comics. I learned to read on them. I learned to reading Chris Claremont X-Men, and it just never went away. There's periods where my enthusiasm would be for more indie stuff, more mini comic stuff, things like that. But there's always comics was always part of my life, and something that I really loved, and I just never lost that.
I had forgotten about World's Strongest Milkman.
Yeah, it's a great book.
Like it's one of those things that, like, that is something that if it's not in my collection, I'm gonna have to find it now. Like, and I'm sure finding those issues is not easy. But I got
there's I think IDW did a reprint. I still have all the issues, but IDW did a reprint like a decade ago, and it blew my mind to see it. And I was like, oh my god, this book. And I was like, there's no way this book is as good as I think it is. And then I was like, no, it's as awesome as I imagined it was when I was 10. It's like a perfect comic.
Yeah, I still feel that way about my Turtles. So
sure.
You've worked in comics on a lot of different things, and there's a level of there's a big difference in my brain between DC versus Zombies or Wildcats and What's the Furthest Place from Here.
Sure.
And other things. So how do you switch gears? How do you go from one to the other?
I sort of get asked that question a lot, and it's an interesting one, because I feel like, to me, it's all very natural, because it's the stuff that I love. I love superhero comics. I love weird indie comics. I love, romance comics and action comics, and I feel the same. It's the same as books I read and movies I watch on TV. It's just like, I don't think it's weird that I'll watch some indie film and love it, and I'll watch Barbie or Spider-Verse and love them. It's just all parts of my brain and who I am, and I don't think that's unusual. So I think it's healthy for me to just sort of jump around to the different interests of the things that fascinate me, and sort of explore them and spend time with them. I know that's not how, to me it feels very natural. And then I talk to other creators who are like, no, I just like writing this thing. I like doing this kind of thing. And to me that feels very foreign and very sort of closing yourself off from a lot of the things that it'll excite you and that you'll care about, which is where you're going to do your best work. And it's nice for me, because when I don't have a good superhero book in the tank. I can go do something horror right now. Even if it's just for the afternoon, I can be like, well, this isn't coming to me the way I want it to, and I can go do something weird or comedy thing for a little bit and then come back to it. And it's nice to be able to shift gears like that so easily and have all that on my plate. So that's always something that I try and maintain, is like a wide berth of different books.
Sure. And I mean, I guess the question I have is then, how do you sit down to write? Like, what's your process like? Are you put music in your headphones? Are you blast a record? Are you how do you focus?
Yeah. I mean, for years in this, it was kind of with the amount of stuff that I've had to be working on, I've always kind of had to be able to write anywhere. Write on the train, write in a hotel room, after a con, write in a car, driving somewhere. Not me driving. Everyone calm down. But right in the passenger seat of a car, I should have said.
Well, in New York, you're in the back of a cab. So
yeah, the back of a cab on the side. I don't think I've ever actually written, like, pulled out my laptop on the subway, but I've definitely like written down notes and stuff. But the ideally for me, I put on a record. Yeah, I can't listen to stuff that has lyrics if I don't know it by heart. Like, if I know something, like, it's just second nature to me, I can listen to it. But like, I can't put on a new record that I don't know super well if it has lyrics. I know a lot of writers listen to like soundtracks to things, but I don't do that because I find that the visual of whatever the soundtrack was for, you write to the Indiana Jones score and suddenly you're going to be writing pulp adventure no matter what you're doing. Like, I that stuff really seeps into me. And so I don't do soundtracks, but I'll just throw on something. And when I'm at home, if I'm really trying to get, a lot done, I have a little candle I light, which is my only sort of real ritual thing that I have. I light a candle. I don't know why, but I like it. And that's it. And just dive in, I always have a stack of comics near me, because sometimes you just like want to grab something to just like be around the visual and look at a page or something. It's not even like I used to try and keep a stack of like all my favorite books and sort of be like, oh, I'm going to go pull from, take a breath of V for Vendetta or breathe in a little bit of, Ultimate Spider-Man and like get influence from that. But I find I don't need that anymore. Like, I know that stuff so well. I just like to have a comic near me so that I can like open a book and look at it for a second and just look at panels and adjust my brain that way visually. Like, have something to look away from my monitor that isn't my world, and just look into a comic for a second really helps. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm so two things on that. Like, I have a friend who's a writer who has one of those candles like you get, with a saint on it.
Oh yeah.
Chuck Bukowski.
Oh
like,
wow.
He's like,
that's great.
I light my candle to On the Road and
yeah.
write my poetry, which is hysterical to me. But I like the idea of having a comic near you while you're working on comics, and especially some of the names you listed, like V for Vendetta and some of those that are quintessential, iconic comic works. Does that drive you to try to match or to try to reach to that level, or does it give you motivation to hone your craft, or is it just a minute of inspiration, a moment of zen?
I used to think that it was like, this is the level I should be working at. And when you're talking about Alan Moore and David Lloyd, trying to work at that level, even aspirationally, is going to be soul crushing after a while, when you're just like, oh, these are the best to ever do it, and I don't need to sit there. And no, I just think like, I think it's important to have the language of comics around you a lot. Like, for me, I know comic creators who don't read that much comics. I mean, I don't know any comic creators who didn't really immerse themselves for a long time, but I know a lot who are like, I've read it, and I just dabble, and it's not a lot, but I know some, and that to me is very foreign. Like I read comics every single day. And it's, I'm not just reading the classics and the greats. I just read everything I can sort of get my hands on. Um, to me, it just feels like important to just be around the language of it, and it doesn't have to be the best comics ever. It doesn't have to be the greatest. It just has to be comics. Like I feel like that's so important for my brain to just be like surrounded by it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I mean, when we were working on putting the graphics together for this event, and I had block, and I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to a comic book store, and then I'm going to go across the street to the big box bookstore and just look at fonts, just look at cover fonts, and having those things that you're comfortable with and really can a lot of times unlock that creativity.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Super interesting. Go ahead.
I think even a comic, I think there's a funny thing in creating comics where I think the idea a lot of younger creators have, and I definitely had for a long time, was like you learn from your favorites, and I think that's so important, but you also learn from stuff you hate, and you learn from stuff that you don't care about, and sometimes those lessons are easier if you're looking for them to find. And so now I mean, I feel like I'm still always learning about comics and always trying to find new things that are different and inspiring. But I think there's also just a feeling of like, it's just good to be reminded of what we do, on constantly have it in your mind of what we do and why we do it. And pretty much any comic is good for that for me at this point.
Yeah. So I want to give a quick shout out to everybody who's tuning in. Thank you for being here. If you would please hit the share button, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, all that YouTube crap. But at the bottom of the screen, at Ashcan Press on Instagram and the formerly known as is where you can follow Matt and find out all the stuff he's working on over there. That's where you go hit follow. It's going to be important. I'm going to remind you all day, follow and support our creators, back their Kickstarters, buy their books, send them money in the mail with no note, whatever you want to do. Just throw it down there, because that support lets them make more stuff that we all love. So please, please, please do it. You were around kind of at the beginning of a publisher that I very much love and I'm very interested in, which is Black Mask.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
The first book I think I can ever remember is We Can Never Go Home, that had your name on it. So
yep.
I imagine that is a very different place to work or to bring a book than Image or DC or Marvel.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a real love for Black Mask and the Black Mask guys. They gave me my start. They, I think, it's funny because they're a very small company. They, by design, they're a small company by design. They want to put out things that they think are cool. They don't want to do things that to try and get market share. They're not trying to put out books to compete with anyone. They put out a book when they like a book, and that's it. Like if it's on the shelves, they were like, this was a cool idea. This is something we thought the comics market wanted. And I have so much love for that. And because of that, I think, if you look at the comics world right now, I don't think there's a publisher for mainstream comics, for direct market comics. I don't think there's a publisher who's done sort of launched the careers of more creators than Black Mask. And I say that and people are like, what are you talking about? And I got my start there. Tyler Boss, who does What's the First Place for Me, that was his first published work. Teeny Howard's first creator-owned book. Vita Ayala's first creator-owned book. The list is really long of people who are like, yeah, that was my first published work, or my first creator-owned book. And Max Visaggio, Matt Miner, Amankai Noelpan, who does a lot of big stuff at DC now. Like, there's just a list of like a lot of people who are doing awesome stuff. Patrick Kinlan, who was writing stuff with me, like launched his career there, now does a ton of awesome books at Image. There's just they have a great eye for talent. They want to put out books that no one else would put out. yeah, they gave me my first chance, which was a weird one. My first book, which is actually by mistake, I believe, their first published book, which is I wrote a book with Ghostface Killer from the Wu-Tang Clan called 12 Reasons to Die. And I'd been hired to sort of write this book and put it together and pitch it. And I pitched it to everyone I could get a meeting with. I pitched it at every publisher that I could. I went to San Diego Comic-Con and was trying to set up meetings and was like, I had this and had a bunch of meetings, and everyone was pretty enthusiastic about it. And then we talked about like the timeline and the ideas, and everyone was like, yeah, we can't do that. And Black Mask hadn't put anything out yet and was starting. And I met with Matt Pizzolo, who runs Black Mask, and he was like, I don't know if we can do that, but we're going to try. And I was like, you win. That's all I needed to hear. And so that was my first published book. And there's a collection of it now. It's a weird book, but it's got a ton of amazing artists on it. It's every issue has 3 or 4 artists doing stories, because it's a lot of short stories. And it's just a murderer's row of like Tim Seeley and Joelle Jones and Nate Powell. And yeah, it's just a nonstop parade of awesome art. And yeah, I just stayed with them for a long time. They published We Can Never Go Home. I worked there. They hired me to do like marketing stuff and press stuff for them. So they paid my bills for a long time, which I'm always appreciative of. And then we did 4 Kids Walk Into a Bank there, and we still work with them on stuff that's not that's sort of more behind the scenes. But yeah, I still am. There's some announcements coming up that people see that like they're attached to, and yeah, they're the best. I endorse pretty much everything they put out and everything they do. I just think there's something cool. They have a spirit that is very different than a lot of what you see in comics publishing, but also what you see as a creator behind the scenes of like, there's a lot of companies, and make your comics however you can make your comics. I endorse all of it, but there's a lot of companies that are funded and things by outside investors who are not comics people. They are interested in ideas, and they are interested in how can this be monetized beyond comics. And that's
how can you make this a movie?
How can you make this a movie? How can this be a video game? How can this be a TV show? How can it be whatever? Movies, obviously the big one, and I have no qualms with that. If people want to come put money into comics, awesome. Like, comics is better than movies and TV shows. So if you want to make us as a byproduct on your path to someplace else, like, God bless. But for Black Mask, like, they don't have that. They've turned down all that outside funding because they know that it steers a company in some cases. It flavors things. They're a comics company first and foremost, and they want to make comics. And I think there's just something really pure and beautiful about that. So yeah, I'm a big supporter, fan.
There are about 4 publishers who I go to my LCS. I go, I don't care what they put out. I'm
Sure.
buying. Black Mask is one of them. Fair Square, Fabrice Sapolsky's company is one of them. Sure. And there are a couple other, this big, Silver Sprocket and some of those that are awesome, really tiny indie companies. And I guess my fascination with them is they do it the way we do the experience, right? The experience is the 5, 6, 10 of us that do this, and it's the whole company, right? And I feel like a lot of times Black Mask and some of these companies are guys who are printing books and then shipping them out of their garage, right? To distribution. Yeah. There's something so cool about that indie and, again, punk rock kind of methodology that's just outside of the norm.
Yeah. I mean, Black Mask is funny because we always like, people say like, oh, they're we would always say like, yeah, it's a punk rock company, and people would be like, well, what does that mean? And like, Matt Pizzolo, who runs the company, and it's his company, like, grew up in the same music scene I did, of like New York hardcore and punk rock, and like made documentaries about hardcore and like, like prominent movies. Like, he was talking about punk rock. And then the other partner in Black Mask is Brett Gurwitz, who is a guitar player in Bad Religion and owns Epitaph Records, and put out Rancid and everything from Rancid and The Offspring to like Tom Waits and Weezer, but like Brett is, you know, the if you're into punk rock music, like Brett is, you know, if not on your Mount Rushmore, he's right to the side of it. He's the guy behind your Mount Rushmore if he's not there. And so you know, that stuff is built into the core. But yeah, like you said, like you know, we did, you know, when I used to do work there more when I used to work there as a day job more, you know, I'd go to San Diego and we'd set up the booth and people would come and be like, oh, I really like this book. And like, they'd be talking about, you know, the person who's running the register, the book. Like that was what the vibe of the company was and still is, that it would be like, yeah, it was like me and Vita Ayala and Amake Noelpan, like loading boxes into the San Diego Convention Center. And, you know, we'd walk by all these other publishers who are like, sort of just like shaking their heads, like they have talent, like carrying boxes. And I was like, no, this is like what we sign up for. Like, this is what we love. We want to be the people who are, it's a type of career, and it's not for everyone. Some people are like, I just want to make books. Like, I want to write a thing or draw a thing and someone else figures out how to sell it and market it and put it in people's hands. And Black Mask, for the most part, attracted people who weren't that, who wanted to do all of it and be involved and live it for a while. And I love that. And yeah, like those other publishers you named are all, you know, awesome companies that I feel like definitely a kinship to in that. Like, I definitely know you know, the Avi from Silver Sprocket. Like, I haven't talked to him in years, but like I knew him from the music scene. Like I knew him before either of us was making our name, making comics. And yeah, they're just an awesome publisher. And it's the same vibe of just like, it's not just about making a thing, it's about the community and the connection to the audience and the connection to the other people doing what you do, and the love of that and the passion and making it your life. And that's just how I sort of always, that's how I learned, you know, that's how I came up in music. And I just tried to bring that to comics and found other people who felt the same.
It's the old joke that, you know, a bassist only needs two things, a guitar and a staple gun. Hang posters. And then the joke when I was coming up was your drummer also has to run your merch store because it's all their brain cells are good for.
Yeah.
You know, it's that idea. So I just love it. And I just wanted to give you a shout out for bringing Black Mask to my attention through We Can Never Go Home. And that was a recommendation that somebody had given me. So yeah, no, for sure. I want to ask you about one very specific book, and then I want to pivot to kind of what you're doing now.
Okay.
I'm obsessed with the Silver Coin.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I love the idea of having an artist kind of, this is the story, and I want to get a bunch of different writers to come in and work with me on this and tell stories this way. Mm-hmm. So what does that process look like, and what's it like working with Mike Walsh?
So yeah, I mean, I'm obsessed with Silver Coin too. Walsh is one of the first people I ever met when I was making comics. He's awesome. He was pitching a book with Ed Brisson called Comeback. That was an Image book, but I met him before he was pitching it. Like, it was all just like, you know, creators who were trying to make things, like meeting each other on the internet and then being like, I'm going to be in this convention. And Walsh ended up being one of those people that, like, you know, we were all too poor to get a hotel room for a con. So there'd be 7 or 8 of us in a room. It'd be like, you know, me and Frank Barberi and Ed Brisson and Brian Level and Mike Walsh and all these guys, just like, you know, someone sleeping in the bathtub, 2 dudes in a bed. My spot from my days of touring with bands, I like to sleep, if the hotel room has a desk, I sleep under the desk because no one's going to step on you. It's like, that's good.
Same.
Yeah, it's the best place, and everyone always would make fun of me, and then everyone at some point got stepped on, and I was like, I've never been stepped on doing this, guys. Like, I'm pretty good at this. I'm pretty good at sleeping in a room with way too many dudes. Yeah, Walsh is always a dude whose art I've loved, and is just a person. He's a wonderful person, and I think a brilliant artist. And so my relationship with him when we were making We Can Never Go Home, again, it was like an early book of Black Mass. There wasn't a ton of money, and we had money for Josh Hood to draw it because it was his whole life. He had to, draw it every day. And then there was a little bit of money left over for us in writing the book. We had money for lettering and color. There's a little bit of money left over for us. And I was like, I want to take what would be my money and hire someone who will get the book and understand the aesthetic and to do the covers. And Black Mass was like, that's your money. If the book doesn't, if there's no back end, if the book's not profitable, that's your money. But and I was like, yeah, I need the book to hit. I need it to have the vision I want. And so I went to Walsh, and he did all the covers and actually designed the logo for We Can Never Go Home. So that, our first cover, which is the cover of our trade, it's a bright yellow cover. It's a great logo. I credit that a lot with launching my career, because it was a cover that stopped people in their tracks on shelves that didn't look like other books, and Walsh understood that that's what I needed, and that's what the book needed. And so I really owed him forever, and we've just stayed close and been really good friends for a long time. And so when he came up with Silver Coin, he was talking to me about it a long time, and talking about, at first it was just going to be him writing and drawing it. And then he was like, I want to bring in people to guest write. And he asked me, would I do that early? And I said, yeah. And, we discussed the planning of it a lot and the marketing and all this stuff. And then he was putting together just a murderer's row of people who were awesome. And, I think I was going to be in the first trade. And then, he was like, I think I just want to do 5. And we were talking about scheduling and stuff. And I was like, no, I can be later if you want. I was really busy. But that first volume is, I think, Chip Zdarsky, Jeff Lemire, Kelly Thompson, and Ed Brisson, and Walsh writing an issue. And yeah, it's just an awesome book. And I think, it is a really novel book, because it's very rare that it's an artist with guest writers. There's books you can point to that are one writer with a lot of artists coming in, but this is an artist driven book. It's his idea, it's his world. And he's the backbone, and we're all, the guests coming in. And I think it takes a very special kind of artist in a lot of ways to do that. He's a very special person that all of us love and respect. So you can get a lot of people who are cool, Rom and James Tynan and all these guys who are big names will come in and do books, and Chip and Jeff and all these people. But he's also has a vision that he can sell to people and tell them this is what I'm doing, and it just gets people really excited. So yeah, I mean, it's a very rare and unique thing just because of who he is and the excitement he brings to a project. I wish there was more of it. I wish there were more artists who I mean, I think a lot of it is just the industry doesn't tell artists they can do this. And so they don't feel the confidence to be like, I can reach out to writers. I can say, I have an idea. Do you want to come and guest on it? And it really makes sense, and it's smart. Beyond just chatting with Walsh about the Silver Coin and, brainstorming it with him, which, I did a lot. And I think a lot of the writers did a lot. Beyond that, it's not a huge commitment for a writer. I just stepped in, I read everyone's issues or script and was like, this is what I want to do. And, I worked on it for just a couple weeks, and it came out, and I'm really proud of the issue. But artists tend to occupy a book longer than a writer. Their time spent on it is longer, just from the labor of drawing. And so I think it really is a natural progression to do a book like this, to do an anthology book where the artist drives the ship, because he's going to be living in it, and the writers are just stop in for a little bit. And I think it's really smart, and I wish more people were doing it, and I wish the industry was better at telling artists, you can do this. So many artists are told you have to wait for a writer to come and bless you. You have to, and you don't their ideas. You have ideas just the same as us, and and there's nothing comics writers love more than an artist being like, I like your stuff. I'd like to work with you. Do you want to come write something for me? That is, it doesn't matter the level of artist. It doesn't matter that, and it doesn't matter the level of writer. It's the most flattering thing, and you love to hear it. And so, yeah, I because of all that stuff, I just really love the Silver Coin, and I always encourage people to check it out, because it's also just a really good book. It's really creepy and weird and awesome.
But so I guess my question is, when you and he kind of got together to start working on this, did he tell you what kind of story he wanted, or did he? Was it
No,
just this is the bit? There's this coin, and this is what happens, and figure it out.
this is the bit. It's a horror book. There's a coin. I'm very close with a bunch of people who worked on it. I'm really tight with Chip and Kelly Thompson and Ed Brisson are like people I talk to pretty regularly, like every day. So I knew what a lot of other people were doing, but the only real guidance from Walsh was like, don't do the same story, don't do the same type of thing. You can read other people's books, and if you were steering close to something that wasn't written yet, he would tell you. I knew that in my collection, Vita Ayala would be doing an issue also, and me and Vita, besides coming up with Black Mass together, used to work in a comic shop together. So Vita's been one of my best friends for like a decade, and so I was like, we're both New York people. We both grew up here, and have spent countless hours in the back of a comic shop, just like making fun of each other's tastes and handing each other books to read and be like, you need to read this. You need to like care about this book. And so it was just a natural thing that me and Vita were like, our story should be a little more connected. And so our stories, they're all connected. All the Silver Coin stories, they just jump around in time. And me and Vita's jump around in time in a way that people don't expect. But ours were a little closer connected. So we went to Walsh and we're like, is this okay if there's this connective tissue between our two? And he was like, yeah, that's awesome. I love that. So that is the whole hand on the wheel of the book. But no, he just, he was like, what do you want to do? And I talked to him and said, I want to do the story about like, the book's about a haunted coin that curses you. I think there's an inherent like greed and capitalism metaphor in there, and I would love to do like 80s stock market kind of Wall Street kind of stuff, but with a twist and like what it's like to be around that world. And he was like, yeah, that sounds great. So I did a sort of possessed office building kind of story for him, and no one else was doing that, so he was excited.
The cover to that book is haunting to anyone who's ever worked as a janitor.
Sure.
Well, anybody who's ever had to mop a floor is going, I'm not okay.
Yeah. It's we had the Walsh. The thing I love about Silver Coin is that there's an A cover and a B cover, and Walsh does the A covers, and then the B cover, he's like, hire whoever you want and we'll pay him. And I hired my partner Tyler Boss, we did 4 Kids Walking on Bank, and we do What's the First Place from here. And I said to Walsh, I was like, how about this as a trade? Tyler will do a cover for Silver Coin for free if you'll do a cover for this place for free. And Walsh was like, of course, yeah, that's awesome. So like the two of them were just like out creeping each other on ideas, and we just got all these like, I just had a month of both of them, who are two of my favorite artists in comics and two of my favorite people in the world, just like sending me the creepiest stuff, being like, is this creepy enough? And I was like, I hate all of this so much. So like, yeah, I think it's perfect. Like, I don't like looking at it. Yeah.
It works.
What'd you say?
If I'm gonna have nightmares, it works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If I look at it for a long time, I'm like, oh, it's awful. Like, yeah, that's exactly where you want to be on a horror cover.
So What's the Furthest Place from Here still is ongoing and is rolling into, where are we at? We're 15, 16 now.
17 was last week. Okay, no, 16 was last week.
I might be a couple issues behind. I've got a stack of stuff that I haven't read yet from the last 2 weeks.
17 was last week.
Here,
I don't remember. This is the joys of making a comic. You're like,
17 was last week.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
We're doing first issue 7, 8, and 9. We had guest artists come. We had some of our favorite artists come in and draw issues that are sort of world building issues. And me and Tyler co-wrote those. And so we had Ricardo Lopez Ortiz, Sweeney Boo, and Josh Hickson come in and draw issues. And people really love those and react to those. So we're actually doing one of those coming up. I can't say who it is yet, but it's an artist that I literally called Tyler and I was like, who's your number one choice to do one? And he was like, well, my number one choice would be this person, but they won't do it. And I was like, I know him. Let's shoot him an email. Like, we both know him. Let's shoot him an email. And he wrote back and he was like, can I start in January? And we were like, yes, you can. So I've written the next bunch of issues, but Tyler was just in New York in the city and for a week, and we just had our sort of, we have every arc we sit down and plan together and sort of we want to approach the book in a sort of unusual way for both of us, which is that, like, we want it to stay fluid. Like, we know what the end of the book is. We've always known what the end of the book was. We know where it's going, but we like to sort of let it change and evolve in the middle. And so because of that, I don't just sit down and write scripts and we don't just have an outline we adhere to. We have a very loose planning document, but we sort of just let ourselves get excited every 6 months about a bunch of ideas. So we just last week spent the week together planning the next 6 or 8 months of Furthest Place. So that's why I'm like, what number are we on? Because I'm literally like, can tell you beat for beat what happens in the next 9 issues, because it's just been like all I've been talking about for a week.
Don't tell me.
I'm not. Yeah, no, I will. It's awesome. I think
we're pro enough not to do that, right?
We're pro enough not to do that. I mean, no, I'm not. There's a world where I do that. It's early for me. I could see myself just being like, and then, but I won't. But I will say that, like, we feel really lucky because it's a weird book. And like, we knew that going in, that we're like, this is not a book that, like, and it's not a shot at anyone, but you read a lot of books that you read it and you're like, okay, the last page of the first issue is the setup. It's the premise. It tells you what the story is. And then you can sort of sit there and deconstruct a lot of them. There are a lot of things, especially a mini series. You're like, well, it's going to have some twists that I don't know. But like, if you think of it like a movie, you're like, well, I know what the tagline is. I know how the plot's going to go. I know, I've seen the poster. I know what the log line is. I know what the movie is, and whether or not they do it well, it matters. We wanted to make something that wasn't like that. We wanted to make something that's constantly evolving and changing what it is. And like, we're big fans of stuff like Lost and Twin Peaks and The Prisoner and a lot of comics, like, I love a book called Wasteland that Oni did, and Judge Dredd and stuff like that, where like the world is constantly building and evolving and changing for you. And you don't always know, like, you're on unsteady ground the whole time because it's always going to be a different thing. And so the book is because of that, we know it's not for everyone. We know it's not going to be, there's things I've made where I'm like, I think you could hand this to a fan of comics and be like, we've made something that's a very niche book by design. And because of that, we end up with a lot of people who are like, your book's really weird, I don't get it. And we're like, that's fine. You're not supposed to. Like, you're not supposed to get it. And then we get a lot of people who are like, your book is very different and I love it and it means so much to me. And that's sort of what we wanted. We wanted for the people to get it, to be really passionate about the book, and the people who don't get it, like, shake their hands. Thanks for giving us a chance. There's a ton of awesome books out there that would love to have you. We're not a good fit. And I don't think there's any shame in that. I think that, in comics in the last bunch of years, you've been told, like, sell your book to everybody. Everyone is your audience. And I don't think that's true of most things. And I don't think there's any piece of art that's made that's like, this is for everybody. Hi, Jen. Thank you. We've made this weird thing, but our fans are really passionate, and like, we get the nicest notes and letters. And when we meet fans, they're so enthusiastic about the journey. And every time me and Tyler get together and plan a thing, like, that's in our head of like, we have to keep these people impressed and shocked and confused and give them information that they're going to love and expand this world and add new characters. And so, I can honestly say that the next year of the book is the best year of the book by far. Like,
I'm very excited.
And I said that, the third day of me and Tyler meeting for our summit, we were like, I thought that, and then I came to him the next day and I was like, I feel like this is the best like, we're getting better at this. And he was like, 100%. Like, we're 100%. Like, this book is every month we're getting better at it. So I'm very excited for people to read what's coming. And the next 3 issues, which are going to be, there's going to be some breaks while we take time. We also are idiots and we make the book not 20 pages every month. So someone on our team got COVID, so we hit a delay that slowed us down a bunch of weeks because that's the modern world, and we want to make sure that everyone is rested and healthy. But also, when they came back from COVID and they're like, "I'm ready to go," I was like, "Yeah, the new issue is 38 pages, and it's still $3.99 because we're morons." But we just don't, you know. The amazing thing about working at Image that I love and really is empowering is that they let you do whatever you want, including stupid things. And we constantly are like, the struggle of making a monthly comic is like every writer, every artist will tell you, like, if I had 2 more pages, the book would be better. If I had 3 more pages, like the constraints of 20 or 22 pages is real. And there's some people who make it seem effortless and there's some people who don't. But I can tell you, even the people who make it seem effortless are at multiple points in any book feel like, oh, I wish I could have a few more pages. And we don't do that. We're just like, let's take the pages we need. It's going to be as long as we need it to. Like, I understand that people want a book like Clockwork, and that's great. We're not that book. There's a million books that are the Clockwork book. We're going to be the book that when it's done in a few years, you'll be like, oh, they sold me, 30 issues, but it's actually the length of 60 issues of comic because they took the time to like care about the things that the comics market tells you not to care about, which are like, taking the time you need, taking the space you need, slowly building things. And, we have an audience for that. So we feel really lucky, and we have a publisher who endorses it. So, we are really lucky.
And I think that comes through in the end product because, and I've said this live on the air here, there were times in the first maybe 3 issues of What's the Furthest Place where I'm going, I don't know what the hell I'm reading.
Yeah.
What is happening? And then it always pays off. And by the time you got to those issues, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there, it had all kind of found this groove, and I sort of understood the groove.
Sure.
And then you always find a way to throw me off my, what I think is right, and then, or what I think is happening, and keep me hooked in. And I think that really speaks to the fact that not every book is the same. Not every book is the same length. Not every book is the same storytelling style, even.
Sure.
Like, in a way, like they're varied based on what needs to happen. And I think that really plays well.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big thing for us, is just like, what is going to keep me and Tyler amused, interested, and excited, and that changes. And so, like, one of the issues was almost a silent issue. I wrote the first draft of the script and it was silent, and I was like, we're just going to do a silent issue. And then like Tyler started drawing it silent, and I was like, I think you should talk. Like, it's the issue with Oberon in the woods, with the wilds. But like, when I wrote it, it was silent. There was no dialogue, and I was like, I think it works better. Like, I love the novelty that we're trying this. We're both me and Tyler are both big G.I. Joe fans, and obviously the silent issue of G.I. Joe, one of the all-time great comics. But I was like, it's not right, and the book needs a little bit of dialogue and language. It's actually not dialogue because no one else speaks, so it's monologues. But the book is a big thing for us. I think a lot of people early on were like, I don't know what the hell this is. I remember we sent it out to a lot of comics pros and creators we love, and Ed Brubaker, who's incredibly kind and generous, and one of the best people to ever write comics, wrote me back, and he was like, this feels like something I haven't seen in a long time, which is a comic that I opened and I have no idea what the fuck it is. He was just like, I don't know what this is, and that's really exciting. And I was like, yeah, that's what we want. We want you, but we always did it with the promise that, like, we do know what it is. There are answers. You're not going to spend all this time with us and we're not making it up as we go, and it's not gibberish. There's an actual story and a plot, and and reasons for the choices we make. And you'll see all of them if you just give us the time. And again, not for everybody. Some people want answers quickly. Some people want to know things. But we were just like, this is a real thing. It's just not all going to be handed to you on a platter. You earn it. You come on the journey with us. And so yeah, I'm always excited when people like the book, because it's the kind of thing that I really like, which I know sounds weird, but like there are things that you make that speak very specifically to you, and when you find other people who like them, it's a real kinship. I mean, I've written Uncanny X-Men and Amazing Spider-Man and Detective Comics, and like it's not surprising when you meet people who like those. Those are incredibly popular things, and maybe they don't like your issues, or maybe you don't like the same issues, but like there's a commonality. But when you make something like What's the First Place from Here, it feels very personal to us. And so when other people like it, it's really like, I don't know, it sounds really pretentious, but to me, it's the point of making things, is to like share things that feel personal and intimate and connect with people. And you're not going to share your personal, intimate things and connect with everybody. But when you do make that connection on something like this, like it feels really like special. Like, you know, me and Tyler talked about once, like we feel like a lot of the fans of the book are people we would like to hang out with, which is not, you know, if you've worked in a comic shop, like there's a lot of people, a lot of different types of people hang out in comic shops, and you're like, I don't particularly need to hang out with that type of person, or I don't like that person, or that person wouldn't like me, or whatever. But our book feels like very much a thing that the people who like it feel like, I mean, and maybe they have no interest in hanging out with us, but for us, it feels like we have a kinship, and we're always like, yeah, they seem really nice and cool, and that's fun. That's a nice feeling.
Right. It's like that friend that your commonality is you like the same band, and you only ever see each other when you're going to see that band. I have a friend I see once every 3 or 4 years because we go see Motion City Soundtrack together or something, and they're like, we don't talk otherwise, but we see each other. It's like old friends. So is there something you can talk about? Don't get yourself in trouble. I know it's early and we're all undercaffeinated. That is coming up that we should keep our eyes out, that we should be ordering ahead of time, that we should be putting down in our notes in our phone to, hey, pick this up?
No, I mean, so
continuing, What's the Furthest Place?
Yeah, I mean, What's the First Place from Here? We have one issue left in the arc. Tyler is grinding away on that last issue, which is a double-sized issue, which we didn't advertise or charge more money for, but it is. So enjoy that. That's my favorite issue we've written so far. I know that the issues that are coming are going to be better, but it's my favorite. It sort of closes. It's the last issue in the arc, and it'll be the end of what will be volume 4. And then the collection of volume 3, I'm supposed to have a call with Image on Monday to figure out when volume 3, because it's all done. And that'll be coming out. So if you haven't been reading the book, there's 2 volumes out now. Volume 1 is 370 pages or something. So if you want a lot of comic, you know, you can get those 2 trades, and it's $30 or $35, and you get, you know, not to throw anyone under the bus here, but it's, you know, the same for the price of 2 trades. It's the same as 4 or 5 Marvel trades, 4 or 5 DC trades, which is a nice feeling. We get you your money's worth, at least. And yeah, I mean, we're doing, you know, you can pick up the trades, find the back issues, and we're really excited about the book. And then other than that, I'm developing a lot of stuff that's not out yet. There'll be a new volume of DC versus Vampires later this year that we're going to be talking about. Me and Otto Schmidt returning to do more vampire chaos, more of all the characters you love who survived the last round, which is not a lot of them, but some of them did, and some of the ones who didn't survive are going to be in the book too. So that's the fun of dealing with the undead. And then I have a bunch of stuff I can't talk about. And yeah, I have some new indie stuff that it's going to be announcing this summer or before this summer that you should pre-order and check out. You can follow me at all my stuff. I have a, you know, Twitter and Instagram, which I don't use well, but I do use. But I have a newsletter you can sign up for. We do a podcast on there where I interview comic creators, and all the information will be there, and it's ashcanpress.com. So go check that out. Sign up. I say we don't send out too many newsletters, but that's not true. We send out too many newsletters, but we just do 2 a week. We do a podcast every Monday. This Monday is Charles Soule is our guest, and then on Wednesday I send out like updates about me and my books and other books I think are cool. So it's not too much, and that'll be the place to find out about more What's the First Place from here, and my stuff at DC, and a bunch of other stuff I'm working on. So,
all right. And those are the places where people can also support, right? You can buy stuff through there, and
yeah,
your announcements are going to be there, so they know what to get at their LCS.
Yeah, buy stuff. We do have a web store. The big main page of our web store says buy the stuff at your local comic shop. But I know that not everyone has a local comic shop. Hopefully, people know how to use Comic Shop Locator, find a comic shop, and there's a ton of awesome comic shops that do mail order that we always are happy to recommend. But if for whatever reason, I had someone say to me when we started the book, like, I have a local comic shop, they won't carry this book. And I was like, well, you asked them? And they were like, yeah, they just are very specific. They don't do special orders. And, no judgments. That's them. And they were like, I want to find a place to buy it. And I was like, well, I'll sell it to you. So that's why we have a web store. But mostly, yeah, buy stuff at your local comic shops. Whenever you can, don't buy anything at the big chains. Buy from the local comic shops. They're the reason we have a job and publishers are in business. So support the indie shops as much as possible is sort of what I say. I think what everyone says.
So we're coming down to the last couple minutes here, and so I always try to ask people questions they can't possibly be prepared for.
Sure, let's go.
And the first question is, if you had to pick a band, living or dead, to tour with and run their merch table, who would it be?
As a guy who's toured with a lot of bands and run a lot of merch tables, that's a very complicated question. My pick would be, there's two. I'm not going to do one. I'll do two. The two I would do, and they're both, people are going to be weirded out by both, but one is Faith No More. They're one of my favorite bands of all time. They're one of the bands I've seen the most. I think they're one of the most exciting live bands, like most unique, and their catalog is the most diverse. So you're not going to just be hearing the same 10 songs every night or the same type of 10 songs. I've seen them play shows where they're just playing country songs tonight. And that's good. If you're going on tour with a band, you want them to be exciting every night. And then for the other one, I'm going to do a cop out because they don't have a merch table. That would be Fugazi. I would want to tour with Fugazi, one of the best live bands ever, one of the most dynamic and unique live bands, and no merch table, so I could just hang out and watch them.
You can just sit and watch. No,
it's a cheat, yeah. But
I always say that if Bad Religion calls, I don't care what I'm doing, I'm going.
Sure, yeah, that's a great choice.
My last question is: you're a New York guy. You walk into a bodega or a deli. What's your go-to order?
All right. Well, I'm, honestly, it's a bacon, egg, and cheese on a roll, which I don't think is a super interesting order. But there's sometimes the classics are classics for a reason. Like, I'm not a ketchup guy. I know that there's a big salt, pepper, ketchup contingent. Salt and pepper's good, no ketchup. Just bacon, egg, and cheese on a roll. That's all I want. Butter. Sometimes I'll say mayonnaise on the roll because I'm gross, but mostly just that's it. That's it. It's super easy. Maybe and then a chocolate milk to drink.
Nice. So everybody, thank you to Matthew Rosenberg for being here. Make sure you go to ashcanpress.com. Follow Ashcan Press on Instagram and on the bird one, or the one with the weird letter.
Bird anymore. Yeah.
Whatever it is. The app formerly owned by Musk or currently owned by Musk. Anyway. Follow him there, find out all the stuff that's happening, listen to the podcast, subscribe to the podcast, share the podcast. Sure. That's certainly a way you can support this, right? So do those things. We are going to take a very quick break, and we will be back with Sean Edgar, who's the VP of Marketing from Distillery. and we will be talking to him about distillery. Thank you once again to Matthew Rosenberg. Go by What's the Furthest Place from Here and whatever else you can get at your local comic shop. Thanks so much, buddy.
Thank you.
We will see you next time.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
Welcome back in, everybody. I'm your boy, producer Kyle. We are back for the second part of day one, part one of the EXP Expo. Thank you to Matthew Rosenberg for being here. Go support him all those places. Our next guest is, I don't know how he got stuck with me and didn't get to go to France with the rest of the team or whatever, but our next guest is the VP of Marketing for Distillery, a great new publisher that we're all very high on here, and he's come to talk to us about some new stuff they're having. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Sean Edgar.
Kyle, how are you?
Hey, not bad. How's it going, buddy?
It goes. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being here. My first question is, how does Chip get to go to some foreign land to go to a convention and you have to talk to me? How does this breakdown work?
I mean, I think Chip had a lot of business there, but also there was a lot to do back in town. So I didn't mind the chance to kind of go heads down to help pave out what we're doing for 2024. But also, as Ohioans, I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to talk to you, Kyle.
Yeah, no, it's funny because when we started emailing, it came up that we were both Columbusians,
Columbusians,
Buckeyes, in that regard. So there's an interesting thing, and I ask people about it who are from this area. There is a mass of creators from the I-75 corridor, Detroit through Columbus down to Cincinnati and even further south. Do you have an idea of why being from this part of the world brings us to this madness?
So I talked with Jeff Smith about it. I've talked with Paul Pope about it, who are also Columbusians. And their entire thing, which I don't think is accurate, is basically that it's too cold in the Midwest to go out and enjoy life. So we're constantly creating and devouring mythologies and stories indoors. I also think having the creators of Superman in Ohio up north from Cleveland might have had something to do with it. But in general, I think also Columbus is just a very comfortable city. Ohio is very comfortable. It's a good place to sit down and make art.
It's true. I when I talked to Durf Backdurf, I asked him this question. He goes, well, it's because nobody here doesn't have a hard job. And I go, that's true. I mean, he wrote a book about being a garbage man. I figure he knows. So, how did you get to be at Distillery? How did you get there? How did you join up with Chip and David?
Yeah, so essentially, I used to work for a few companies, and then I started my own agency. And I got to work with Chip on a few of his projects, and we had a very similar outlook. So when I say Chip, I'm referring to Chip Mosher, who's a co-founder of Distillery, who also worked with the other co-founder, David Steinberger, at Comixology. And me and Chip worked together. And the thing that united me and Chip is that we really like to innovate and we like to see things evolve. We like to take chances that push formats and media into the future. So I think it was that degree of restlessness that kind of put us on the same page and gave us a similar vision. So when Chip was laying out the foundation of Distillery, it kind of seemed like an organic thing for us both to just put our heads down into and really get passionate about.
So you sent me some covers, and we'll get to those in a little bit.
Sure.
to talk about upcoming stuff, but what's it like working at a comic book publishing startup? Essentially, now there's a lot of institutional knowledge there, but being the new kid on the block,
Yeah.
what is that like?
There's so much opportunity. So, I mean, just looking at the basic templates of what's worked before, but how you can evolve it. So, I mean, when you look at things that are super basic, like, a comics formatting and us taking it to, magazine size and doing cardstock and doing spot gloss or doing gold foil, anything along those lines, doubling the page count, things that we can use to create a more approachable and stimulating format for the creators. At the end of the day, Distillery wants to make the best home for creators and the next evolution of creator-owned comics. So every choice we make is how can we benefit the creators and how can we entice them and give them the best home to create their best stories. And if they make their best stories, those are going to be the best comics and readers are going to enjoy them more. So every day kind of starts with that question of how we can delight readers and how we can delight our creators. And what's that like? It's wonderful. The response has been amazing. It feels more like a family than a company, I can say. Our introduction publication, The Devil's Cut, sold out. The first issue of Gone by Jock sold out. The first issue of Somna by Tualote and Becky Cloonan all sold out. So I don't think we could have asked for a more cordial reception into the market. And I think it's a market ripe for innovation. I think going in and trying things, challenging preconceived notions, it's what gives us the joy to start the day.
I like that. I like that idea of trying to do things differently, but trying to find a place that's not necessarily your traditional creator-owned place,
Sure.
but that feels like, in my mind, it feels like a clubhouse for creatives.
Oh yeah,
rather
I mean,
than maybe like
absolutely.
a publisher so much. So I guess let me ask you this. You talked about the innovation, you talked about the new opportunity. Something that has fascinated me since day one is Distillery isn't doing regular sized books. They're
Right.
doing, the Euro sized or almost magazine sized books, bigger things. And the digital part of this is a not small swing in terms of what the plan is. So talk to me about, one, what have you heard, or what do you think about those size books, and how has that gone over? And then at the same time, tell people kind of about what the digital model is.
Yeah, I mean, so essentially what we're doing with the oversized books is, it's almost 9 inches by 11 inches. And the entire thing is like, we talked to the artist, we heard what they had to say. And the entire idea was they want to do double page spreads that will make your eyes dissolve. And when we look at our artists, they are people who revel in the big, they revel in the mythological. So we're looking at, Mark Gandolfo to Elsa Chartier, Becky Tula, Lee Garbett, Jock, Joel Jones, Jamie McKelvey. Any of these folks were looking for a bigger canvas. And we wanted to give that to them. And I think if you look at Gone by Jock, that's a perfect example. So this is a book about a girl who stows away on this colossal luxury spacecraft and gets marooned to the other side of the cosmos, to the universe. And we're looking at Jock, a man who's done wonderful things in comics with witches and with Batman, but he also has this legacy of film concept and film design, having worked in Ex Machina, Dread, and so many other things that he can't talk about that are just massive. The most iconic sci-fi imagery of the past, 50 years, I guarantee you, has been done by Jock. And so he wanted something to convey that immensity, that beauty of the universe. And so that gives him that canvas to do so. And it's a little bit new. Some retailers have, been asking about how they can help accommodate that, having worked in the formatting and basically, the distribution and the shelves that have been accommodated to, smaller magazine, or smaller comic sizes. But so far, I think the response and the sales have just been amazing. So it's working with them on it. And I would say overwhelmingly it's been positive. If you give creators the best canvas to tell their best stories, they'll tell their best stories. You wouldn't put a V12 engine into a jalopy. And so that's our entire concept with the comics. And so far, so good. As far as digital, there's kind of two things going on. And one is that we just wanted to create an hyper engaging, delightful ecosystem where you're always surprised. So it's a little bit different in that when we launch a print comic, we launch the digital comic, and that one single issue digital comic is on sale for a week. And it comes with a slew of covers you can't get. It comes with other bonuses. And if you buy one of those comics in the future, we lay future purchases with other opportunities. And those are always a surprise and delight. It might be an opportunity to buy a cover that's physical that you've never seen, a digital cover you've never seen, but it's also just free ash cans. It's also opportunities at conventions. And also, just to clarify, all of our collected editions will be available online in perpetuity. There's no timeline that's truncated on that. So it's trying to engage people on every level, but also for the digital, the big thing that was important for us is that our creators see a slice of that payment every time. This is a digital ecosystem that's designed to benefit creators, also playing into our idea of being, the best home, the evolution of creator-owned comics.
I like that idea that it's not just here's an opportunity to buy something so you don't have to buy it physically. It's it's a different product.
Right.
And I think that may be the thing that when people think about digital comics, they don't think about, right? They just think, oh, well, this is just a way to not have to have a book. I got a store. No, it's these are like I said, like you said, covers you can't get and opportunities you can't get and other things that come with this package. So go buy the physical book and then have this other thing so you get the full experience, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have some announcements on our digital experience in about 2 weeks. So it's something that we're going to be constantly working on. I mean, also, we want to make this an international delight for everybody. We want, no matter where you are, to have access to our comics and just to be engaged. And so, a lot of folks who can't make it to a comic store are going to be able to enjoy this and see these benefits as well. But, it's just constantly playing, delighting, and kind of invigorating the digital space with some of the excitement you used to have when you were a kid going to a comic store on Wednesdays. What did you see? What you were delighted by? Constant surprise around every corner.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's a very cool concept.
Oh, thank you.
I think the thing that really kind of got me, because I don't know if I maybe brought this to Jen and our team first, or if we all kind of hit it at the same time. But for me, the list of founding creators.
Right.
I went, oh, hold on. If there's somebody doing something, and these are the people who have signed up pre-press release, like there's something here that's going to be worth noting. And so you mentioned Jacques and the oversized books, and I think about Jacques' Batman covers and what could he have done if they were bigger? How crazy would they look if they were bigger? Do you know, were you part of that pitch to some of these creators going, hey, this is what we want to do? Do you know what that conversation was like? Or what have you heard from them now that books are out and that they're hearing from fans?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically what you described. I think the initial pitch was, we want to give you every tool you have to tell the stories you've always wanted to tell. And so you're seeing stories that they've been thinking about and cultivating for like years. Becky and Tula have been working on Somna and discussing it for 10 years. I remember talking with Becky and Tula, I think when I was in my 20s, about Somna. And I think that's part of the pitch is what we've been describing. I think it's every aspect of the next phase of creator-owned comics that was enticing them. But also just some things we haven't quite described is like kind of using distillery as a way to express these stories, but also to do other cool things. Like we're going to have a lot of fun with some of our art toys, some of our merch that we haven't released yet, and these stories. So they can use this as a full platform to express themselves and create amazing, amazing things that they might not have been able to do elsewhere.
Yeah, no, I think that's I'm going to ask it this way because I don't know how to wrap my brain around what I want to figure out here.
Sure.
Are these folks coming with a bag full of stories that other people have maybe not given them the opportunity for, or that they've been saving? Or is some of this jocks like, I want to do this story, I'll let you know when I got something else? Or is it like, are you finding that these creatives, who many of them are huge, massive names, have a bag of stuff that's going, hey, I got all this. Let's make some books. How are you finding that to be?
I mean, I think a lot of them have either been saving these stories up, and some are emergent. Some are completely new creations that were stimulated by the idea of distillery. They said, okay, well, I've never had the opportunity to work in an oversized format. This is a story I could think of that I wouldn't want to do in a smaller format. So, and in Becky and Tula's case, it was absolutely something that they'd been refining and cultivating and letting marinate for such a long time. And then when Distillery came out and they joined the company, they thought to themselves, okay, we're at the right publisher. This is the right time to unleash this story on this world. It feels right. I think there's a lot of creators in our family that suddenly feel like they have the right outlet to tell the stories that they've been sitting on. They said it feels right. So I would say it's a little bit of both, but these are absolutely stories that fit the format and the execution of Distillery that might not fit at other homes.
Very cool. I love that there's some of this is stuff that people have been working on for years, that they've just been waiting for the right opportunity. And I think that bears itself out in the product. Like with Soma, it was one of those books that I picked it up because I'm going to read everything Distillery does for the first year or whatever, was kind of my promise to myself, just to, it doesn't matter what it is. If it like the I can't even think of the name of it, Mirka Andolfo's
Plasmus.
Not generally my jam, but I'm reading everything, right? Because I don't know what I don't know.
Sure.
And I think it's bearing itself out in the product that something like Gone is so beautiful and so well constructed and put together. And Soma looks to be this incredible thing. I'll be honest, I'm a little behind, but The Devil's Cut was such a monster book that it felt like, oh, these aren't just new comics in a new way. These are people getting things that they've had bottled up off their chest for a while.
Right.
So as we look to the future, and we're gonna cut over to the covers here in a minute. As we look to the future, are there projects that you, and it's yes or no, so I don't want you to get in trouble here. Are there projects that you see coming down the line that nobody's been told about yet that you're going, just shut up and take my money?
Oh God, yeah. There's epic products down the line. If you're asking if we have comics coming out that if I was a consumer, if I was not part of this company, if I would, be there on day one before the comic book store opened, 1,000% yes.
Awesome.
I can't wait to show everybody what we have in 24, but like even 25, like the things that we have percolating are nuts.
Right. And the reason I ask it that way, and this is me kind of dancing around the question I want to ask, like what's coming next, which is the thing about the Distillery books is they're not $3.99. They're not $4.99. They are a book that sometimes when they drop in physical locations in your store, you might not be able to pick up some other stuff you might normally. So start setting some dough aside is kind of what I'm getting at. Like this is your budget tip for the day. Start saving up to be able to buy a $20 comic and, pick up your regular pull list so you don't miss out.
Well, yeah, and on that front, it's interesting because it's an $8.99 comic, but the thing you have to think about is it's also going to be 48 to 56 pages.
Right.
It's also oversized. So if you think about paying $4 or $5 for a floppy that's standard size for $5, I mean, I think
it's an incredible value.
Yeah, the inherent value, think of yourself as buying, you're spending less than you would for 2 normal comics, but also getting way more comic and way more production value. And we like to call that the distillery difference. We love high production. We love giving the best stories, the best formatting, the best production.
Yeah, absolutely. I make the joke about budgeting, but one of our big drives here on the experience is support your local comic shop. And one of the big threats to local comic shops are people who don't pick up their whole pull list or who flake or whatever. And so I always, when I'm putting something on someone like Distillery, who they might not already be picking up, I want people to understand, yeah, you're paying $8 to $10 for a book, by the time you figure out tax or whatever.
Sure.
It's worth putting some extra aside in that disposable income. Save yourself a Big Mac and, buy a comic. Like, I that's my personal endorsement. I was telling Matt Rosenberg before, there are 4 publishers that my LCS has just the instruction, I don't care. Order it, I buy it. And if you have shelf copies, I'll buy them if you don't sell them. Distillery, Fair Square, Black Mask, and one other. And the idea of appointment reading is something that I think Distillery is really capitalizing on. It's the books aren't coming out every week or every other week. They're a little bit slower, but it's a point when you see it, you know what it is, and it's appointment reading.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and also these things like have spines. Like you can think about them as a single issue, but at the end of the day, like it's not quite a trade paperback. We will have our collections, but it's not far off.
Right.
And these are things you can just slide onto a shelf and you can know what they are from the spine. So yeah, I absolutely appreciate that description is absolutely what we aim for.
So let's get into the covers you sent me. So you spent some real time talking about some of these titles. So let me pray for the tech. Here we go. Let's do this.
Oh yeah.
So
it's going to be good.
Yeah, you sent me Soma or Somna. How do you say it?
Somna.
Somna.
Yeah,
I'm bad at names.
Oh, it's okay. By all means, it's Latin, so we can go through it.
So give everybody the elevator pitch on Somna and tell us about what Becky and Tula are doing with Somna.
Yeah, so I always say like the next A24 indie horror sensation isn't in theaters right now. It is 1000% Somna. So this is this period piece folk horror epic, and it is also incredibly steamy. So the entire plot revolves around this woman in a British 1700s countryside who's married to a witch hunter, and these mysterious murders pop up in her town. And as this is happening, she is visited by this incredibly seductive, unknowable, I'd call it a creature called the Shadow Man, and it kind of takes off from there. It's, if you like The Witch, if you like Eggers, if you want to go back, if you like Ken Russell's old stuff, these 70s psychedelic Hammer horror films, this is for you. And also, the most beautiful thing I ever heard is a retailer influencer, Vegan Super Kick, said, if you're into Taylor Swift, this is your guilty pleasure. And I don't think I couldn't have phrased that better, but it's insidious and it's erotic. It's absorbing. I think Tula Tay and Becky Cloonan, they both work in harmony. So they're both writing, they're both providing art, and it's like nothing I've ever seen. It's gorgeous.
The second fastest growing segment of the book market is the spicy book.
Oh, it's very spicy. Market. It's super spicy.
Right. When we read number 1, I went, oh, this This is almost pornographic. It's great. It's very spicy. And I hand it to a friend of mine who is a spicy book. She hosts podcasts on spicy books. And that's why I call them that, because that's what her podcast calls them. And she goes, oh, we're going to cover this eventually. Like when they get through the series they're reading now, this is next up. They want to cover Somna. So I think it's important to know, and this is for all of you watching, not just a book for dudes. Like it's not like some of the, the feedback we hear where comic books are for boys. No. This is very much for your, mid 30s girl that, you work in the office with and is always listening to something on her headphones and doesn't, this is for them. So.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think this is something that is going to bring maybe folks who aren't Wednesday Warriors into a comic store.
Absolutely. All right. So this is the next cover you sent me.
Oh, this is all for number 3. So this is the climax of it. So issue 2 is going to come out on the 31st. The climax of it. This is going to be on 3/27. And that's Tula Ote's cover. So like I said, both of them do art duties on this. So Becky does some of the more real world aspects of it. And Tula does the dream sequences, which are the spicier scenes that involve Ingrid with the Shadow Men. And so both of these kind of harmonize and give you a real look into what it's going to look like on the inside.
Tula is such an incredible artist. Like just the depth there is insane.
Oh, they're both treasures. Like I went to Becky's studio yesterday. I got to see the pages, and she's inking them by hand. So when you look at this art, you can see that beautiful sense of texture actually on the paper. Like it's one of the best looking books I've ever seen just as a reader.
Yeah, no. Okay. And so this is the what is this? This is the third cover.
So this is a little bit different, and this also plays into something that I was describing earlier, is kind of our international scope. So this is a cover by horror manga icon Shuzo Oshimi, who's responsible for Blood on the Tracks, The Flowers of Evil, lots and lots of glorious horror manga. And so Distillery has a partnership with Kodansha, and this is the first hint at that. So Oshimi did this cover, which is open order for Somna 3, and you're going to see a lot more crossover between Distillery and the manga community. And this is just a hint at that right now.
I got to ask it while I'm thinking about it. What was the impetus behind the drive to partner with the manga creatives? It's such a different style of storytelling.
Right.
While they're very similar in terms of art form, it's just such a different world. So how did that partnership come about, and what are you seeing in terms of how that is working?
Well, I think it's working really well. This was the first step. We announced this week. So how it's working, I think the response has been amazing. I think what we're seeing right now is that you're talking about the fastest growing segments in comics, and that we want to show this as a truly international publisher, but also engage everybody. So if you look at the people who buy manga, it's largely women in their teens to their 30s. And also in Somna, that has a similar appeal there. So as far as the aesthetic, and as far as also what Becky loves, this is one of Becky's favorites, manga creators. It's both merging these worlds together, but also showing that they have a lot of common ground that you might not have expected before. And also, it's a beautiful cover. It's cool. Like, we love just showing this art and celebrating comics on an international scale. And so bringing those worlds, showing manga fans that there might be a book that plays into it that you may not have read, and showing some of our fans of our creators right now some of the amazing things that Kodansha is doing is part of that impetus. And so far, the response, like I said, has been amazing.
And these are wraparound covers, right? So it's,
oh, heck yeah.
The spine runs right through that tree in the middle.
Yeah.
So that eye is staring at you, or staring at whoever is sitting across from you while you read this book. Like it's been staring at me since we put it up on the screen here. So it really does have that horror manga, almost Junji Ito-y feel just in the cover. Like the
Right.
story that's being told in this cover is so incredible.
Right. Absolutely. And like a lot of the times you can find plot beats in these covers. So one part of the story will be the front of the cover. The other part of the story will be in the back. And those absolutely allude to things that you'll see in the future in the series.
Very cool. All right. And then this is the fourth cover.
Yeah. So this is from Anwita Citria. And so this is just a cultivation of also international creators. So Anwita's from Indonesia. And yeah, I just love this cover. I think it's amazing. And so one of the things we really like to do is celebrate art, show different interpretations of the books. And so we like to give a lot of love on that regard. And also just showing again that the production style, that the art is at the front. And so we have 2 A and B covers that are open order. And these are part of the incentives. So, you know, if you order 10, 25, 50, you get the chance to order those if you're a retailer. So, and We Just Cover is one of my favorites that I've seen in some time. And she's a newer talent. And we hope to be seeing a lot more from her in the future.
And so again, because we're talking about wraparounds, when you put this on the shelf, it's going to look like a virgin or nearly virgin cover because the Samna trade dress will be on the back.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad I was right because there was a 10% chance you're going to say, actually, it's printed manga style and you read it backward. Oh, man. Like that would, with your manga partnership, is that something that you think we might see down the road is, you know, distillery style books, read manga style?
You know, playing with format and innovating to the future is something we're always going to be doing. So I can't say anything quite yet, but, you know, we'll be working and trying to light readers in any way we can.
In my business, I can't say anything quite yet means you hit a sore spot. Move on. So let's move on. So we're moving on to Gone, which I will say I don't mind saying it, is my favorite thing Distillery has put out yet. Gone #1 just rocked my world.
Oh, cheers.
So tell everybody about Gone and tell everybody about Jock and what he's actually doing here.
Yeah, so a lot of what you're going to be seeing in the pure ambition and scope of what Jock's creating is going to be seen on February 7th with the second issue. And this is his open order cover for the third issue, which will be out in April. So in general, Jock is writing, he's drawing his creator an issue for the first time. He's even, you know, he's doing input on the colors as well. And this is him unleashing his sci-fi brain. And I'm trying to phrase this so I don't get into spoiler territory, but I think some of the solicits have hinted at this. So in the first issue, you meet Abby, and she's in her teens.
Hold on, do you want me to play our spoiler alert thing?
Sure.
We have a spoiler alert klaxon.
Let's do it. Yeah, absolutely.
That way,
1000%.
you know, that way, just in case somebody hasn't read #1, they can be like, okay, I'm not. Here we go.
That's amazing.
So, in case we get into uncharted territory where you haven't read yet, now you've been warned.
Sure. That's incredibly benevolent of you, Kyle.
So, to jump back into it. So, issue 1, we meet our main character, and it's already sort of off the rails. Like it's already this world that just I can't begin to fathom so far.
Yeah, things go astray very quickly.
So yeah, give everybody the kind of the pitch on this book.
Yeah, so Abby lives in an impoverished planet where she has to, you know, scrounge and scrounge for food for her family. Basically, she encounters and finds out that there's going to be a luxury spacecraft landing on her home planet. And so her and a group of other folks on this planet go and try to do a raid. on this ship to get food. Things go very, very poorly. This was not project managed. And she gets trapped on this ship that, goes to the other side of the universe. She is gone. And the first issue of this shows her being trapped on the ship and being hunted by the crew. So basically, she has to eke out an existence while being hunted. It's white knuckle, it's sci-fi. But what Jock has isn't just a slice of this teen's life. He takes full advantage of the entire cosmos that he created, as well as Abby's life. So you're going to see her story progress through decades. It's not just going to be a sliver. He's going wide scale. His story is also oversized format. And I think that's as ambiguous as I can be without going to too much detail.
It certainly feels like, whereas a lot of comics take place like in a very specific small slice of time, a week, a couple of days, this one already feels like if this was a television series, you watch season 1 and you could feel like you're going into season 50 or something.
Yeah.
Like just with the kind of build up that he's set into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm trying to find a page here that I just love. Like the way he just plays with the formatting. So this is Abby. This is all, I don't know if I can show this properly. It's Abby going throughout the entire structure of the ship and interspersed with other panels where you can see it. And so he's having such an amazing time playing with the oversized format, playing with the panel structure, playing with the immensity of it. And what he does in number 2, there's a few scenes at the end where the emotional stakes raise and sort of that expansiveness explodes. It's awe-inspiring if I can't be too hyperbolic. It's huge.
Nice. All right. Let's another one where the eyes just seem to follow you.
Yeah. So he's done one of these covers with the eyes for every cover. It kind of gives you a hint at what I was talking about. So those are always Abby's eyes, but they change subtly from cover to cover, kind of showing her evolution from these 3 covers and these 3 issues.
Yeah. And like in this one, you see the one eye is different than the other eye.
Yeah. Something might have happened to her to make her eye like that.
What's going to happen? What's happening? Ooh. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. And this is just another example of some of our covers. And I love this so much. This is Sam Wolf Conley. And so these are folks from the Mondo community a lot. Sam's done some covers. But yeah, this is our 1 in 10 cover. And I just think it's beautiful. It's our cover.
It almost feels a little Banksy.
Yeah, a little bit. I can see that.
Kind of
yeah.
like it's a piece of art that doesn't feel like it's supposed to be where there's a piece of art.
Sure.
Like when you're a hoodie.
Right.
Very cool kind of concept there.
Wipeout. Okay, so we're getting into the titles we've announced. We have our spring forward, and we announced 3 books in December, and this is the first that's going to come out in March from a creative duo that's created some of my personal favorite comics. But this is Scott Snyder and Francesco Francavilla, and this is them tackling psychological horror, but also blockbuster mythology. Wipeout is just epic in scale, which is probably a word I'm going to be using many, many times when describing our books. I'm sorry, Kyle, I can't quite.
I coughed and forgot to unmute myself there.
Okay.
What's it like working with Batman and Robin? AKA Scott and Francisco. It's like,
yeah, Francesco and Scott are great. Back when I was just reading comics and not in the industry, I just remember reading their Detective Comics run. And I think Scott has this beautiful ability to layer his characters with so much interiority and so much thoughtfulness. But he balanced that balances that so perfectly with these huge blockbuster action spectacles. And I think with Francesco, he has such a sketchy noir sensibility to them that when you bridge those together, it's magic. And I think you're going to see Francesco being able to veer from some very claustrophobic, inky, dark horror themes to something that's a lot broader and big and wide scale here. So it's a balancing act. And I don't know if you guys read the short story Wipeout in the Devil's Cup, but that's a perfect example of the type of storytelling you'll see. So essentially, it's a journalist who gets hijacked on this mega yacht, and then he's kind of trapped in this hallucinatory psychedelic boat where the boat winds on itself. He'll wander into a room that looks like his childhood room, and he thinks he's being manipulated and played with. So on one hand, is this all in his head? That's what you have to ask. But there's something way more bigger and mythological and cult-like, and I would say Lovecraftian, happening in the background as well.
Fish people, for those of you who are regulars around here.
All the fish people. If you need a good book, you just include fish people.
Don't tell our producer Jay that. Something that I always love about Francesco is the way he shadows books, the way he shadows covers. Like the tentacles at the bottom of this just go on forever.
Oh yeah.
And as much as, you know, Kirby Crackle has its place, I think Francesco Francavilla's depth will be something that people are trying to mimic for generations to come.
Oh, 1,000%. And I think what you'll see in this book is going to be him at his finest. Like, some of the pages I've seen have just been, again, a common theme is I think this is the work of his career. It's inspiring.
Very cool. All right, let's check out. Oh, this is my desktop background now, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
cool.
Yeah, so this is Kelly Jones, somebody who also we are avid fans of, and it's colored by Francesco too. So this is our open order B cover for Wipeout, and we just unveiled these in the past week or so. And yeah, it also kind of gives you a hint at some of the creature feature elements of what you're going to see in this book. So it's going to be a menagerie, a bestiary of Lovecraftian maritime horror.
Those words all put together just sell books right there. Lovecraftian maritime horror.
Yeah.
You know, and I live right on the Great Lakes, so maritime horror is something I deal with anytime the temperature changes. So
I mean, if it's Lake Erie, it has its own issues, man.
Green snow, bro. Green snow. So no, this is incredible, and Kelly Jones is such a wizard as well. So,
yeah, 1,000%.
All right.
Oh, Spectrograph.
Yeah, so Spectrograph is one that I don't remember having read in Devil's Cut. So you're gonna have to tell me everything about this.
Yeah, Spectrograph was the first tale in the Devil's Cut. So this is James Tynion 4 and Christian Ward. It's a hyper innovative haunted house story. So it's incredibly visceral, gory, but James has a brand new approach to what a ghost story is and how ghosts can look. And Christian is using every corner of his imagination to reinterpret ghosts in a new way. And the main phrase that we've been seeing is ghost guts. It's almost the viscerality of the human form, but put into something ghoulish and post-human and spiritual like you've never seen before. Like James has told me about his approach to this, and on both a character level and both just a surely this looks messed up, he's nailing it.
Nice. Yeah, John Spilios over on Instagram said, "You had me at Christopher Ward." Like, or Christian Ward. Like, that's my I love Tynion, don't get me wrong, but you pair him with Christian Ward, and all of a sudden you've got something I think that's gonna shake people up a little bit. And this cover is crazy too.
Yeah, this is Martin Simmons, another Tynan collaborator. And it also, like I was saying before, a lot of the covers have a lot of hints as to what the story is or some of the ways the plot will veer. And this is one of those covers as well. So the spectrograph itself is a device in a haunted house. And if you look closely, you can kind of get an idea of where the plot's going.
I'm looking closely.
Yeah. Also, this is another story that spans decades. And so essentially, a millionaire shut-in a haunted house has a device that does terrible things, as we saw in The Devil's Cut. And he passes away, and a young woman gets to venture into this house and discover what that device has done to this house.
Nice. I love it. And it's, I'm a big fan of the ghost hunting shows.
Sure.
Especially the ones that don't take themselves super seriously. The ones hosted by like Jack Osborne. But this feels to me like if you went on the worst night ever ghost hunting, this is what you would live.
These are not wispy, sepia tone creatures. They drip. Like I said, ghost guts is kind of one of the phrases that we use copious times when describing some of these creatures. And some of the art you saw in previews, you can get an idea of the viscerality and just sort of the body horror elements of these creatures.
I want a Ghost Guts t-shirt.
Oh, Kyle, stay tuned.
I'm just saying.
Back to what I was talking about before of how creators can use distillery to expand past their stories and express their stories in different ways. Yeah, stay tuned.
All right. Ooh, okay. So this is another one that I don't have a vivid memory of having any information about. So tell us about The Blood Brother's Mother.
Yeah,
which is a title that's hard to say.
Yeah, it's a mouthful. So this is the 100 Bullets iconic crime and noir duo of Brian Azzarello and Eduardo Riso. Basically, this book is about a trio of children seeking out their mother after she's kidnapped across the American frontier. So I think we all know that Brian Azzarello does not pull punches. He makes incredibly white knuckle, adrenal, unforgiving survivalist stories. This is his take on the Old West, and it is harrowing. This is a story that almost reads itself in its clip, in its action, in its brutality. But to counterbalance that, I will say Eduardo is taking a new approach to the art that's way more painterly. And so you can kind of see with his wide open cover vista there are some shockingly beautiful sunsets and mesas and portraits of the Old West that almost provide like a gorgeous counterbalance to some of the brutality you see from Brian. But yeah, this is, if you like Cormac McCarthy and Blood Meridian, this is an excellent book to pick up.
The Cormac McCarthy analogy with Brian Azzarello kind of steering the ship has got me very, very intrigued. What is this isn't out yet, right?
No, this is going to be out in May.
All right. So May
3rd. Yeah.
Send a text and be like, look, I need one of every cover. Whatever I got to do. So this really seems like it's going to speak to me in that guy who stays up all night watching, the good, the bad, and the ugly kind of part of my brain.
Sure.
So when these projects, again, you have two legends, Eduardo Riso and Brian Azzarello, working together, are these guys coming to you and saying, hey, I want to work with so-and-so? Or are you guys putting these teams together? Or is it just sort of a kismet kind of thing that happens where we find the right partnerships?
Yeah, I would say a lot of these folks had already known Chip, and when Chip and David approached them or told them they have something going on, it was a little bit of both. It's a little bit more organic. And so I'd say a little bit of column A or column B. Sometimes it's a conversation where they bring a few ideas or talk about collaborators, but I think Azrael and Riso have also, back to your previous comment about stories that may have been waiting for the right opportunity to be told. Blood Brothers Mother is absolutely one of those.
Very cool. That was the last cover you sent me. So are there things that maybe haven't been solicited, haven't been necessarily talked about yet that you can tell us about that we should be gearing up for? Or do I have to wait a month to see you in Pittsburgh and, buy you a bunch of drinks to find out?
So the best way to see what we have coming around the corner is to check out the Devil's Cut. So you can buy that on distillery.co, and retailers may still have copies as well. So 9 of those short stories are basically going to tell you what's around the corner. It's basically, it's its own self-contained story, but those will be amplified, unfurled, expanded into the series that you will see. So straight up, if you're curious what's around the corner, the Devil's Cut is your Bible. That said, in February, you will hear soon about another book we have around the corner, and we are all incredibly excited about that. But also, we have our founding creators out. So if you're curious what's coming out, our founding creators, those would be the creative teams, and we also have some surprises about other creators we have on board around the corner as well.
I've been biting my tongue in emailing Rom going, hey man, Q a dude in, like, what's up? I've been just because I know he won't be able to stop once he starts talking, right? It'd be
on that note, I'm funny, so Sade Page is our social media lead, and she does a lot of TikTok videos and videos with our creators. And she does one with Rom. And it was funny because I was like, initially when I saw it, I'm like, this is very, very telling of some of the projects we have in the future. But we were just like, all right, let's just put it up anyway. So if our social media honestly has a lot of insights and a lot of hints into what we're doing in the future as well. So specifically for Rom, it's not worth taking a gander into our TikTok, into our Instagram.
Yeah, no, I definitely do it that way.
But you have to go. I'm not gonna tell you the secrets. It's
right.
Search for it.
So if you head over to the explive.com in a few hours, give me a couple hours to get everything updated. All of the links to distillery.co and their socials and stuff will be available there. But if you go to distillery.co, the socials are right there. You can click on them. Wham, bam, easy peasy. And definitely follow Distillery's socials. It totally is worth doing because, again, you're going to learn some stuff, man. Where else, other than the socials and the website, where else should people be looking to follow you, to support you, to spend dough? Where can they hand you money?
Yeah, so the website, and also we adore our local comic stores. So definitely if you want the physical product, that's a great place to go. Also, we'll be releasing some of our books, starting with Samna and Gone, starting in the summer. So if you're more of a bookstore person, that's a great place to go. But yeah, I mean, I think going into a comic store, seeing, if you are a physical reader, if you like it, just seeing it, feeling it, flipping through it. We want these books to be touched and absorbed. So whether, you want to buy it or not, I think you should go to a comic store and check it out. That would be my first suggestion. Go to your local comic store, see Samna, see Gone, just put your hands on it and do a flip through it. That's the best way to get sort of an inkling of it. But as far as if you want to stay in the know, we also have a great email list, both for retailers and also for readers. So going to our website, that'll hook you up there. Our socials are great. I think Sade is doing amazing work on our TikTok. We have great trailers as well. And so our YouTube's a good place to stay in touch as well.
Yeah, no. So over in on Instagram, and I can't pop it up because Instagram is a jerk that way.
Sure.
John Spilios, who's one of our OGs here who's around all the time, is specifically pushing Famous Faces and Funnies in Boynton Beach, Florida, because they have all the distillery stuff. If you need it, maybe reach out to John in the chat, or Famous Faces and Funnies, and support them. If your local comic shop doesn't have it, like you have somebody like me who bought them out and now have more,
Yeah.
maybe reach out to John, see what he can do. Find your local comic shop. We run an ad in between every one of these for Comic Shop Locator. It's easy to find a local comic shop and support them. So I always ask, we have 2 minutes left, and I always ask people questions they can't possibly be prepared for.
Right. Let's do it.
So first question for you is, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Oh dear, Kyle, I'm old. I think I do have one. I think I like Jigglypuff because I used to play in bands, and so I always thought that the vocalist who sang this very like alluring, soothing song that would release dopamine and serotonin, but also put them to sleep, was very endearing to me. Not that I'm not going to lie. I think that might be the only Pokemon besides Pikachu I know. But I think Jigglypuff's the singer, right?
Yeah, she kind of is a hypnotic singer. Yeah,
yeah, big fan of Jigglypuff.
Jigglypuff is the Sade of the Pokemon universe or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. But that leads me to the next question. Is there a band alive and working or not that if you could tour with and run their merch table, you would drop everything to do?
Run their merch table?
Right. Like, we don't get to play in the band. We're the guy who runs the merch table.
Okay, could I be their like guitar tech maybe?
Sure, we'll make it, but you also have to run the merch table.
Yeah, let me think about it. See, I used to work be an editor for a music magazine, so I have a little bit too much knowledge into this space. But there are bands I adore and don't mind spending time with. But like, because I know so many, this question is making me pause, and I don't have an immediate answer. But give me 1 second and let me think about who my favorite people in bands are.
Right. I just asked this question to Matt Rosenberg, and while you think about it, I'll tell you mine.
Okay.
I've said since day one, if Bad Religion calls, I don't care what I'm doing, I'm gone.
Right.
And the other one for me is of course right now MXPX. I'm going back into the music I listened to as a high schooler in that pop punk era with Blink getting back together and all this kind of stuff. So MXPX, just because I think those seem like family dudes now,
right?
Who are like, we don't want to get crazy. We just want to play music and have fun and be low key. So
I'm going to list two people, and there are bands I know, but also bands that make immaculate music that everyone should be discovering. One is Graveyard Club. They are, I think, in Minnesota right now, but they make like incredibly haunting, fun, synth-based Halloween music, more or less. But it's all very addictive. It's been in a few Netflix shows. By far a band that like I couldn't stop listening to. If I was at the gym, they would just be in my headphones constantly. Some of their songcraft, some of their vocals, they have a female and a male vocalist. The way they harmonize, they have chops. And it's something where I'm like, I have no clue why they are not usurping the industry right now, because their talent is unparalleled. So I would absolutely tour with them. Also, Midwest Represent. And the other one is Young Summer, a singer-songwriter out of Nashville who's kind of blowing up too. And she's amazing. She just creates very like similar to Jigglypuff, hypnotic, lilting, very ornate music. She's a big fan of Karen Carpenter, but again, like any of her music is so cinematic. So Graveyard Club and Young Summer would be my two picks for that.
Nice. I'm gonna look up Young Summer. But that officially seals it. I'm starting a band called That Band from Comics. We're gonna.
There's a lot of us. A lot of us play music.
It's true. It's a thing. So distillery.co, and then distillery all over the social medias. Where else should people be looking? Again, is there any place else people should be paying attention to?
Those are the big ones.
Those kind of places.
Yeah, but we'll also be at San Diego, New York Comic Con, and Thought Bubble. So whether you're on the East Coast, West Coast, or in England, we will be there. San Diego, we will have some surprises and a lot of fun going on. So keep your eyes out and keep your ears open, I should say, for what's going on there. Even right now, like I'm looking so forward to San Diego. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I think San Diego this year is going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be a very important week in the world here. Are there any other conventions you're going to be at that we should be looking for? They've asked specifically about like MegaCon and some of those.
We don't have plans right now, but Becky and Tula will be at Emerald City, and they will have a Somna panel, and they will have some pretty amazing goodies as well that you can't find everywhere. So if you are going to Emerald City, which I think is at the end of the month, definitely keep an eye out for Tula Lotte and Becky Clunan and their Somna panel.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sean, for being here. Shout out to Midwestern guys doing comics, man. We're all over the place and you can't get rid of us. So distillery.co, Distillery on the social medias. Make sure you follow those and pick up the Devil's Cut and everything else as you can. We are going to be right back in just a minute with Declan Shelby. And we're going to ask him all about Thundercats because Nick told me if I didn't, he'd hunt me down. But I want to talk to him about so many other things as well. So thank you to Sean Edgar for being here. Everybody stay tuned. We'll be back in just about a minute's time with Declan Shelby here on the EXP Expo 3.
Thank you so much, Kyle. It's been a pleasure.
Have a good one, man.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Welcome back, everybody. This is day 1 of the EXP Expo 3, and it's very late at night for our next guest. So, or the middle of the evening. I don't know. It's still very early where I am. So I want to bring him in. Our next guest is an artist and writer, and right now he is helming the juggernaut of juggernauts in the comic book business right now. Thundercats Dynamite. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Declan Shelby.
Hello, how's it going?
Very well. So I want to start here, and this is a weird thing. I want to thank you for hiring my best friend in the business, Seth the Moose, or working with Seth the Moose. That's my big brother.
More should be hiring him. He's amazing.
I actually just pitched him a book for him and I to work on together earlier this week, and his response was, I work with real creators. What are you doing? Well, make it better, dude.
So we should. No, well, I can't take credit because it was Heather Antos hired him on a Star Trek story we did, but I was delighted because the thing is when you're an artist and you meet other artists you really like, and then you're writing, you're like, oh, I'd like to work with them, but it's not always easy. Some editors have their own people in mind, or they don't know the person or whatnot. But so that was great. That was someone who I would have loved to work with, who was pitched to me. So yeah, that was great. And I had to do a cover for Time for Time, and yeah, I'd love to do something with Seth. So tell him to call me instead of you.
Done. So let's. I hate myself for what I'm about to do. Let's not keep the cat in the bag. Let's talk about Thundercats.
Very nice. Nicely done. Don't hate yourself. That was beautifully done.
So when Nick announced Thundercats and he said Declan Shelby's writing it, I think the email I sent in all caps was "Shut up and take my money."
Oh, that's cool.
What's it like? It's such a quintessential thing for so many of us. What's that sandbox like?
It's cool. I mean, you got to keep in mind, I took a fun gig. I wasn't really expecting this to have, these crazy orders and stuff. I loved Thundercats as a kid. I didn't remember a lot of it because it was so long ago. I didn't like. It's like a lot of things from my childhood. I loved them, and then I just always loved. I didn't really kind of stick with them, like say He-Man, Turtles, all that stuff. I always loved it, but I didn't like stay with it through all the different iterations because it was just the cartoon was in cartoons were my heart. So I remembered enough about it that I loved it, but a lot of the specifics I didn't quite recall. So I went back and I rewatched the shows, which is amazing to watch them like 35 years later or whatever it is. But no, I just thought it'd be really cool. I'm like, this would be fun. I was wrapping up a run on Alien at Marvel where I got to do this cool kind of like self-contained story, and this job came up. I'm like, well, I get to do another. I like the idea of taking a thing and doing a version of it. Doing like my take or whatever it is. And I love building books and projects. I do my own creator own work. So this is an opportunity because it was Nate Cosby who contacted me, and Nate was pretty open to like as regards who would be the artist and who color it and stuff like that. So it was just an opportunity to do a fun book that I knew I'd enjoy and could write something long form, which is hard enough to do as well. Again, with creator and stuff, it tends to be finite because you have to wrap things up. This is an opportunity to do something much larger and wider, and it was very exciting. So so I just took it based on that, and also I'd get to do covers, so I could draw lino. So I was my sister broke my lino toy when I was a kid, knocked his head right off. So I kind of feel like, I don't know, I feel like I owe him. But so that was great. And Drew was pretty much, I think we got Drew right afterwards. So as far as I was concerned, Drew's an amazing artist. Me and him are going to do a really cool book. The end. Cut to a couple of months later, and then all of a sudden it's like, I'm not even sure what the official numbers or what the status is, but like it's a hell of a lot of comics have been ordered. That's that much I know.
Yeah, it's 6 figures at least, which is insane.
It is insane. Like I don't know. I know to a degree it'll be like things selling it, like variant covers and promotion and podcasts like this, which is great. But like at the end of it, like no matter what, I mean, that happens with every book. Like it's not like the Thundercats is different. I think like clearly. Like I know there's a lot of like kind of 80s franchises getting like a whole new renaissance. But I think what's different with Thundercats is that there hasn't been a version of it for quite a while. Like there hasn't been Thundercats comics in quite a while. So I think there's a level of anticipation that's probably built up that I expected a bit. I thought there'd be a bit of it. I wasn't expecting it was going to be like this, So yeah, so now I'm freaking out, if I'm honest with you. Like
What you said, you get to draw a line, you're doing covers and you're writing this. Ted Wolf, who created the Thundercats, is no longer with us. So it wasn't like you could go to maybe that firsthand knowledge, institutional knowledge on the character. So you mentioned watching the show, rewatching it. What other kind of research or prep work did you do kind of to make sure you were on it?
That's it. I just watched a few episodes, to be honest. I watched a good few, but again, I'd done something similar with Alien, where there's a massive lore to it, and I really don't want to. Like, for example, I heard about the newer animated series, the one from 2011, and I had a look, and it looked amazing. I loved. It looked right up my alley. I didn't know about it at the time. So I was tempted to watch it, but I'm like, I want to come up with my own thing here. So I don't want other stuff floating around my head. And I also don't want to get so bogged down in the original lore that it's going to, what I don't want it to be is like, Thundercats, adventures in that it's just taking the cartoon and making a comic of it, because we all know the stories. I think it's inherently boring to read something you already know is going to happen. I'm trying to do I want to come up with I want to do something that's fresh and yet like honors the past. So I wanted to have a take and just stay with that. So I did not want to get bogged down in when the trials happened or when this happens here. I'm like, I'm just going to basically wipe it all out of my direction and seed in little things there. So like if you don't know Thundercats, then it won't matter to you. If you do know Thundercats, you'll be like, oh, I know what that is. So little things like that, you know. I think the danger sometimes is someone who, if you're really into the fandom, you can get too into the fandom. And that can really kind of stop you from telling good stories. So yeah, I took a minimalist, like I kind of took the approach of, I remember it. I don't know everything. I don't feel like it's necessary to learn every single thing about it because I don't want to get in the way of story. What I will do is write a story, and then I will look into it and see if there's things that I can kind of bring in or, you know, peter out. But ultimately, what I felt was when the cartoon starts, there's like a big kind of a leap to when they land, and then all of a sudden they've built a base and everything's ready for them. And I kind of felt like if you crash land on a planet, you know, your home's been destroyed. I think it's going to take a little time to adjust. So that's kind of my like year one approach to it, where this first year will be them basically trying to, it's the space in between the intro and the first episode. Not totally, because there's other stuff that'll come in, but I just remember thinking like, I wonder, like it feels like there's a story in there, you know? So anything else that's been in the lore can always be introduced afterwards. But for me, I'm trying to reintroduce the characters, the dynamics, the relationships, and like just kind of tip away at the overall kind of mythology. That makes sense?
And I think as a factor of being both a writer and an artist, you've gotten to work on a lot of different properties from a lot of different companies. When you approach something, again, like Alien you mentioned, or I know you've worked on Batman and some other things, even as an artist, how much of the existing mythology are you just saying, F it, I'm not interested. I want to create my own footprint here. And how much of it is I've got to have some base in it so that I'm constrained in some way?
That's a good question. I think my original approach was just to F it and just tell a story. So once I kind of had the overall story that I wanted to tell, I was happy. You know, I have an arc, you know, a kind of a year-long arc in mind. I'm like, okay, that's the story I would like to tell. So then I went back and I kind of looked things up and saw how things could be connected or wouldn't be connected. So I didn't want to do anything that like necessarily flew in the face of the mythology, but at the same time, I don't want the story to collapse under the weight of the mythology. I think the story is more important, and mythology changes and shifts. You know, we forget like the Superman we know isn't exactly the same as the Superman from the original. Like things kind of tweak and change. So I also wanted it very much to be its own thing. I don't want it to be, you know, like I said, an adaptation of the cartoon. I don't think that's interesting. So I want to tell something new, but yet feels connected to what you will already know. I mean, realistically, I'm sure most of the sales of this book is from people who know they know Thundercats. But I also wanted, like, I think somebody told me, they're like, oh, I know what Thundercats is, but I've never seen it. So, you know, but I know your stuff, so I think I'll check it out. I think that's great. Like, that's what I'd like. I'd like both people who don't know what it is and can learn to love it, and people who do know what it is and hopefully won't hate it. But I don't think I actually answered your question there. Sorry, I just went on a weird kind of.
No, you kind of did, and I don't know that it's
kind of did. I'll take that as a win.
Question. I don't really know that it's an answerable question. You know, it's one of those things.
A lot of it's in the doing, to be honest. You know, like I found as I've been writing these issues, more of the mythology has seeded into it than I was probably originally planning. But
Sure.
that is also quite fun because there's not much point in doing like something like an IP or a franchise without taking advantage of some of what's there. And I do like the limitations, but I would say one thing that I'd be interested in continuing with is that, like, there's a lot of time stuff with the Thundercats that, see, this is the problem too, is a lot of that stuff is cool, but you got to establish the characters first, and so without characters, none of that really matters. So I think with this first, I say arc, but it's really like storyline, it's setting things up and leaving little seeds in there to go in and because it's like Thundercats, it is pretty bonkers. But I don't feel I can go quite bonkers yet, not until the groundwork is laid down, if that makes sense. But in the meantime, there'll be lots of fighting and punching and kicking and yeah, like you're asking about it from the point of view of an artist. Like one thing I do like about writing is like, oh, that'd be cool to draw. God damn it, you know, that's the downside. You're like, oh, but then Drew Moss draws it, and you're like, ah, yeah, that's much better. So.
Well, and Drew Moss is one that I really want to talk to. I think we're going to have him on in about a week to talk about some other things, including
don't believe anything he said about me. All right, whatever he says about me, it's not true.
Well,
I'm wonderful to work with.
I know that to be true anyway. So okay. How do you write for a xenomorph? Like I know it's just a left field question, but you mentioned aliens, and how do you? My brain can't fathom even writing action descriptors for something like a xenomorph, right? Like, how do you describe it moving? Help me out here.
That's good. Well, I mean, I think the thing is you don't write xenomorphs, you write the other characters. Like, you know, the book's not called Mr. Alien. Like, it's not about, you know, the character of the alien. Like, if anything, it doesn't have character. It's a force of nature, and you write it that way. So, you know, what you do is you write characters that that the reader is going to care about what happens to them. Otherwise, the alien is not scary. I find less is more. You know, my problem with the book was, I was like, I think it's scarier when you don't see them. But if I was drawing this book, I want to draw the bloody xenomorphs because they're fucking pretty, right. You know, so that was that. If you ever look at if you look back at the first issue, you'll see it's basically there's no xenomorphs except for a dream sequence at the beginning and then at the very end, because I wanted to tease and build the horror, and then the next issue. I mean, there's loads of them later, but I think you need to start with that fear. But I also, from a point of view of an artist, I'm like, if I got an issue where I didn't get to draw the bloody alien, I would lose my mind. So I'm conscious of it, like I think the artist needs to have things to build excitement for and like draw things they're going to really enjoy. And it's not a proven fact, but I think if that energy is in the art, that goes through the page to the reader. You know,
right?
It reminds me of Jim Lee's X-Men. You know, like the energy of that stuff. You know, and I think there's something very intrinsic. Like readers will kind of judge a comic and they'll maybe critique the story, but they don't know how to critique art. But they know when they really like something, and that thing doesn't always need to be particularly drawn very well. You know, like there's lots of examples of that. But I do try and, like, if I just gave something cool to draw for the whole issue, it gets boring. So you need to kind of, you know, siphon off the energy and then supercharge it in other places. So, but that was very, very much the approach with Alien. And I would write things like, I guess, slithers out of the dark. I probably would suggest silhouettes here and there. And then maybe there's a splash page. I'm like, now draw the hell out of them here. You know, like I'll write to the artist, Andrea Ricardo in this case. Because also he was such a huge Alien fan, he knew how to draw them from every angle, every single bit of detail. So it was a case of resisting the urge to just kind of go. You don't want to be a fan of stuff when you're writing it, I don't think, because you end up making decisions that are satisfying for the wrong reasons. If that makes sense.
It absolutely does, and I think that's maybe something we don't. In this current climate of the way we talk about comics and the way we talk about writers and creators, is everybody wants them to write like they're a fan, like they have 50 years of, you know, backstory with these characters. And I think sometimes doing that maybe is to the detriment of the storytelling. So
I think I think there's a lot of commentary on people like hating who they're writing or hating the characters or stuff like that. And I'm not a Thundercats expert. When I was offered this, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm the guy because I'm the Thundercats expert. I think I don't know, but I assume I was asked because I have if you look at my work, I have a kind of a voice, be it through art or by writing. And I would hope that Nate, when he hired me, was like, I want to see that voice interpret this. And and I don't need to know every single thing about it. And like I said, I think knowing everything will bog things down. I think I do find it sometimes with stuff that I watch where someone's such a super fan, they just can't let go of the character enough to just tell a story that's going to be engaging because they're too protective. I'm not saying you can't be a fan of stuff, and of course, I wouldn't do this book if I wasn't a fan.
Right.
But I think the relationship between like being the creator of a project and the reader of a project are two different things. But if you are the creator, you do kind of have to consider both to a degree. You can't really write for the audience because the audience doesn't know what they want until they read it and like it or don't like it,
Right.
If you were to take an algorithm, just said like, I'm just going to do all the things that fans want, and you do it, I guarantee they wouldn't like it because they would just think it's boring and obvious. But if you do something completely crazy, you can completely lose them too. So how do I even get onto this? Jeez, I'm not even listening to you. I'm just rambling on.
You're good. And look, the less I talk, the more people like. So
okay.
You keep talking, and you keep talking, and we will just keep rolling here.
Yeah. And here's another thing. No, just
please.
No, I'm just joking.
So something that I'm also fascinated by, and I'm going to pivot to Old Dog in a minute because I have a lot of questions about Old Dog. Mainly, is there more, and when can I buy it? But something that I talked to Sean Edgar about previously and Matt Rosenberg about before that, and I talked to people about a lot, is creators are so influenced by their situation, their lives. You being in the, you're Irish, correct? I don't want to miss.
How dare you stereotype me? Yeah, I am indeed. Yeah.
Yes. So, what is being Irish? What is living where you live? How does that influence your writing, especially when you're talking about places like, the Thundercats universe and these kind of worlds that exist in a way but aren't normal places?
Mm-hmm. Well, look, in a way, not at all. But in other ways, it does, I guess. I was talking to a writer recently about writing for a specific franchise and how British writers seem to have a different take than US writers, and that there's a tone there that was a little bit different. And I thought that was interesting. It seemed to kind of carry over. And I'm not British and I'm not American. I'm this other thing. And I'm raised on American franchises. I'm raised on X-Men, Spider-Man. So a lot of people assume that I'm big in 2000 AD because I grew up in Ireland or next to England, Britain. But I wasn't, because I was too much of a kind of a what's the word I'd use? I was goody two shoes. I didn't like cool things, or people's heads exploding. I was lame, but so I have a weird attachment to all these things as amazing things that come from America, which is this kind of like magical place that I had growing up the whole time. So things like New York, I find it funny because like people will come to Ireland and they're like, God, this is like, it's like magic. I'm like, yeah, okay. It's just, when you're from a place, it's like fine. And then I went to America. I'm like, oh my God, this place is like magic. I'd see the fire hydrants in New York and I'd be like, oh, like in Spider-Man. So all these things. So America to me was this huge kind of phantasmical place, and all the stuff that came from it the same. I probably was very Americanized when I was young. And then as I grew older, I kind of recentered with where I'm from. So I would say that and I've recently moved back to my hometown as well. So I think I've kind of recentered myself a little bit in a weird way, where I feel like I can have a sober look at everything, from a pretentious creator to a non-pretentious reader, or pretentious reader, or whatever. So I feel like, I don't know, I think in the last few years especially, I've kind of centered myself a little bit more as regards, and also in the years I have been a creator, I feel like, that I mentioned earlier, I've developed a voice. The only way you do that is by doing work, and I've done a buttload of work for the last while. So I think, yeah, I guess I've just kind of matured in that way, where I can kind of take something like, say, Alien, which, not to keep mentioning it, but like that was a very cool opportunity to do something dark and weird and moody, and I never thought I'd be offered a job like that, and I loved it. And now Thundercats is very different. I'm not doing like grim dark Thundercats. You know, I'm not doing like, you know, a horror take on the franchise. I'm trying to dig into the core of it and do something new, and that's exciting. You know, it's exciting to have opportunities to look at something new and evaluate something new and push yourself as a creator. So I don't know if that's because of where I'm from, but I think it probably has an effect.
Creative Feather says that he can tell the Irish influence because there's rocks everywhere.
Yeah, I used to hate drawing rocks. I hated them. Hated drawing rocks, and that's my favorite thing. You know, you won't be surprised if you see variant covers of Marvel and there's just rocks in the background because no one asked for a background, so I'm just going to put in rocks because I like them.
So it's interesting that you talk about being Americanized in that way, because as a musician, I was hugely influenced by Irish rock and Celtic punk and the Pogues, and some, everybody's influenced by the Pogues, but bands like the High Kings and some of these classic Irish folk bands. And now as I get older, I'm digging more into the Americana, like the Crosby, Stills and Nash. And I think
that's interesting.
It's an interesting opposite that, people from here, it's whatever, but that seems like a magical foreign land, and it's switched for you.
Well, but no, it makes sense because you come from a place and you take it for granted. I mean, that's what I did. I completely took the country I'm from for granted because it was boring or it was X, Y, and Z. I mean, like I came from a small town. There was, before the internet, like I said, when I found an American comic, it was like this amazing. It's like I don't know. It was like the Book of Omens or something. You're just like, what the hell is this magic? And it's exciting. And where you come from a place, you always want to go elsewhere. But I think everyone just hits a point in their life where they, go back and they're like, actually, no, this is pretty cool, all this stuff. And, like I'm not big one for Irish mythology, really. Whenever people talk to me about Irish stuff, it's like, oh, I love all the myths. I'm like, I don't give a toss. But I think it's might be something I look into now, that I'm like, it's just because I always just seemed like the most obvious thing to do. But now maybe, maybe I'm that's what happens to become an old man. Maybe
well, and I don't know who owns the rights to the Leprechaun movies, but
you're right.
I gotta get on that. Well, I'm just saying, like a dark, gritty take on that with your style. It seems like maybe a awkward fit at first, but I think it would be very interesting from a exercise perspective.
I mean, I think I've talked to people about before. Like any idea is potentially. What was it? There's a bit in 30 Rock. It's I can't remember it exactly, but Jack Donaghy says like there's no such thing as a bad idea, just good ideas executed poorly. Something like that, But I think that is true. Like you can take anything. Like Thundercats could be the stupidest thing in the world or the best thing in the world, depending on who. That's why I tend to follow like creators onto projects. So like if it's X-Men and it's a certain creative team, I love the X-Men, but it's wanting to know what they will do with it, which will find it interesting after reading X-Men for so many years, stuff like that. So that's what I find. I'm like, oh, I want to see what they'll do. If you put, I don't know, something inherently stupid and put Tom King on it, he's going to find something there. It's maybe he'll lean into the ridiculousness of it. Maybe he'll do a different take. But I think if you hire the right people, you'll get interesting results. Now, I don't know what I would do with Leprechaun, but I'll have to think about that.
Well, I'm just trying to think of Irish mythology kind of in this sort of.
Well, I do tip back. So I do a lot of I'm doing sci-fi stuff and, superhero stuff. But I also do I have done a couple of Irish crime graphic novels, and I really like crime stories. I like writing Irish characters. So I try and contain some of that there. I'd like to do another one of those in the next couple of years because I feel like I've done a lot of bigger concept stuff, which I love, but I also like kind of dialing it right down and just writing about real people and crime stories and stuff like that. I'd like to keep doing that more so than anything to do with mythology.
If anybody from Titan Comics is listening, just saying, English company, and you do crime noir, you got a guy.
True.
So, all right, let's talk about Old Dog, because we got the last issue back in July.
Yes. Was it July? Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, towards the end of July, I think. And I thought it was incredible. The way the story, the way the art wrapped up, just again, I love everything everyone we've talked to today has done, like a lot of the stuff they've done. I don't want to come off fanboy that way, but what I love about comics is that there are ways to tell stories we all know, whether they're stories we've experienced or somebody we know or something we've read or something we've seen in movies or TV, and just twist it or turn it just a little bit and make it unique and different and interesting. And I thought Old Dog did a great job of kind of taking some things that I've seen and I know a little bit, or I've been around a little bit, and just tilting it a little off kilter and telling it to me in a new way that really kind of intrigued me. So, is there more? Would you be interested in doing more in that world at least?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the whole plan was to do more. I am stalling for time here, but this is the cover or part of the cover to the next one. So I am working on it. I mean, right, Thundercats is just eating up some of my time,
Right.
but no, the problem is the logistics of creator owned, if I'm being honest. So I am going to do more. It's just I need to switch things up in order to make it succeed, if that makes sense. So
Sure.
I have Red Act 1 is basically the first trade. So I am beginning the first stages of Red Act 2. I don't want to say more till it's all come together, but we could say I'm recruiting talent, if that's vague enough, where I'll get to tell more stories. But I basically, yeah, I mean, the way I ended the first arc, it would be a crime not to have a second one but I just needed to get to that point. I knew the story would open up more. I just had to I couldn't be the first issue. It had to be like, you had to earn that revelation effectively. So no, there definitely is more. I basically have to do some kind of work for hire stuff for the first half of the year, because I put everything into Old Dog. I was working on Alien and Time Before Time at the same time, but like Old Dog, like I wrote it, drew it, designed it, colored it. I didn't letter it. That was Clayton Cole. Thank you very much, Clayton. But I was just wrecked by the end of it. It's I'm not complaining, like poor me, but it was just a very intense process. So I just kind of wanted to switch off and just do some kind of work for hire stuff for a bit. So I'm planning up the next arc now. I'll be actively working on it soon, but I don't want to say when it'll come out because I made that mistake the first volume. I'm like, it'll be out this time, and then it was months later, and I hate doing that. So yeah, I want to get a lot of it together, but I'm going to change the format a little bit just so the monthly, the 20-page monthly comic format just it didn't hold hard enough for me. The attrition was too fast, so I'm going to have to do something different in order for, I think, to keep the sales stronger. I'm being very weirdly vague about that. Sorry, just
no, it's something that we're dealing with in the comic book business, right? Like the attrition on monthly books is something that is keeping people from jumping into the creator-owned space because you can't tell a story.
From the creator point of view, like you don't know if it's like Time Before Time. We were lucky because when issue 1 came out, we had the sales for like the next couple of issues, and so we knew we were strong enough that we could keep it going. We thought maybe we could go as far as we definitely wanted to go long, but we thought, okay, we got the first. Hopefully, we can get 2 more done, and then we got this next one done, and we realized we could probably do another one. So it was very hard to land your story when you don't know when you're going to have to stop. You know,
right?
We were a little bit lucky with Time for Time because we financed it ourselves, so Image weren't losing out. It wasn't a loss for them, so we were able to land that ship. Olog is different because like Image are supporting me, and I want to be delivering on that, and yeah, the attrition on those 6 issues like murdered me, and so I'm just what I'm hoping is that the trade will do well. It's $10 for 130 something pages. So I'm not even really going to make much money on that because there's so many pages for a smaller paid price point. But my hope is that like people will while I'm doing Thundercats on the next thing, people will buy the first Old Dog trade, so that by the time I come out with the next one, that'll hit harder. But
and I'll tell you,
I'm making guesses on the market that I have no control over, and we'll see, and sales that I don't know that'll happen, and wonder where things will be in like 5 months' time. That's the game you play when you're doing creator-owned stuff. You know,
I will tell you that as a retailer, the $10 price point, while it might not be great for the creators, is wonderful for the reader in the, hey, I read this as it came out. I think you'll really dig it. Here's a $10 trade. It's an easy investment. It's an easy way to jump in and find something you love. Image has done that with some of their biggest books and, given them resurgence. And then some books that maybe wouldn't have gotten a second volume have sold so well in trade, at least for me, that it almost demands a second volume. So
it's tough. I think it can go both ways. I think it's a brilliant entry point for some, and for others, it's a loss leader that doesn't lead to, So
Right.
it can be a risk. I mean, it is a risk with Old Dog. Like we didn't do a time before time, and I don't know if that helped or hindered. The first trade was like $17.99, but like with Old Dog, the plan was always to do more. If it was only ever going to be one volume, I would have priced it at $17.99. But because I knew the plan was to do more, it's just tough because you're not going to make much for a while. But hopefully that's it. You're trying to invest in something and you don't know where it's going to go. But I mean, I was always going to do more Old Dog. I just don't know how much more.
Sure.
I would like to do 2 more trades if I can of material. But I do agonize over, like, I don't like not hitting targets or not covering costs and things like that. It's my whole mentality. Like, I'm not, I don't like the idea of a loss leader. Doesn't make sense to me because I'm like, but I'm not making everything back. But I have to keep in mind that, like, with publishing, something could take off in 2 years. You have no idea,
Right.
Could take off in 3 years, could take off tomorrow. There's no way to know. The only thing you can really do is just put out the books and make them the best you can possibly be. And with Old Dog, like, I do think it's the best thing I've ever done. I'm really, really proud of it. So much of me is in it. And look, honestly, I'm hoping something like Thundercats, if this sells crazy, that people, if even 10% of people go, oh, okay, I'll check out that book, that would be huge creator-owned wise. 10% of, what was it, 170,000. I would take that if it was going. So who knows? It's also something to be said about doing work for hire work and creator-owned work. That hope you can hope. All you can do is hope that one helps the other.
Well, and you talk about following creators, not necessarily projects. And somebody might find you on Thundercats or find you on, Alien, or, I know you're working, doing covers for Ribbon Queen or whatever, and be like, hey, I like this guy. Let me go read all the other things. I did it with Rom V. I've done it with so many creators I've been introduced to.
Yeah, there's something to be said for saturating the market with your name.
Well, but you find one thing you like, and you just dive in on the person you like. So, I want to bring this comment up. A Keelan spinoff. Just throwing that out there.
That would be cool. Yeah. I mean, you couldn't do it before now because, like I said, the first volume need to kind of really, like with Thundercats, like you need to establish the characters, and you just need it. The first issues is where you really do that. So now I feel like Old Dog can really go places because I have established the key things and the key characters. So that would be cool. If the book was huge. If in theory Old Dog sold like crazy, I would do like a Black Circle spin-off, where he's not even in it. Like because Hellboy is kind of what I want it to be, not the huge success that is, but like a book where I can come back to. Like if I could do something this year and come back to it next year with volume 2, so if you like the book, you can just come back and read it when I come back and do a new one. Maybe I'll draw another book for half a year and then come back and do this. I like the idea of having a safe home to come back to. But it's tough because as well, you don't want to leave readers hanging for too long either. So it's but I can only write and draw so fast. So it's
right.
A tough one.
Right. And so let's approach it this way. And it's a weird question in the way I'm going to ask it. Do you prepare differently to be creative when you're drawing as opposed to writing? Do you listen to different music or turn on different lights, sit in a different spot, go to a different place?
Yes and no. Like, I mean, I used to think that writers would be go off into their cabin and that's how they write. But like I was just writing out an outline for something on the train on the way back here today. Um, the tough thing is when I'm really busy with drawing, it's very hard to do anything else. Writing the time the time it takes to write is far more nebulous. You know, you can go very fast some days and go very slow other days. With drawing, I'm a bit more like draw 2 pages in a day. But if I'm going to get that done, then nothing else can get done really. So other things clog up. And it can be hard to be creative when you're overwhelmed with stuff like all of a sudden you need to do like a podcast interview or you need to do solicits or things are driving you away from that. I found that I'm travel. I'll go meet people at weekends, and I find trains really good to just switch off. It's not really preparing; it's just having time to like mentally stew in something. And it's tough when you're very very busy. You don't really have that luxury. I remember when I did Savage Town, I was trying to get a lot of like Irish rock music together. It was an Irish set crime book I did back in 2006, I think 16. But I remember like trying to take the time to get all this music together and make a playlist, and I was doing it for an hour, and I realized I could have just written a couple of pages instead of doing this. So I find that what I do is I just have I have a Spotify, and I will click music that I like. I'll have new music every week, and I'll click stuff that I like, and I'll just play that playlist when I'm trying to write. Because I find all that like preparation and stuff is just kind of like it's just fancy curtains on setting up a room, rather than what you really need to do is just sit in the goddamn room and get the work done. So I would say I'm fair. I'm more meat and potatoes like that. As like I say, I'm a pretentious artist, but I don't think I'm a pretentious writer. I think I'm very meat and potatoes maybe, but ideally I do like a certain mood. I like a certain tone, but like that tends to be working too late at night when there's nobody around to be emailing you.
It's true. And I'll tell you what I tell my therapist. There's nothing wrong with pretension. All right. There's nothing wrong with being pretentious.
To a degree. I'm lucky that I have people around me who, if I get too many notions, as we say in Ireland, that I'll get that battered out of me.
Right. There's nothing wrong with a little
so,
bit. You got to pick your pretension and you can go with it, right?
Yeah, it's good to have friends who'll bully you a bit, not so much where it stops you from doing a thing, but enough to stop you from like really losing the run of yourself.
True. So let's okay. John might be a little biased, but he thinks we need a Punisher book.
Well, he's referring to a Punisher book that was made but not brought out. Sorry, just to prove I'm just pouring some tea here.
In fact, while you do that, cheers.
Oh, very good. Yeah, because it literally does really sound like I'm just weeing off camera. But myself and Ed Brisson did a Punisher book a few years ago that when the COVID hit, Marvel's publishing plans just kind of went all around the place. So yeah, so it's sitting there somewhere. I don't know. It might come out someday. To be fair to Marvel, they generally don't really like. DC tends to have a lot of projects that never come out, but Marvel tend to find a way. So you never know. But I have 4 issues of drawn that I'm really, really proud of. The plan was to do the 5th at some time, but I haven't talked. To be honest, I haven't talked to Marvel about it, so I can't really be complaining. It's not like I'm giving out to them and they won't do it. It's just it hasn't come up. But I always wanted to do a Punisher book, so it was cool to do it. It's just only 3 people have seen it.
Well, I will when I see him next month back CB into a corner and make him commit to something. How's that?
Don't get me in trouble, man. Don't get me in trouble. Otherwise, I won't get to do any more books.
The joke was last year he was presenting at the same event, and I jokingly predicted who died in Spider-Man this past year.
Oh, okay. And were you
right?
right?
Oh yeah, no, I.
Oh, okay.
Heard him go, so you're killing so and so, and he goes. So we have that kind of relationship. So
Fair
hey,
enough.
When am I gonna get my Declan Punisher book, man? Huh? Even if you just got to send me PDFs, I want it.
If Marvel know that people want more Declan, that's not a bad thing either. So I'll take it. I am very, very fortunate. Like I will say, part of me thinks it's kind of cool to have done a book that has never come out. Like you hear people who you love, years ago, is like, what, they did like a Doctor Strange book? Oh, I can't believe, I'd love to see that. It's not as much fun as actually getting the book to come out, but part of me is just kind of enjoying that for what it is. But no, like I've done lots of Marvels. Like I'm very very fortunate to have the relationship I have with Marvel, where I just kind of get to do stuff that I like, whenever I can, whenever it works out for both of us, and that's really, really nice to have, especially when you're doing creator-owned stuff too, because I do think work for hire keeps you on your toes, in a way that you forget when you're doing creator-owned stuff, and it's also nice to do a book where you don't have to constantly sell it.
Right.
That's one thing, creator book, you're just always hustling. At least with like a Marvel book, like with Alien, I can just like mention it sometimes and like let the rest of the Marvel do its thing. I don't need to be like constantly trying to sell it.
Yeah, you're not the driver.
Yeah.
So
look, like just for example, same with Thundercats. Like I tried to do a lot of like podcasts and stuff when Old Dog was coming out, but reaching out to people and trying to get responses and all that stuff, like that's time you're not spent doing the book. Whereas like Dynamite have actually been really good to line up a lot of this stuff like for me. It's streamlined the process, which makes it very easy to promote the book, which means I can just talk to people like yourself and then get back to things rather than the constant like reaching out to disparate voices and trying to track them down. So just want to say kudos to Amy at Dynamite. She's been really good.
Amy is fantastic, and most what we do here wouldn't exist if Amy didn't keep Nick in line. So it's that whole team is fantastic. So let's pivot back, because again, Nick said he'd kill me if I didn't. Thundercats. We have several questions. We'll start with the first one. Is this a limited series or is it ongoing?
Ongoing.
I only see it's for the first 3, but
it's definitely. I mean, I don't know what Nick hasn't told me what I can and can't say, so I'm not sure. I can say I'm definitely like on for a solid year, with no one said anything one way or the other, but like I don't know if I'll get to do more, but I assume this book is there's so much to do with it, like
right,
like what I'm doing will cover a certain amount, and then I'd like to kind of go other places, but I feel like after that, really, there's so much stories. And if the book's selling this much, I would be shocked if Dynamite like stopped doing it. It would make no sense. But no, ongoing is as from what I've been told, which is great. Actually as well, it's great to work on an ongoing book because so much stuff is miniseries now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm enjoying, from a writing point of view, it's actually really fun to like, I'll write this and like, this can pay off later on, which is great, because in a lot of cases it has to pay off in the next issue because there's only one more.
Well, just know that if something were to happen and this doesn't continue, the chat that's here today, and it's around all the time, will never let Dynamite live it down every time we talk to him. So
all right, well, there you go.
We will
give me a job forever.
Squeaky wheel, man, squeaky wheel. David Nakayama did the A cover, and you did what it's I think it's technically the C cover, which is a really cool shot of the sword. Like, the thing for me that always really impressed, that I loved about the Thundercats, because I was a Thundercats kid, not a He-Man kid. I think there's an important difference. We're different people.
I'm the same, actually. I'm the same. I love He-Man, but Thundercats was
I always thought the Thundercats accoutrement was cooler. Is that something that you're, when you drew your cover, or when you work on thinking about how the art should look for Drew, is that something you're thinking about, like how the stuff works, how the stuff plays?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was definitely an aesthetic to the book that I wanted, that I was aiming for. And I didn't want to be what's the word? I didn't want to be too much. I didn't want to be over Drew's shoulder going, no, do this, because I want him to have the freedom to do interesting stuff, I did the first cover before Drew was attached, so I was kind of flying a little blind there. But I felt, even from a writing point of view, it was interesting to draw something and try and visualize the book, if that makes sense, because David's cover happened after Drew's designs were done. So my cover was before, it was the first image basically. And then with the second cover I did, I think that was a better version of, I know Drew had his designs by then, but it was also a nice way to try and create the visual identity a little bit, you know. And I think the colorists actually used that cover to help come up with the palette for the first issue, which is cool. So I do kind of like, there's a little bit of synergy there, which I like. Not to Drew's detriment, because I want, you know, I always want, like I think Naty had asked if I wanted to come up with new designs, and I was tempted, but I don't know. I think generally if you're drawing the book, you should do the designs, because a lot of people will draw complex designs, and then the guy who's drawing the book is the one who has to draw them every second panel, and
Right.
you're like, why would you do this to the person? You know,
We're looking at you, Ridley Scott.
well, it was drawing a book, like, you know, I think it's worse when artists do it, because it's like, you should know that someone's going to have to draw this like 50 times. But sorry, where's it going with that?
You want Drew to have his own fingers in it. Let him do what he's got to do, because he's the one.
Yes, but I definitely did have a take as regards the mood of the book, you know, of it being kind of more grounded sci-fi, but like leaning into its otherworldly elements. That's why, like, you know, yeah, that's why the costumes are more kind of like, you know, that's why they're wearing trousers, and it's why they have like you know, spacesuits in this opening spread. I just kind of wanted a little bit more of that like lived in sci-fi stuff.
Sure.
And also like there's a cool thing in issue 3, like a different type of costume comes in, and that was all because Drew wanted to draw something. So that's always fun. It's like getting to take your toys and like give put new gear on them. But I'm such a child. But I'm very sorry, Kyle. I've totally gone off the rails again there. What was
You're good. You're good. I just want to. This is for anyone who's listening who may have some swing. We all want a Snarf spinoff.
What's a Snarf?
I actually have a jam piece that hangs on my wall that a bunch of cartoonist friends of mine did, of Spawn Kills Everyone, where they're basically just killing Snarf in different positions as Spawn. So
it's fun. It's the one thing I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about Snarf.
No, that's fine. I'm good with it, but just no. There's some desire for that. So we're.
I'm not saying. I'm just, for the sake of the story, I'm just not going to say anything about Snarf.
That's fair. Just so you know, at the LCS, which is Famous Faces 2 in Florida, it's the most ordered Dynamite book ever. 100 copies of #1 alone.
Holy crap! That's great.
Yeah, local. Every LCS I talk to are excited for this book. Even like I frequent an LCS here who doesn't carry Dynamite books generally. They're a Marvel, DC, Image. And
there are definitely. I know. Yeah, oh, sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. Sorry, man. I know that is the case. I do know there's retailers that are like, if it's not Marvel, DC, you know, but it does. I mean, I don't know. Not knowing people necessarily telling me, but like it does seem to be that Thundercats is the book that's like. I mean, I don't know what the biggest selling Dynamite book ever is. I'm sure there's loads of The Boys probably.
No, I think it's this.
But this is really.
Mm-hmm. I think I would have to confirm. Okay. But
then if it isn't, it must be one of them.
Gargoyles was, and this is approaching, if not surpassing, Gargoyles. So
right, bloody hell! I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, that's just as a fan of Thundercats, that's cool. I keep having to remind myself. Oh wait, you're doing that book.
So Creative Feather.
But I always do the desperate. I'll do the desperate thing. If you like Thundercats, try Old Dogs.
Right.
I'm wondering if we could do like a dog cat promotional.
Well, you know, we have Tony Fleece, or we have Trish Forstner and Tone Rodriguez. Tony's on vacation.
That's right.
So maybe we do an Old Dog, Thundercats,
Old
Stray Dogs, Feral amalgam somewhere.
Do it.
Bring back amalgam.
We just need to talk.
Throw all those in it, right?
yeah. That'll be the new multiverse. Yeah, we'll have our people talk. But sorry, go on.
No, just Declan has an insane output of work, being active as a writer, pencil artist, inker, and colorist. Kudos from Creative Feather. So,
well, she that's Tatiana, and she preps all my pages and flats all my stuff. So like she has a cynically commercial reason to say that, because it gets her more work too. So don't believe her. Don't believe a word she says.
Splatters are unsung heroes in this business, man. Like, shout out to Tatiana Creative Feather for doing it. It's fantastic.
She's a lifesaver.
Where can people support you? Where can they follow you? Where can they interact with you? Where can they find out what you're doing and give you that support for all the work you're doing?
Thanks for asking. I guess Twitter is Declan Shalvey, Instagram is Declan Shalvey. I have a website, declanshalvey.com, and you can sign up to my newsletter there, where every 2 weeks I basically post a work blog. I kind of talk about what I'm working on, and I'll have like some kind of code. Like, I was talking about working on Thundercats before Thundercats was announced. I can't remember the code word I gave it. But so I'll talk about stuff that I can't reveal through code words, and I'll also kind of show little sneak peeks of stuff that I'm working on, and list all the upcoming releases and things like that. So that comes out every couple of weeks. And I guess just buy the books, that's the best way really to present me, because that's I'm not making. Oh wait, sorry, I have a podcast as well. I should mention this stuff, called Tape Deck, where I do interviews with creators I've worked with, and we look at like pencils and scripts and like what it was like to work together. I'm going to do one with Drew actually next month. Once Thundercats comes out, me and him are going to do one where we'll look at the issue and we look at the different kind of stages and stuff, which would be fun. But ultimately, buy the books, because that's how I am a comic book creator, and that is how I make my living.
So everybody go find Dex Podcast and subscribe and share on all the different podcast places. Like, again, I keep reminding you guys, support these creators, support these creators, support these creators. And one of the greatest ways you can do that is not only with your dollar, but with sharing and spreading awareness. And especially when they're doing projects like Old Dog, where they're having to carry the weight, or their podcasts or other things, that share button is your friend. Please, please, please hit share.
That's a good point, man. Thanks for saying that. You're right, because like likes are nice, but like, I don't want a pat on the back. I want more people to know about the thing so they can actually read it. I'm not in it for the social media game. I want people to read stories, and you're right, it's so hard to spread the word. So thanks for saying that. Absolutely.
So everybody, it's been scrolling at the bottom. There are links in the comments for DeclanShelvey.com, Declan Shelvey on all the socials. Please, 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 and go to your LCS. And say,
my OnlyFans. Just kidding.
I know.
What am I talking about?
Creators who have started pages where they just draw live on OnlyFans, and they're making good money.
That's what it was originally for, anyway, wasn't it? It was originally for artists and musicians and things, wasn't it?
No, not originally, but there was.
Oh, okay, all right. I don't know.
They bought that platform. Anyway, so I just want to throw that out there. Follow him everywhere you can, and head to your LCS and say, hey, there are like 96 covers of Thundercats. I would like 94 and a half of them, please, and then hand them money. So,
good plan.
Just make everybody happy that way. So thank you so much, Declan, for being here. I always love to talk to you.
Me, man.
I've been a big fan for a while, so it's great to get to talk to you. And hopefully, Thundercats keeps going and is a colossal hit, and they let you up from the table for a minute to make more Old Dogs. For those of us who are over here going, we need it. So we will see.
I am. It might take me a while, but there's definitely more coming. It's the awesome. One thing I'm committed to the most. So I really do appreciate you asking about it. Thanks, man.
Very cool. So thank you for being here. Everybody stay tuned. In just about a minute's time, we'll be back with Frank Martin. Frank is another writer, creator. So we will be talking to him in just a second. Thank you for being here on the EXP Expo 3. Declan was not part of our first one, and now he's part of our third one. So it's always good to see everybody again. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
Welcome back in, everybody. This is the EXP Expo 3. I am, of course, producer Kyle. I want to thank everybody who's here, everybody who's hanging out with us, for making us part of your Saturday. Hopefully you're with us all day. We're here until midnight Eastern. My butt is already sore, so it's going to be a long day sitting in this chair, but I love it because I get to talk to people like Declan and everybody, but I get to also talk to people who I don't know particularly well, but who have been sent to me, recommended to me by people I trust, like Bronze Age Nerd, who you'll see later. But Bronze put me in contact with our next guest, Frank Martin, and I don't have a ton of knowledge of Frank, so I'm always excited to meet new people and talk to new people about their work. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Frank Martin.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Thank you for having me on. I like that comic shop locator commercial. Did you guys make that, or did they send that over to you?
It's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. It had different voiceover to start and different music to start. And then Diamond didn't renew their licensing on either thing, and so we had to
It's like Diamond
do new voiceover and new music. So,
well, it has a good assortment of different comic shops. Usually, you just see one, so it was nice to just see a whole ecosystem of retailers that nice and kumbaya. I liked it.
Yeah, no, we always one of our big things is find your local comic shop and support them in whatever way you can. And the second thing is find your local comic creator and support them in whatever way you can. So
I like it.
Yeah. So Bronze texts me the other day and says, "Hey, Frank Martin is looking to do some stuff, and we're promoting some books and do something on my channel. Do you want to have him on our normal show, Devil's Advocates?" And I go, "Absolutely. I love talking to people. I love meeting new creators." And then this opportunity presented itself. So I get to talk to you probably 2 or 3 times.
Awesome. And we'll talk about something new every time.
Absolutely. Which is the key to all of this. So let's start here. Tell me how you got into comics. Tell me your origin story.
My origin story is I've always been a storyteller. I've loved stories. And, in like elementary school, that's when they assign kids, write a short story, kids. And I did that, and I had fun doing it. I remember the story I wrote. It was like a Halloween story about zombies coming to life, maybe first grade or something. And I just never stopped. I just kept writing. And I loved comics up in middle school, high school, but I was never interested in making comics until I got to college. And I'm like, I love writing stories. I love reading comics. Let me try combining the two. And I kind of never looked back, even though it's been a steep learning curve. It's taken me a while to figure out, but it's been fun growing pains.
Absolutely. And when you say you've always been a storyteller, I'm always fascinated by people who recognize that in themselves early. Was it you would talk to adults and you would recount your day and you were able to keep them interested, or was it what part of it was it for you that was the storyteller part?
I enjoyed consuming stories. And when you consume so much stuff, you're inevitably going to sort of make up your own. And I just kind of did that naturally. And I realized I love I was a Blockbuster kid. And I realized I love just going down the sci-fi aisle or the action aisle or the horror aisle and just getting one thing after the other and just watching everything I could. And it took me a while to realize that most people don't do that. Like they just stick to one thing and they want to absorb one thing. And once I realized that it didn't matter what type of story it was, I would sit down and watch any rom-com with my wife just because I love the dynamic of characters and relationships and all that stuff. And I realized like I'm a student of that because I love telling stories myself. I love consuming other stories and then chopping them up and then putting them in a blender and making my own.
Sure. And I think that's an important part in the creation of comics, right? Is being able to take from all the different experiences, all the different stories we've heard, all the different things we know, and sort of amalgamate them and then put your own spin on them. And put your book out.
That's what I love to do. I take a big influence from, I think his name is Danny Boyle, the director. He did 28 Days Later and Sunshine and Slumdog Millionaire. And if you look at the movies he makes, they're like the ones I just mentioned. They're all over the map. You got sci-fi, you got drama, you got horror. And in an interview, I heard him say, I want to make every story at least once. And then I never want to return to something. Just keep like putting my spin on new things. And I feel the same way. Like I want to write a werewolf story, and I want to write my own rom-com, and I want to write a heist story and a detective story. I want to check off all those boxes. And it seems natural to me to want to do that. But then I talk to people and they're like, Frank, just like pick a lane, just stay one thing. And I'm like, I can't. I want to write what I enjoy, and I enjoy everything. That's just kind of how it turned out.
And I don't think picking a lane is necessarily that wise. You know, it always, you scratch the itch that needs scratched, right?
There's pros and cons to both, right? Like I get to scratch all my itches. I feel good about myself putting out all these stories. But when you bounce around so much, it's hard for someone to, let's just say, remember you, right? If you're putting out a series and you have 6 issues, oh, so-and-so is putting out issue 3, now issue 4. But when I'm starting from scratch again and I put out a new thing, they're like, wait, this was the horror guy, and now he's doing the detective thing, and then, but wait, now he's doing the a rom-com thing. And it's just, even though it works, but it's taken a long time to get momentum and for people to be like, yeah, I like Frank's stories, and regardless of where he's going to go, I'm going to follow him, which honestly, it means a lot that people would do that.
Yeah, no, and it was an interesting thing. You sent me the PDF of.
I'm sorry I sent that to you so late. I should have sent it to you.
No, you're absolutely fine. And I was just kind of looking through it just now, and it feels incredibly familiar. It feels like things I've seen and read before, just in terms of the art style and the kind of the crux, or what feels like the crux of the story. I admittedly didn't have a ton of time to dig in and get really in depth and into the weeds with it, which I will do before we talk again, guarantee. But it feels like it has some of the Where the Wild things are, and some of these.
Were you familiar with the project of what I sent you? What it actually is?
I was not. Like I said, it's one of those things is that I love when people recommend me things I don't know about, right? Because it lets me discover a new universe. So like I'm looking at your website and there's like a ton of stuff that I'm like, this is my jam. Let me dig in. And so that's kind of where that started, is like I'm looking at a book on your website right now called The Last Homicide.
That's my detective noir. That was my noir itch.
cover and title sold. Like it's that kind of, that I love when I find somebody that I'm not super familiar with. So tell me about Where the Nightmares Are.
Okay.
And
so when you say it's familiar and Where the Wild Things Are, that's exactly what it is. It's me it's essentially a parody of Where the Wild Things Are, but it's me putting my own horrific spin on it. It's a parody, not in the comedic sense, but just a homage to it, putting my own spin on it. And that's exactly what it is. I basically took Where the Wild Things Are. I used my own relationship with my daughter as influence, and I did the story kind of my version of it, my way. And it's still all ages appropriate. Instead of a storybook, it's a comic, but still it hits all the same story beats of Where the Wild Things Are. But I infused my own personal feelings with my daughter in it, and my own love for horror. And again, took all those different elements, threw them in a blender, and this is the story that popped out.
And I think that's really cool. Weird Al calls them pastiches. It's his version of whatever. And I think that's a good, okay, let me rephrase my startup here on this. I think the idea of taking something that for so many of us is so familiar, putting your life into it and putting your spin on it is a really great idea, because it gives people another opportunity later in life, in a different position in life, to reconnect with the same characters, with the same world, and some of those same feelings they had.
Yeah.
Right when they were encountering it the first time.
I think us comic book readers and fans this is why we're drawn to superheroes, characters that have been around for so long that writers have tried to put their own spin on it. They're inevitably going to recycle the same ideas and concepts, but that's kind of why we enjoy them. They're like toys. They're toys in a box, and every writer gets to pick them up, play with them, and we get to see what kind of worlds and stories they create for these characters. And it's that familiarity. Yeah, we know Bruce Wayne's story. We know the Flash's story or Spider-Man's story, and the way that these writers can tweak them a little bit and bring them to life in their own ways. That's why we gravitate to them. It's that air of the familiarity doing something new.
When you started your comic writing journey, is this the direction you thought you were going to go? Did you always intend to kind of be independent, doing your own thing, kind of making the books that you want to make? Or did you have aspirations to be Jim Lee?
Well, as a writer, not an artist, I would never want to be Jim Lee.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
I can. So in terms of the drawing spectrum, you can't be further apart from me and Jim Lee. I have actually zero artistic talent, but in an essence, yes, I would love to. I mean, that's why I got into comics in the first place. I love these characters. I would love to one day put their spin on them, but you can't just show up at Marvel and say, put me on Amazing Spider-Man. You have to prove yourself. You got to put out your own stories. And at some point, you have to realize that it's easier to get into the NFL than it is to write for a mainstream comic book publisher. So once you accept that reality, it's something I strive towards, something I would love to do. However, I still have to put my sights on the immediate future, which means stories that I am crafting here today and putting my all in today. And I couldn't be happier with the work that I've been putting out.
So you crowdfunded.
Yes.
Where the monsters are. Is crowdfunding your primary method of doing stuff these days? Or I see you have a Patreon, you have a lot of stuff happening. So do you have a preference, or is it just kind of a whatever?
Crowdfunding is my, I would say, definitely primary outlet for putting out books. Originally, I tried to work with publishers, but it's hard for everybody. Obviously, comics is not the easiest industry to try to make a return on your investment in. And so it's hard for a creator, especially one that doesn't have a track record, to contact a publisher and want to put a book out through the direct market, because you need to show a series, but then you have to put money into showing that series. And what if it doesn't pan out? What if you don't make a publisher? All that money you put into that pitch is inevitably going to be lost. Crowdfunding, for me and so many others, is a way to circumvent that traditional route and put books directly into readers' hands. And so that's primarily where I'm at. I would love to work with publishers if they want to put stuff out in comic book shops, because that's something that's out of my reach. I can't really work with distributors and put them out, but publishers have their place. My Patreon, everything on my Patreon is free. I don't expect people to sign up there and start giving me money for nothing, because you could get everything you want there for free. But I do put out weekly content there. If people want to just see little web comics, little short stories that I put out. So it's a balance of putting out comics, crowdfunding them to generate revenue to do other stuff, and also having a stream of free content that's so that people can engage with you without necessarily giving you their dollars.
Right. Well, one of the things that I was going to come to later, but you kind of mentioned it, is on your website, something I think you do that's really cool that I don't see a lot of people doing, is you have free reads. You have PDFs or downloadables, or even just pages with the page, that you can read these books straight from your website. So you almost get the first taste is free, right? Like there's a sample.
A little bit. You know what? There's for so many of us, Tyler James over at Comics Tribe is kind of Comics Launch is how he teaches how to crowdfund. And he says he's got so much great advice. And what he says is, before people can give you their money, they have to know, like, and trust you. You have to figure out ways to make those things happen. And providing free content and saying, look, this is me. This is what I can do. And afterwards, hopefully you'll know, like, and trust me, and then you'll back a new book that I'm asking you to pay for. So I've also been fortunate in that early on in my writing career, I write novels and I write comics. I was in a lot of short story anthologies, prose anthologies, which gave me a whole bunch of back catalog content for me to do stuff with. You know, I could go into my computer, look at a short story that was published 10 years ago, give it a read through, a little re-edit, slap a cover on it, and hand it out to my readers, my mailing list, as a free short story. Because creators have this weird hiccup that we hate asking people to back things or to purchase our new things. So I use these stories as a little thank you, a little gift after a campaign to say, thank you for putting up with my promotional BS. Here's a story. If you got 20 minutes, you just want to sit down and dive into it.
But I mean, I like that idea of this no barrier to entry, right? Like once we find out about Frank Martin and we go to Frank Martin's website or we go to Frank Martin's social media, and all of that stuff is there, right? And it's this idea of there's no barrier between you and the fandom keeping them from you. It's about awareness, which is a very interesting kind of thing. So Jay said that you were on with our buddy Chuck the other night. Chuck Pino, the editor.
Chuck and I have a weekly get together in the middle of the day, but it's a very informal thing. So I told him last year, I made a decision to dump social media last year. I don't go on Twitter. I don't go on Facebook or Instagram. They were time sucks. I was devoting myself to them too much. I don't think I was getting enough out of it. But those platforms are still important. I want to utilize them without feeling like I'm on them all the time. And one ways I thought I could do that is say, it was like, Chuck, do you just want to go live like every week and just talk about nothing in like on the middle of the day and just stream it to stuff? And he's like, absolutely. So we've been doing that since I guess last week of December. And I pitched it to him as kind of like old guys at the diner having coffee, you know, just kind of just hanging out, talking. And even though I'm not giving anybody stories or comics, I'm putting my face out there so people can know, like, and trust me. They're getting familiar with me, who I am. So when I put out a book, they're like, oh, Frank, that moron that I see weekly on Facebook, they hangs out with Chuck. I'll definitely check out his new book. I mean, you got to try to do something. You can't just sit back, put out a book, and hope people will give you money for it.
Well, you mentioned Tyler and Dirk Manning, who's going to be on in a few tomorrow. In his book, Right or Wrong, says before you can crowdfund, you have to find your crowd.
Sorry, he's not wrong.
You're right. They have to know, like, and trust you. And I think that's a big thing, right? In our business is that we follow and support creators. We follow and support the people we like, in addition to the companies we like or the characters we like. So
I think sorry to cut you off. I think
you're good.
I think readers do that because they understand we're not just like making a thing and putting it out there to make money. We put a lot of heart into these works. They understand that they're a part of our soul leaves us when we finish these stories and this art. So they understand that it resonates with them. And so, yeah, they'll want to see the next thing we have putting out because they know it's coming from the heart and it's a labor of love. Unlike just some product, like some Furby that we're just throwing out there to have the latest toy or the latest whatever. Right. These are truly passion projects.
Absolutely. So the question I was heading to is what have you found works best for kind of getting people who is this, and can we give him
who's this? This is my dog. She's being riled up by my daughter off camera. So people who stream with me know I have practically a zoo running around behind me in my house.
Hey, I like that we got the goodest boy.
Get out. You're bothering me. Get out. Never ends. Never ends.
Hey, but you know what? That age is super fun because they can interact and they can do stuff. I have a nephew who's a little young still, like understand why Uncle Kyle takes him to the comic book store. But eventually he'll get it, so it's cool. But I guess the question I was asking is, what methods have you found are best for kind of getting your name out there and building those sort of relationships of like, trust, stuff?
Honestly, guys like you that do things like this, it's talking to people about things you like, talking to other creators or people that just provide platforms for us to show our faces, because I think social media has really injured a lot of people, because it's hard to, when people send a tweet or post something on Facebook, people weren't meant to communicate through words, just like big blanket words that are put in front of our faces. We're meant to talk. We're meant to see our faces. You want to know who's behind these books. And it's hard to just do that through static social media. So platforms like this are a huge boon to creators that get to introduce themselves to the world. They get to see video of who these people are, why they do what they do, the passion for what they do. So one of my plans when I stepped back from social media was to do more stuff like this, to put myself out there, talk to new people, and try to expose myself to a whole new audience without necessarily reaching out through these social platforms directly, I should say.
Sure. I think it's an interesting direction to kind of abandon social media. I would love to. If I could, I would.
I dreaded it for so long. I wish to do it. And going back to Tyler, what he says is you're never going to know what something happens unless you have data on it, right? You need to experiment, collect data in order to make decisions. So when I was thinking, I'm so fed up with social media. I want to step back. I want to do it smartly, but I'm just going to go for it because I'm afraid it's going to affect my crowdfunding. I won't know this until I try it and I collect the data. So I came up with a plan of what I was going to do. I implemented it in the first of the year, and I just finished my first crowdfunding, and it was great, and I was happy with it. And you know what? I'm enjoying this route that I'm taking, where I'm kind of on the periphery of social media without necessarily being on it completely. So yeah, I'm happy with where I'm at so far. I mean, it's only January. We got 11 more months to go.
Right. New Year's resolution holding strong. Yeah, I can't.
I mean, this is we're getting away from comics here, but there have been so many news stories about social media and how once we're on it, it like literally rewires our brain, how we think, how we approach certain things, and it's hard to detach. And having 3 kids, we're kind of the first generation of parents to raise kids in this social media infested world. It's uncharted territory, and I'm trying to keep them off of it for so long and trying to really manage what it's like, because for a brain that's still developing and is very influential, or I should say can be influenced easily, social media is very new for seeing how it affects our youngsters.
Yeah, no, for sure. To kind of get back onto a less serious topic, but still super serious to us. Comic books.
Right.
You've mentioned bouncing around and kind of not having a lane per se, but kind of doing a little bit of whatever kind of is in your head at the time. Or whatever itch needs scratched. When you're doing that, I imagine it's hard to find a frequent collaborator or someone to work with on everything. So how do you approach that part of it?
You would be surprised. You're talking about artists, as a writer, finding an artist to collaborate with?
Writers or artists, editors, colorists. You know, if each project is different, do you go out and try and find someone for each project? Or do you have a bunch of people you go, hey, I'm working on this. Who wants to play with it?
Everything is different. For the most part, artists will work on whatever you pay them for. They don't really care what it is. As long as you're paying for their work, they'll draw anything. Writers, I don't collaborate as often with writers, but when I do, writers I've learned are like me. They're eager for stories. And if I'm presenting them with an opportunity to do something new, even if it's outside of their specialty, they'll still attempt it just because they are willing to push themselves and try something different and expand. So even those that are like stuck in a wheelhouse that only do this one thing, they'll toy around and try something different. So I'm very fortunate to work in a field that's filled with creative people that don't like to limit themselves. Even if they might have the perception that they limit themselves, if you present them with something different, they'll jump at it. So there's fun people making comics. They don't really like to turn things down. Everybody just loves to play, you know.
It's true. Is there I'm going to hold this question. I'm going to save this question because I think it comes better after the next question I want to ask, which is, when we were talking and we were setting this up, you were talking about you're kind of between projects right now. Like the one just ended. I imagine we're waiting to print and fulfill.
Yeah, I do 6 campaigns a year, and I did that last year. The year before that, I did 5. So I feel fairly fluid right now in that it's just campaign fulfillment. But yes, Where the Nightmares Are ended yesterday, so I've ended that fulfillment stage for that before I jump in the next one.
Cool. But when you're doing that many of these kind of projects, and they are varied,
Mm-hmm.
what's your process like in that regard? Like, do you just kind of mentioned it, you finish the fulfillment before you jump into the next one?
Mm-hmm.
But what is your creative process? Like, do you have the next one written already? Do you have the next concept? How far out are you?
Comics, when you're making comics, you're constantly living in multiple times at once. It feels like, you know, I'm in this time talking to you, getting ready to fulfill and launch my next one. I'm also in next year where I have all the scripts written for those stories. I'm talking to artists, looking over pages, planning when I'm going to release these, setting deadlines for those people for next year. And then I'm also looking in 2026, planning those books, starting outlining and writing those. So yeah, I feel like I'm constantly like a time displaced time traveler. Like I'm Dr. Manhattan experiencing all this time at once. And so, yeah, I do plan things out. I know all of the launch dates for all the 5 remaining projects for this year. I even know the launch dates for next year too. But one of the benefits of working on so many different projects is things are fluid. You know, if one gets delayed, one is ahead of schedule, I can mix and match and move things around. Whereas if you have one project, that's what your focus is. It's harder to be as flexible in terms of putting things out. You're like, I'm sorry, this book's not ready. We're going to have to wait until next month to launch it. Whereas me, I'll just put something else in that slot.
I think that's a good way to do it. Have you found, you mentioned doing 5 last year or 6 last year and 5 the year before. Have you found that crowdfunding and kickstarting is pretty reliable? I mean, do you see fluctuations in your campaigns? I know some creators who will have one campaign go nuts and the next campaign they're like struggling to back their fund, or have you found it to be pretty reliable?
Yes. Everybody has their own level that they're at that they feel comfortable funding. But yes, even those that do campaigns that can raise $100,000 might find that the next one only raises 10 or 20, which it's all relative. If I did a $10,000 campaign, it would be my best one yet. But so everybody's got their own little stage or level that they're at. But everybody has fluctuations depending on their best campaign and their worst campaign. That could be back to back. It's really every single campaign is also, you have that little crossing fingers that it's just going to pop off for whatever reason, resonate with everybody, and you're going to do gangbusters. But then you also at the same time have that possibility that it's just going to fall flat and it's not going to take off. And although you have a feeling what a campaign is going to do one way or another, once you hit that launch button, people are surprised all the time. The comic market is crowdfunding market. It's crazy. So it's you can predict it, but you're going to be wrong a lot.
Do you see a lot of the same names project to project, regardless of kind of what the content of that project is?
You're talking about backers?
Yeah.
Or
a lot of the same.
Yes.
supporters.
Yes. I think I am fortunate enough that I do have a group of backers that I'm seeing every single campaign, which at one time I'm feeling so awesome about. I feel so grateful that people are willing to take a shot in everything I do, regardless. But I also feel bad because I'm like, I got to bang them for shipping every time, and I launch 6 campaigns a year. I would love to just hand them the book in person, that I don't have to charge them for separate shipping 6 times a year, because that's one of the things that retailers have over us, or the direct market has over crowdfunders, is that it's all right there. They just pick it up, they can start reading it.
There was a friend of mine who did a crowdfunding campaign years ago. And one of the shipping options was meet so-and-so at a convention.
Mm.
Right. And it was one of the options for shipping. It was $0, but you had to come up with like a catchphrase, like, so that he would know you were the actual backer.
You need it's a CIA spycraft.
Right. Right. And I just remember going, okay, I've known this guy now for 10 years. It's his second published work, but I've known him for, since he was going to college near me. And I go, I'm going to make this as awkward as possible, so his publisher, who wasn't a small publisher, has to see our code word. And he goes, bro, they're going to take that option away from me thanks to you. I love the idea of being able to hand people that you only know transactionally through the internet a product, right? And that's the gorgeous thing about conventions or appearances or store signings or any of that kind of stuff. Do you do a lot of that?
I don't. I wish I did more. That's one of the things that I always tell myself to do more of, and I never really either follow through on it or it doesn't work out. 2020 was going to be my big convention year. I was like, I'm going to turn it all around. I had them all lined up. I did one in January in New Jersey. I was so hopeful. And then I had another one in Philadelphia lined up for like April. And obviously lockdown happened before April. And the money I paid for that table just kind of like vanished into the wind.
Yeah.
So I got beat up that year a little bit planning for conventions, and I never recovered, and I haven't gone. It's also not easy. I have a wife who runs a business. She's a working mom. I have 3 kids. Everybody's running around doing stuff. It's hard to step away. I love one-day conventions because it's like in and out. I don't have to worry about staying over or anything like that. But it's tough. It's tough. And ask any creator. It's awesome to do local conventions. But I've noticed if you start to do a bunch of local conventions, you might see the same people over and over again. So it helps to spread out. But then you got to think about logistics like airfare, and if you have books you got to bring with you, or if you're going to have a road trip, when you need to leave and where you're going to stay. It's just a lot of logistics involved, a lot of extraneous costs that it becomes very hard to make your money back, especially. And conventions are not a hugely great business either. They're struggling like everybody else. So they're going to up their prices. And when they up their prices, it makes it harder for tables with unknown indie books to sell stuff. So it's just not easy, but it's hard to put to understate the value of, like you said, that face-to-face interaction.
Yeah, and that's true. Conventions are in their gamble, right? You're going to output all this money ahead of time, and you might go and you might, for lack of a better term, eat it, right? You might. Mm-hmm. I tell this story all the time when I'm warning people about conventions. I love conventions. I do a ton of them, but don't pin all of your hopes on a convention. I did a convention one time where on Friday night I made money. On Saturday I was in the profit. We went to dinner Saturday night, and dinner cost enough that we went back into the red, and we didn't make a dime on Sunday. Yeah. So I literally ate my profits.
The weird thing about comics or just any sort of when you're in the business of selling art is that it's hard to tell where your benefits are coming from. So for instance, you could go to a convention, you could have sign up for my mailing list form on the table. You could lose money on that convention, but you might get enough names to add to your mailing list that those people end up buying your stuff for years to come. So it's hard to weigh. There's a lot of invisible benefits to putting your name out there, putting your face out there. All that's the time and work I put into putting out that free content. I'm not making any money from it, but who knows who's going to see that, become a fan of mine in the future, and ends up spending money on stuff for me down the line. So in the end, all of this stuff adds up, and you can't really get too down on yourself when something doesn't work, because it's just, I like to quote Dory from Finding Nemo when she says, like, just keep swimming. You just gotta just keep swimming, just keep going, just keep writing, just keep putting things out, and hopefully it all adds up in the end.
I love that just keep swimming mentality. And that's one of the things that I took from Tyler as well, is this idea of you don't know what you do is going to net you at the end of the day, right? Henri Compen and I have had numerous conversations about, dude, how many signups did you get for your mailing list at that convention? Okay, you didn't sell out, but you got how many? Like, that's going to convert. That kind of idea of measuring your successes differently than people might expect.
Yeah. And it's a tough game because at the same time, you also have to look at things critically and analyze and see what's not working. So you want to take in all the benefits. You want to try to see all the invisible angles, but you still want to be critical and drop something if it's not working, which is, it's hard, but you know what? We all knew this was going to be hard, so, and it's fun. In the meantime, you get to talk about stupid stories and have a blast and discuss art. So it's a mixed bag, this comic book world we're in.
Absolutely. Everybody, if you're watching this, I just want to give you all a shout out for being here. Thank you for being here. Head over to frankthewriter.com. There's links in the description, or there's links in the comments. We'll have links on our website from Frank's picture here in a little bit. And subscribe to the mailing list. Hit share the website out, share to people, subscribe to the mailing list so you can find out when Frank is doing something new that you might be into. Obviously not every project is for every person, but guess what? Somebody who does as much as Frank does, he's going to do something for you. I guarantee it.
At some point in time.
Well, it's one of those things is that I like creators who are very varied in what they do, because I think that every creator has a story for somebody. It just might not be at the time when you're crossing that creator for the first time. So
I love when I'm at conventions and I'm like, you're eyeing the people as they walk up the artist alley, and having as many books as I do, I kind of in that minute, I'm like, okay, this person is going to come up to my table and I can like look at them and I'm like, what book am I going to pitch them? Because everybody's going to like something. And I love the fact that when people say, what do you got? I'm like, what do you like? And then from there, I can kind of target them and tailor, pitch them what type of book I think that they might be into. There was a time when I was first starting out, I didn't have really any all ages stuff or things that I could be kid suitable, at least at the time. So when I would see a family with like two little kids walking and they're like, hey kids, you want to look at this guy's stuff? I'm like, no, just keep going. I don't got stuff for you, which kind of stunk not being able to put something in a kid's hands. But I'm in a position now where I can do that. Or if a dark goth person that looks like they're on the verge of death walks up to my table, I have books for them too. So God, I try to make everybody happy, which is something not every writer can attest to.
Yeah, I have a friend who's a writer who's 22 years in the business and just put out his first all ages book because got tired of people going, what do you have that my kid can read? I'm here buying your wrestling book or whatever. What do you have my kid can read? And he's going, my business card. So it's an interesting kind of idea. We talked a little bit about where the monsters are, but
nightmares, where the nightmares are.
Nightmares, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I see it. You got a long day ahead of you. I don't know how you're gonna last. You got to get some coffee in you or something.
I got an energy drink right over there that in between segments I'm going to pound until my heart. Where the nightmares are, and tell us about some of the other books. Like if people head over to franktherwriter.com and click on store, what are some things that you think might interest? We have a lot of folks here who are big fans of Dynamite comics and big fans of horror and action and that kind of stuff. So what should people go look at?
So one thing that I've noticed, I don't want to say I regret putting out so much different stuff, but like I said, it's been hard to build that momentum. So one of the series that I've been putting out that I'm doubling down on next year is my series Grimspace, which is it's similar to Where the Nightmares Are, because I took Where the Wild Things Are and I did my own spin on it. What Grimspace is, I take fairy tales that we're all familiar with, like Jack and the Beanstalk and Pinocchio, and I basically put them into a space fantasy Star Wars-esque setting. They're retellings of those stories in that kind of world. So 2 years ago, I did the first one, which was Jack and the Nav Unit. That was Jack and the Beanstalk. Last year, I did Pinocchio. And all of these books are in the same universe. They all cross over. The characters have cameos and stuff. It's a book that's currently put to the direct market by Scout. And I'm doubling down on it next year. That's going to be my main series. All 6 of my launch slots are going to be reserved for Grimspace titles. And so I'm doing a Peter Pan story, Three Little Pigs, Cinderella. It's something that I'm working on now. I'm very excited with. I'm picking out, working with artists and finalizing the last script for that, where all of the books are kind of standalone, but I'm following the MCU kind of trend where they're all standalone, but then the last one of the year is going to be a big crossover story. So I'm really excited for what people think of it. And I'm known as the one-shot guy, the guy that just does one story, one and dones. So I'm really interested to see how people respond when I actually try to do long-form storytelling where things interconnect and build on each other. And it's gonna be interesting. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, and it just clicked to me where I knew your name from. Scout and James Hake putting that book to me in person. And I'm excited for the idea of Three Little Pigs in space. Three Little Pigs in Star Wars. If they're not Tusken, if they're not like I can't think of the name of the creature from Star Wars with the horn, the tusks, and that's perfect because every take has got to be different, and I love it.
So what I'm doing for Three Little Pigs, I'm doing something a little different. I'm going to be retelling it, but the premise is that it takes place afterwards. So the big bad wolf is kind of one of the main characters on this spaceship, or at least the big bad wolf representative. And the Three Little Pig for the brick house, the house he couldn't knock down, contacts him and asks him for help because they have a good relationship now. And somebody knocked down his brick house. And he's asking the big bad wolf to come and figure out and investigate who knocked down the house that the big bad wolf couldn't. And so it's going to be interesting. And I'm going to have a Sherlock Holmes character too show up in that story. So it's like the big bad wolf and Sherlock Holmes have a little tension to try to solve the mystery on their own. So I'm having a blast with all these stories. That's what I really love, is reimagining, putting spins and twists on all these different stuff. It's exercise. I consider it like storytelling exercise.
Yeah, no, I love the idea of the big bad wolf, instead of huffing and puffing, he has a Death Star basically, to knock down the other two houses. Like, I love the idea of we could just take this thing and crank it up to 11 and break the knob off.
Yeah, there's so many different avenues that can be taken to try to do things this way. And right now I'm writing the crossover, the one that's at the end. So I'm seeing it all come together. And yeah, it's actually a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to play around with these characters that have been around for hundreds of years that have withstood the test of time, and giving them like lightsabers and phasers and stuff like that.
Absolutely. I'm actually losing my train of thought because I'm writing Three Little Pigs in my head, but all I'm hearing is the Green Jello song.
The Green
Three Little Pigs. So it's this weird miasma that's happening. What's it like working with Scout? What has it been like working with them on Grimspace? Has that been a good collaboration? Has that
so far they've been fairly supportive in like, Frank, where are you going to take this next? What are you going to do? And I'm like, I want to do this, and this. And they haven't pushed back on anything. They're like, when are you going to be ready? Next month? I'm like, no, maybe next year. They're like, okay, great. So they've been really behind the book and wanting to see it out. And that's behind the scenes. In front of the scenes, they've worked on tons of variants and tons of covers. They're like, how many covers do you have available? And I said, I have this cover, but it's like the same cover that I used on the Kickstarter. They go, send it to us. We're going to tweak the colors. We'll make it a metal cover, and it's going to be amazing. I'm like, okay. So they're really enthusiastic about putting out these products and doing different things, which has been new for me I'm running these Kickstarters all by myself. Don't have a big aspirations as far as metal covers and doing all these different stuff. So to be part of a team that loves to put out merchandise and stuff like that, it's been cool. It's been a different experience.
Yeah, I think Scout is doing some really cool things in terms of bringing along and bringing up independent creators and giving them that distribution. So guys, if you're looking for a Frank Martin book, Grimspace, I bet your local comic shop can get it from Scout for you. So head into your local comic shop and check that out. Talking of reimagining and putting a little twist on things, is there and we're gonna cross off Grimspace. We're not gonna count that. Is there a story? Is there a mythology? Is there a superhero? Is there something that you're like, you know what? If I had all the time and all the money in the world to do this is what I'm doing?
You know what I would love to write? And this is not comic books. This would be film. There's so many adaptations I would love to write movies for. I would love to adapt Ex Machina, the Brian K. Vaughan book. It's such a long book. It would be so hard to turn into a movie, but I would love a chance to try it. I would love to write a movie for the Sentry, like the Marvel character. I wouldn't want to put him in the MCU, but I imagine, like, what if in Fight Club, Tyler Durden was Superman? Like, that's how I imagine a Sentry movie to be. Like, that would be pretty wild. I would love to do stuff like that. Just adapt stuff for the screen. I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan. I love Final Fantasy VII. That's what I do as a writer. I sit down in my bed and I wonder, what would a Final Fantasy VII movie look like? That's just, and I love just trying to challenge myself to say, okay, how will this thing work on the screen? If that would be my dream job, would be just adapting weird things from movies that are difficult to adapt, not easy.
Right. Are you one that likes that challenge of, okay, this seems like it'd be hard to put a new spin on?
I love the challenge of storytelling. Absolutely. I try to when somebody says, oh, a story like that would never work, I'm drooling at the chance of trying to make stories work that people think aren't possible. Sometimes I do streams where we're writing on the stream and we just come off with stories. I have a show where I come on with a creator and we're just basically like freestyle writing. And the first one I did, we're taking ideas from the audience and a person just threw together a random string of words. They're like, write a story about Nazis, rabbits, hot air balloons. They just said like a bunch of random stuff. And they go, JK. I'm like, no, it's too late. You said it. I'm going to make a story about this now. So
Right.
I made a story about a monster hunting rabbit who attacked Nazi bases from a hot air balloon with a banana machine gun. It was the stupidest thing in the world, but it was fun.
Can I read that one?
I'm sorry.
Where can I read that one? Because that's my jam.
I work at you know what? I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna put it on my free reads.
I love animals doing people things, and I love when the people things that animals doing are super extreme and absurd.
Yes.
I have a piece of art from a manga artist that I had commissioned, and it's essentially a shark swinging He-Man over his head like he's a lasso.
Okay.
Because animals doing absurd people things, like, you know, like I want you to draw an animal doing people things, and this is what he drew. And okay, great, love it.
I
Done.
think that's why so many people love Rocket from the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. It's like he's a raccoon. He's absolutely a raccoon, but he's a smack talking raccoon that can build crazy inventions and loves big guns. So
Right.
That's why he resonates so well with people, and that's why Guardians of the Galaxy 3 people loved it so much, because it took this character, this wild and crazy animal character that has been fun for 2 movies, and really humanized him, really
Right.
gave him a deep-hearted story.
You know, they won an award from PETA for that movie. Like,
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, the kind of opening people's eyes to this sort of animal experimentation and stuff, and how really terrible it is and can be. And
I wrote an analysis piece on that movie, praising the visual effects team as artists in and of themselves. We think of so many times visual effects guys, they're just doing magic and crazy backgrounds and space and spaceships, but they made Rocket and the other animals there look like characters with feelings and emotions, and you felt their pain. And that takes skill. That is not easy to pull off.
Absolutely. So we've been plugging Frank the Writer on Instagram and X at the scroll at the bottom. Even though Frank says he's off social media, go follow those places.
Well, you know what's so great is that when you post on Patreon, they say share this to X or share this to Facebook, so I can just like do something there and send it out to Facebook without physically logging onto Facebook and seeing the stream, and like being like, maybe if I just look at one more comment, it eliminates that temptation. So I do still have stuff on there. It's just I'm posting it through a third-party site.
Oh, sure. It doesn't matter. Go follow Frank on Instagram and X. You're going to get your information. Those are 2 easy places to get your information, on top of go subscribe to the Patreon. And if there's an opportunity to, give some money, support some products through the Patreon, do it. But franktherewriter.com is I love your website. It's got everything is super easy to find and interesting to look at.
Thank you.
Where else can people find you? Where else can they support you? Where else can they hand you money so that you can keep doing this?
Honestly, you nailed it. Being on my mailing list, getting my bi-monthly emails will inform you about projects I have launching on Kickstarter, about books I have with publishers that are either going to be placed on Amazon or at a retailer or a comic shop. So that's the best source of information to learn about me and my goings-ons and all that jazz.
Right. And the links are now in the comments to take you right to the mailing list sign-up page. Yep. So make sure you do that. I like to ask everybody some questions they can't possibly be prepared for, but I'm gonna hold off for a second and ask, what's the name of the show with Chuck, and where do people go to find that?
So the fun thing is you can't go anywhere to find it, really. It's not a show. It's just like us hanging out. One of the jokes Chuck and I had is that I'm like, Chuck, what should we call this? And he's like, how about we just call it a different thing every time? So every time we start a new stream, I put like writing with Chuck or hanging out with Chuck or Chuck time or Chuckorama. And I'm just playing around with it. And I don't know what you're showing me.
What's the name of the...
My wife is...
Place, sorry.
Go away.
What's the name
Text
of the place?
me. I'll be done in 10 minutes.
What's the name of the place?
Mascaro. She's taking my daughter to soccer. She's like, where am I taking her? What's the name of the gym? Where were we? Chuck. Oh, one of the great things about this thing with Chuck is that it's so informal that we were kind of like, whatever. If we can't do it 1 week, we're just do it like if we can't do it at 1:00, we'll do it at 3:00, or can't do it on Wednesday, we'll just do it on Thursday. So it's very spontaneous. The best way I would say to follow along with it is to be Facebook friends with me and Chuck, because then it'll pop up in your feed. You could subscribe to me on YouTube. That's a great way to do it.
There you go. And that is
what is that? I don't know. Search. I think it's YouTube.
Search for Frank the Writer on
Frank
YouTube.
Martin Writer.
Frank Martin Writer on YouTube.
Yeah.
So those of you watching on YouTube, hit subscribe and like on this, and then while we're in commercial, head over to Frank Martin Writer on YouTube and hit subscribe and like on that.
You know what's great? You asked me an answer to a question you asked me a question I should have known the answer to, and I didn't. So I already accomplished that goal.
Is there a story that you haven't cracked yet that you're itching to crack? That
I have had stories that I've started writing and then abandoned, because any writer will tell you there's a difference between a good story and a good idea. And I've had things that I thought were good ideas, but I haven't nailed the story yet. And one of those things, I see glimpses of it every once in a while because people do something similar. And I'm like, maybe I can make this happen. I want to do like a Modern Family-esque comedy using the pantheon of like Greek gods. Like something like that. Like Zeus is the dad and Athena's like the daughter who like gives him shit all the time. Am I allowed to curse? I don't know.
Yeah, you're good. We're past.
But that was a good idea,
Yes,
and I started writing it, and then I realized I have no story here. There's no plot. I just have a scenario, and I kind of stopped. So I wish that's like on my to-do list. That's like the girl that got away. Is that story
right? I pitched an idea to an artist friend of mine just the other day, and that was kind of his response was, it's a good idea, but where do we go with it? I'm going, yeah, that's fair. Let me think about it. Give me a year and I'll come up with a better idea.
Chuck, I call Chuck my idea dumpster because I have so many good ideas that I'm just let go and they just fly out of my head because I never actually write them into stories. So I'll come up with ideas and then just message to Chuck the idea and he'll be like, that's awesome. And then that's it. We'll leave it at that. So I feel at least somebody got to hear these ideas in my head that I'm never going to write stories for.
I'm going to steal that. We're going to make an idea dumpster t-shirt.
Idea dumpster.
Promote Chuck's show on The Experience.
Idea dumpster. He'll like that.
Chuck hosts our game show. He'll be on in a few hours hosting our game show every week. And he's just a great dude. And so I want to make him a t-shirt that says idea dumpster now. It's happening.
Sorry, Chuck. I'm sorry.
No, he'll dig it. So questions you can't possibly be prepared for. You walk into a deli or a restaurant. What's your go-to sandwich order?
Go-to sandwich order. I'm simple. Chicken cutlet with mayo, lettuce, tomato on a roll, and Swiss.
Nice. I'm a ham, turkey, and salami on whatever kind of guy. So,
meat lover.
Well, low carb. I'm a diabetic, so the bread's got to come secondary to everything else. If you could, I don't know, are you if you're a music fan or any of that kind of stuff, but is there a band, if you could pick one band to go on tour with, but you have to run the merch table, who would it be?
Oh, like I had the answer, and then you said run the merch table, and I'm like, I don't want to do that for whoever. Now I'm trying to think of like a crazy band that I would actually have fun selling their merchandise. Oh, this is a terrible question. This is a terrible question. It would be fun. I'm not an Insane Clown Posse fan, but I imagine that would be a kind of a good time.
I've done that job. It is a blast. And by the way, their fans are some of the nicest fans I've ever encountered in my life.
Yeah.
Like they police their own lines and they are making change for each other for small bit, like the most friendly fan base you've ever met in your life. It's crazy.
That's not the persona that they project.
Right. No, it's just, well, so an offshoot of them puts on a convention nearby to me called Astronomicon.
Okay.
And like, you would think there'd be a lot of security, and there's just not, because these people take care of themselves. And I think they all know that if you act out, everybody else here is going to jump you. Right.
That's great. Because you know what? You'll go to like a Taylor Swift concert and you'll see girls going at it, you know?
Right. Right. Exactly. So, all right, franktherewriter.com, Frank the Writer on Instagram and X and Facebook and all those places. Go find him. Sign up for the mailing list, link in the comments. Thank you so much, Frank, for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
You're going to be back on with Bronze and I on Devil's Advocates coming up here very soon. We're working that out. I know you're going to be over on Bronze's channel very soon when your next Kickstarter is ready. We'll have you on to promote that stuff. Just you get a hold of me. You know how to find me now. And we will, this will not be the last you hear of Frank Martin, because this seems like a kind of guy that I'm going to dig, and I think you should too. So
I appreciate it, Kyle.
Yeah, anytime, man. Everybody stick around. We'll be back in just about a minute's time with Milton Lawson. So we will see everybody in just a second. Thank you so much, Frank, for being here.
I'm taking off. See ya.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Welcome back in, everybody. This is day 1, part 1 of the EXP Expo. We are super glad you're here and that everybody else is here. And we are super glad for all of our guests that have been here today, including our next guest, Milton Lawson. Milton and I have met a couple of times now in person, but he's always super fun to talk to, and he has a really fun universe that he writes. Just in case anyone's wondering, I'm stalling for time so that we can get our Instagram stream back up. So give me 2 seconds to bring Milton on screen here. There we go. Welcome in, my friend.
Hello there. How are you doing?
Very well. So let's get right into it, because I have to ask, every time I've ever run into you, met you, you have a fedora.
Yes.
Do you have a fedora dealer? Like where does one find headwear?
You know what? I end up finding them in pretty weird places for the most part. My original, like my trademark one that I love the most, I actually got at Men's Warehouse, and I've tried to find the same one again. It's kind of an olive greenish color, and it's got this amazing texture to it. And I'm terrified that I will lose it one day. So I've been trying to replace it, to get a backup of it. And it's sort of like the grail for me. And I haven't found it. One I got at freaking Target of all places. It's just sort of random. I used to go to San Diego Comic-Con a lot, and they had this one shop on the, they've got this like promenade that's like a mile away from the convention center. It has all these like touristy trap things, and they just had this amazing hat. I'm just kind of always on the lookout.
I love the idea of something like that being part of your signature. If you're at a convention and you see the hat, it's Milton.
Yeah, that's sort of part of the plan. It didn't exactly turn out. I didn't do it on purpose, but it sort of has turned out that way. And there's a handful of creators that I know from shows that just recognize me as the short guy with the hat.
That well, I love. I mean, you know, some of the same people I know in the business. We've, Henri and some of those guys. It's like, it's hard to recognize the bald guy. Like, that's a dig at Henri as a fellow bald guy. But it's an interesting idea. Now, did that come about as trying to find a way to stick out, or did it come about as just a thing that just sort of happened because that's how life works?
It's just a thing that sort of happened. I've got the beginning of a receding hairline, which looks even worse when you've got it crumped from the head there, from the hat. And now I do vary it up. I'm also a big baseball fan, so I wear a lot of Astros hats mixed in. Usually I go with the this style of hat is technically called a trilby, and they just fit my head better than a proper fedora. I guess I might try to mix in real fedoras every once in a while. But yeah, it just sort of evolved.
I had no idea that was a different kind of hat. So we'll move away from headwear.
Yeah.
Because if we're gonna do that
Kyle and Milk.
that's a different stream entirely. Because we would have to get into how I have to custom order hats. So let's get into comics. How did you become a comic creator? What was that journey like for you?
Well, I guess I'm going to be fully candid here because the truly sunny and positive version of the story would be something like, I always loved comics. I got my first comic when I was 8 years old. I'm from the day, the era where we had the spinner racks, and I would, walk to the 7-Eleven and spend whatever little money I had and get something off the spinner rack, come back, and have been obsessed ever since. And I've had, different eras that reached me at different parts of my life. When I was in college, I had just a huge fixation on Sandman when it was coming out. Then I kind of lapsed for a little bit, and I came back and loved Transmetropolitan was a huge influence. But I really got focused on writing comics around 2012, 2011. And the candid part of the story is that I'm also a huge film buff, and I tried my hand at directing and producing a web TV series, and I just did not have the skill set to make that happen. And so I always have created worlds and written ideas that had a very visual component to them. So comics, working with like 2 or 3 people as opposed to 30, where 30 people are all looking at you to answer 30 different, very complicated questions right at that moment, seemed a little more mentally manageable.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I like the idea of trying to move from television or video back into a more static art form, right? Of comic books. Scripting is not that different. It's
Right.
just the way it's perceived, I guess, would be the difference.
Well, there are a lot of subtle differences. I mean, like visually, the script writing software I use structures everything very similarly to a traditional screenplay. Comic scripts are different. Everybody has their own style. No 2 scripts will look the same. I guess I was maybe gravitated towards this style it was built by Anthony Johnston. And it's integrated into a writing software program called Scrivener. So I guess I was attracted to the familiarity of it, but there's a huge amount of difference in the form, and you discover that pretty early on. You use that word static, which is very important. Mark Wade used to call it a collection of frozen moments, and you have to write toward those specific frozen moments, as opposed to with film, you kind of can live and breathe in the moment of a scene.
Yeah. It's interesting. I'm someone who comes to production through kind of a roundabout way. Like my role as producer here and kind of, circuitous route, but I started off as a graphic designer.
Okay.
And, the idea of trying to create a single piece that doesn't change, that can live through whatever you do with it is like the struggle that every graphic designer, every creative director, everybody I know has struggles with. And I think to go the opposite direction, to go from a living, breathing moment by moment to a collection of frozen moments is a really great way to look at it, because it simplifies what is otherwise an incredibly complex concept.
Yeah.
So you hit my radar personally with Thompson Heller. Was from SourcePoint.
Yeah.
That's the publisher right up the street from me, basically. So, was that your first thing, or did you crowdfund stuff before that?
It was my first thing of any sort of ambitious size.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an interesting genesis to that project. Before that, all I had done is a couple of shorts, and Thompson Heller was actually created as part of the Comics Experience workshop. Apologies for a second. I'm going to pull a Marco Rubio on you here.
Here. Cheers.
Sorry about that. So
no, you're good.
The Comics Experience workshop was run by Andy Schmidt at the time, and it's now evolved and is partnered with the Comics Connection with Gamal Hennessy. But when I was on it, the workshop was basically a community where aspiring writers and artists could share their work, critique each other's work, and they would give you these specific assignments, like write a story with a character that has a limp, or write a story based on a certain season of the calendar. And 1 month, the challenge was to use a character creating technique that I believe was created by might have been Peter David, where what he does is he takes two existing characters, and they could either be a fictional character or a real world person, or just a sort of archetype. And they exist in sort of two completely different realities, but then you mash them together and you take attributes of one and attributes of the other, and suddenly you've got a new character. And so the archetypal example that they give for this technique is to take the Scottish freedom fighter William Wallace and merge him with a Star Trek captain. Imagine that character now. All of a sudden, with just those two data points, you can kind of imagine that character. And it's a totally new original character. So they gave us the assignment, do something like that. And so I took about 2 or 3 data points, merged them together, and out came Thompson Heller, Detective Interstellar. And I first wrote like a 12-page short with the character. I was very pleased with it. Then we expanded it into a 3-issue miniseries, then followed that up with 3 more short stories. And I'm currently developing what would be considered kind of like season 2.
Very cool. Andy Schmidt and Comics Experience has been such a resource to so many of the folks we have on the experience. And I don't think I've ever asked this question of anyone before. Can you explain to people who maybe aren't creators, who aren't going to go sign up, right, to take it, what it is and why it's so beneficial and been so beneficial to so many people?
So I believe comics is a little bit harder of a medium to self-teach, at least at the beginning, compared to other formats. We are all constantly immersed in things like film, television, music. It's just a part of our lives. And even if we read comics a lot, you don't see a lot of comic creators interviewed on the Conan O'Brien show. You don't see them on the news. And so the understanding of craft is a little more arcane compared to those other forms. And when I tried to make the transition from film and television to comics, I was kind of stunned at how difficult it was. And I feel like I had at that point written some really good television scripts, some really good film scripts. You know, maybe I was delusional, but let's set that aside. But when I tried to write my first comic script, it was bloated. It was impossible. It crammed way too much into every single panel. It had simultaneous actions in every single panel, or not everyone, but a lot of them. And I tried to get some feedback, and I got a friend of mine to read it. And first of all, it took him a while. Second of all, when he finally started to give me feedback, we were hanging out at a coffee shop, and I could just tell before he said the first sentence that the whole thing was a total failure and a total disaster. He didn't understand some of the story points. It was just a mess. And that was around the time I found out about the workshop, and I desperately needed instruction. And there's two different aspects to the comics experience format. Number one, they've got just traditional classes, you know, on specific topics. Hey, introduction to drawing, you know, if you've taken introduction to drawing, then you take the second drawing class. They've got inking, they've got coloring, they've got lettering, and they have different things for writing. But they also have just an ongoing organic workshop where you can join up and you pay a monthly fee. It's pretty small compared to what you get out of it. And the way the format works is before you post something to have peers review it, you first have to review X number of items from other members of the community. So the first thing you do is you actually review other people's works. And this is one of the fascinating things you find out. Just by reviewing other people's scripts, you learn a heck of a lot. And then when you try to pull them apart to critique them, that process in and of itself teaches you to look at how another individual is approaching a story, and you can see how you would do it differently. And I read some amazing scripts. I read some mediocre scripts, and I read some awful, horrible scripts, and I still learned a valuable lesson even with the most horrible scripts. Because each one would have at least one very brilliant idea somewhere in them. And so then when you get reviewed by other people, it's a pretty humbling and daunting experience at first, because you're going to get a lot of people who are not, you know, they're not your friends. They're rooting for you, but they're going to give you the truth. You know, they're going to give you an objective, you know, or a subjective from their point of view. But once you get 10 or 12 subjective points of view, and all 10 or 12 are telling you, hey, this particular character is weak, maybe you should look at that. And then in addition to the peer reviews, Comics Experience brings in a rotating roster of guest professional critiquers. So I had several of my scripts critiqued by editors and writers and artists who have worked on pretty prominent books in the big two. And then going through that process multiple times, you just kind of level up each time. It's like a boot camp. You get so much better in a very compressed time frame.
Yeah, no, the number of people I know who I've seen scripts prior to entering comics experience and then read the same script post comics experience, and it's like it's a different world, is really all of the endorsement I need to send anybody there. Right?
Yeah.
Like, just you go from I'm a mediocre writer to I'm a solid foundationed creative.
Yeah, and you
And I
witnessed
think
that
that's important.
transformation before and after.
Yeah. So Thompson Heller came out of that. Where did Orson Welles come from?
You know what? For whatever reason, I cannot remember the exact trigger that created the idea, which is kind of weird because I usually remember that for almost all of my projects. So I think the real answer as to where it came from is long ago in the before times. I was just becoming more and more serious with my film fandom. Right when I, left the house and got into college, and I'd always been a film fan to a certain degree, but I was still young, so a lot of the things I was watching were a little more, obvious and contemporary and mainstream. And then when I hit college is when I started to branch out into older films, foreign films, and the local repertory theater was showing Citizen Kane. And so the first time I saw Citizen Kane was on an anniversary screening on a big screen. And it just completely blew me away. It was just one of the most stunning things I had ever seen. And not only was the film itself such a marvel, it is so clearly an authored work. The presence of someone behind the camera, the presence of someone in the editing bay, the fact that there's someone who's telling you this story with this mastery of this medium in its very early days as a medium is just so totally apparent. I walked out of that, enamored with the film, but also just with this, burning desire to learn more about this Orson Welles guy. So then the next few years, I just became a total Wellesian and just devoured every one of his films that you could find. At the time, a lot of them weren't even available in any kind of video format. So I've read a lot of books, biographies, articles, and I've just been a kind of lifelong fan of Welles. And most of the concepts I come up with for stories are science fiction in nature. So my love of science fiction and my love of Orson Welles, those two entities were bound to overlap at some point. And that's what birthed Orson Welles' Warrior of the Worlds.
Do you feel as you work on Orson Welles a responsibility because he's a real person? Or a constraint even because he's a real person?
I guess yes to both, but the constraint aspect is not limiting. It's kind of like a truth check, and the fact that you have a real person to base it off of. If you ask yourself the question, would this character do this? Would this character say this? You've got a lot more to pull from than, a normal, completely fictive character. So, yeah. And then the responsibility side of it, that comes in a lot of different ways. And I'm very concerned about that. The sort of way that the premise of this story works is we're saying that Orson Welles, his original radio broadcast, War of the Worlds, was not a dramatization. It was not a prank. It was, in fact, a real alien invasion that he was witnessing and describing on the radio. And that after that crazy moment, he spends the rest of his life with a secret agency protecting the Earth from aliens. So he lives a double life as a filmmaker by day, alien hunter at night. But the day job aspect of him, I wanted to keep everything that happened in his life that we know of as still being true. So I don't reinvent any biographical aspect, as far as I know, knock on wood. So
As best you can.
yes,
right?
yeah. So I'm putting my story in the little gaps between things that we are aware of. So I do feel kind of duty bound to get as much of that right as possible. And the one area that I guess in all of these interviews, you're supposed to be, not supposed to do this sort of thing, but I'm going to brag on myself here. The one thing I do think I'm really good at with this is matching his voice. And that's an important aspect of his character. You can hear him saying the dialogue if you get it right. And hopefully, I hope that people who are familiar with Wells will at least get some sense of the effort, even if they don't agree that I succeeded.
Well, I want to go back to talking about the actual book, but I can't wait for the point in Orson Welles where we encounter Orson Welles late in life doing like the Paul Masson commercials where he's a little bit drunk and not really reading the script, and like he's fighting aliens, but he's just kind of like, I can't wait till we get to that point in the story because if you actually go there, but it's this idea of Orson Welles was such a larger than life character, and you've taken him and put him in an even larger than life scenario.
Right.
That to pull in these weird little obscure oddball things from his actual life and drop them into the comics, I imagine has to be like having the coolest toys ever in your sandbox.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I've one of the things I'm hoping to do is I've got I know a very well-known person within the sort of Orson Welles community, and they're actually reading a preview copy of the book right now, and I'm hoping that this person will enjoy the many Easter eggs that I've placed in here, and I'm hoping that it works on multiple levels because I think the story should work for people who've never really heard of Orson Welles, and this is the first thing that they've heard about him, as well as people who are well-versed experts.
So Orson Welles is living at Scout as your publisher.
Yes.
Issue 1 came out middle to end of last year. Is it a I forget what they call it now.
It's called Nonstop.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and you know what I'm asking.
Yeah, I knew what you were gonna. Yeah. So Nonstop is kind of a unique publishing distribution technique, to where basically they give people the chance to sort of sample a book to see if they're going to like it. They get the first chapter in a standalone floppy, but then instead of making you wait several months to do all of the different chapters, the next thing that we publish is the full trade. So in May of this year, the full whopper 250 page sized epic is going to land at comic shops.
So you said May of this year.
Yes. You know how it is with comics. Sometimes things slide up or down, but generally speaking, the plan is for it to be out on May 22nd.
There you go. Val, tell Jen to order it now.
Please.
Also, Val is super happy you're here. She's a big fan. So, TJ James reminded me of a moment that I've seen many, many times. If Johnny Carson shows up in the book, you could just add a 0 to the end of the price and I'll pay it. I may have to if I run into them, or I get the opportunity, commission Eric, who's your artist, to draw his version of Orson Welles with Johnny Carson. Maybe instead of a desk and a couch, they're just sitting on like aliens or something.
That's a fantastic idea.
You can have it if you need it, take it. So the last time I think we ran into each other in person was New York Comic Con a couple of years ago. But I know you're a convention guy. You do a fair amount of shows.
I try to, yeah.
What is that like? And what are your experiences? Do you have any fun con stories that are interesting for people?
Sure, yeah. I can give you two. One that's personal and one that, everybody would relate to. Gosh, I could go on about this. Generally speaking, one of the I recommend that anyone that does comics to do conventions as quickly as they can. As soon as you have something that you can sell, start tabling, because the feedback you get is like a fire hose of data from every type of demographic niche possible. And everybody is going to react so authentically. It's like the ultimate focus group. When someone is complimenting your work, you can tell that it's genuine. And when they are not complimenting your work and they don't like it, it's genuine. So I have likened it to, in the early Terminator movies, when you would look inside of Orson. I've got Orson on the head all the time. Arnold Schwarzenegger's viewpoint, where his central processing thing was like targeting everyone and like listing out attributes of them, determining if they're a threat level. That's sort of what it's like being at a con. And you're looking for sales targets. You're like, okay, this person is wearing a Metallica t-shirt. I love Metallica. We can talk about Metallica. This person's, doing this. So, and when you give your elevator pitch, the first reaction is reflexive. Even if they're really polite people who love comics and want to support indie creators as much as they can, if they don't like what you're selling, you can tell. So it's very valuable in that respect. And one of the best experiences I ever had was at Heroes Con. And it was like the third day of the show. And I'm tabled like in a far, far corner, like towards the very back end of the whole show. And so at just the right moment, I'm looking all the way down the row, and a customer or a convention goer is rounding the corner, and even though they're like 80 yards away or whatever, we lock eyes and make eye contact, and this person is holding one of my comics up in the air above their head as they start walking towards me, and they're holding it up like it's like a championship trophy or something. And this is one of the first shows I ever did. And when you're starting out and you make a sale, it's a very big deal. So you remember the faces of every person you sell to. But I didn't recognize this person's face, and they're coming to me closer and closer and closer. And I'm like, wait, this is not a friend of mine. This is not a relative. And the book that they happen to be holding up was not available in comic shops, was not available online. So I'm completely baffled as to how this person has a copy of one of my books.
Sure.
So they come up to me and they just start raving about the book and saying how much they loved it and everything. And they wanted me to sign it. I'm like, of course. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And it turned out that they had bought the book on the first day of the show at a moment where I was away from my table for a little bit and had a friend kind of manning the booth for me. But they took the extra trip to come back and find me to get me to sign it. And that was just like one of the greatest compliments I ever got. So I just adore that one. That was amazing. The second story I could do a lot faster. I was at a show and I was at the hotel bar at the hotel that was sort of like the official place to stay at for the con. I wasn't there, but all the other creators were there. And as it often happens at these kind of events, the official hotel bar gets overrun and the staff cannot handle it. And they're just trying to get all the orders, And so I'm sitting there for a very long time waiting to get an opportunity to place my order. And for several minutes as I'm waiting, off to the side, I hear this person telling a story. And it's a very funny story. And I can tell that this person is a truly gifted raconteur. They have the audience, they're molding the audience like clay. Every little beat of the story is perfect. The audience's reception rises and falls. He's got a little bit of patter that he's building all this momentum towards. And finally it hits this crescendo. It's the like punchline of this whole story that he's telling. And the room just erupts in laughter. And it's just, one of those, you had to be there kind of moments. And just at that moment, I finally get my drink order. I'm grabbing drinks for multiple people. So I grab them in my hand and I turn around and I realize that this raconteur is Chris Claremont. And I had never met him before or anything. And I'm like, oh, that's so perfect. That's like the ultimate confirmation. Not only is he a master of the comic book page, he's a master of spoken storytelling.
I'm going to take a guess. Was it in Chicago?
No, this story was also at Heroes Con.
Okay. All right. Because I've had that same experience with Chris Claremont in the bar at Chicago.
I still haven't met him, and I kind of don't want to because, that's
right.
A perfect story. I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, don't meet your heroes like that, right? I don't want to bring it down, but do you have any convention stories that you would tell a new creator going, "Hey, this is a red flag," or "Hey, this is a horror story. Don't fall into this same experience."
Oh wow. Wow. Yeah. There are a lot of lessons to be learned in the convention going space. And unfortunately, I don't think that they are things that are transferable. They're kind of more, you have to learn them for your own material and your own audiences, which things you buy too many of and stock up on and can't sell. That turns out to be a thing. One mistake I made last year with some friends of mine. I'm based out of Houston, Texas, and I know a handful of creators in Houston. And the biggest show in Houston is a show called Comic Palooza, which of course Jen and Space Cadets goes to all the time. And quite frankly, as a comic show, it's very inconsistent. Some years they've got a lot of great comics guests, some years they don't. And so last year, me and several of my local creator friends, we all conspired to get tables right next to each other and hope that the synergy of being together would send, hey, if you like this person, you'll like that. We do different types of things, but there's a commonality. And that was correct. We ended up sending each other a lot of business. It was a great, great, great idea. Then a few months later, we tried to replicate that in Austin, and we thought that the same principle would apply. But what ended up happening, at least my theory, is because we asked to be grouped together, it's harder to place like 4 people together than it is just place one person. So we ended up getting placed in the worst spot of the entire convention center. And in fact, not only was it a horrible spot, there was this elaborate booth, and I think it was some vanity project of someone who had a prose sci-fi fantasy novel that had a display that like literally obscured the view of the entire row. So most of the people going to the convention didn't even realize that there was a row there. And it was just a disaster, and it was an economic disaster. So I guess the lesson is placement is very important. Be aware of when registrations happen and pounce on them the minute that they're available. Because, if you've been to a show before, they kind of grandfather you in, but you still, even within that realm, there's a little bit of a first come, first serve aspect to it.
I will give my piece of advice for people. If you pull up to the convention and they're also unloading livestock in the convention center, just go home.
Yes.
Yeah. Worst convention I ever did was in a convention center where one side was the Comic-Con. Then there was a breezeway in the middle with the bathrooms and a guy selling fudge. And then on the other side was a livestock auction. What doesn't mesh are comic books and dudes who are there to buy large cattle. It's a whole thing. So let's take a pause from talking about Orson Welles and Thompson Heller and all that kind of stuff, and talk about where can people support you? Like, we have it scrolling across the bottom. Follow you on X and Insta at Citizen Milton.
Mm-hmm.
But where else can people follow you? Where else should they be going to support you? And spend money.
Oh, I appreciate that. So I am somewhat guilty of being a little sporadic on this, but I have a newsletter that's on milton.substack.com, and it's called Milton's Comic Stack. Every year I publish a long piece about my favorite films of the year, and I usually do it like right before the Academy Awards ceremony. I update people on the progress of my comics projects, and this year, now that this project is finally coming out in its complete format, I'm going to try to be a little bit more active on that space, post things from different shows I go to, hopefully post some positive review comments if we get any of those, so that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, I love that. That's a good Substack is a great sort of platform for that kind of stuff, for folks to kind of, I'm going to use the term stretch their legs.
Yeah.
But to branch out, right? To do, you're writing about film. I have another friend who's a comic creator at Substack where they've never mentioned comics.
Okay.
They only write about bands that they've gone to see. Like,
oh yeah.
These things where you get to kind of stretch your, I'm not necessarily doing the thing I'm known for sort of muscles. So if you like it, the links are in the comments, guys, and they'll be up on our website a little bit later today or tonight, just depending on how many more hours I'm in this chair. But we will definitely have links for all of our guest stuff on our website as well as here in the comments. So make sure you click those and support our guests, right? Even if you can't necessarily vote with your dollar, vote with your share button. Spread the word, right? The best thing you can do for an independent creator like Milton and so many of our other guests is let other people know that you like what they're doing. Because
Yeah,
if
that's definitely true.
if you don't let people know, then how is anybody ever going to know? I wish that sentence made more sense. Anyway,
and
this is
along
why
those lines, there's two other things I can mention. Just
Mhm.
the current February previews, I think, just came out. I believe the March previews catalog is going to be the one that has Orson Welles' Warrior of the Worlds in it. And it's definitely true that pre-ordering has a significant effect on ordering. So if you can keep an eye out when the March previews catalog comes along, place a pre-order for the Orson Welles book. That's one thing. And then another thing, I've got a project that's been gestating for a very long time that's going to be coming to Kickstarter this year. Still not entirely sure what's going to be the right timing for us. Might be late spring, early summer, but I'm still not sure. But the name of the book is Splinter City. It's a cyberpunk story about Russian gangsters on a floating city in space. And the artist on that is Jacob Dudek. And if you just look on my social media, I've posted it, but he put together a teaser trailer for it on Instagram that just looks fantastic. It'll get you pumped up. You'll want to buy this book once you see his trailer.
So are you doing that one all by yourself, or have you partnered with a publisher, or?
We're planning on just self-publishing this one, and it can expand quite a lot, but it's initially starting with 3 sort of character-focused introductory issues, but each issue is kind of giant-sized. So the 3 main characters, we're going to do one story for each of them, and there's a overarching plot as well, but it's also kind of each one is a little bit self-contained. And the first one is going to come out this year. By the time we get to the third one, the option of maybe pitching a publisher that might come into view, but at the moment we're thinking of just doing this one entirely on our own.
I like that. Is this your first self-published swing, or is this your I think you've crowdfunded before with some of the other stuff with the publishers, right?
The only other crowdfunding I did was actually I initially tried to crowdfund the Orson Welles project, and it didn't hit his funding goal because I was overly ambitious and tried to do the entire graphic novel as opposed to doing it in individual issues. But this is the first thing of any kind of magnitude that I'm self-publishing.
Nice. How are you preparing for that? Are you approaching anything differently, knowing that you're going to have this sort of crowdfunding event coming?
One thing that we're preparing is, the opinion on these sort of things sort of changes every quarter. People say like, extra tiers don't do anything for you. Just focus on the book. And then there's other people like, no, do the extra tiers because that's where you get your margin. So whether or not this is a wise approach, we've got some really cool additional tier levels that we're going to be offering. And so we're kind of focusing on making those worthwhile and interesting. But the main focus, honestly, is just finishing the book. That's
sure.
That's.
I'll give you my opinion as a frequent Kickstarter backer. I like the extra tiers. I like being able to be like, oh, I can get a blank cover, or I backed a Kickstarter yesterday where I'm getting leather bound hardcovers that if they were just doing a regular book, I wouldn't have been able to buy. So I dig them. But I know everybody's different. Jay and his family do a lot of crowdfunding support as well. And I think they buy differently than I do. So it's everybody's to each their own. But I love the idea. What I really love is when I watch someone who's self-publishing and they come up with really cool ideas for additional tiers and stretch goals and all this kind of stuff. That's like, I've never thought about doing that, or, whatever. So I always appreciate seeing that kind of stuff. So,
Oh, that's good to hear, because we've got one that's going to be really clever if we can pull it off. I can go ahead and tease it for you, but if we can't make it happen, I apologize in advance. But the plan, one of the story elements in this story, Splinter City, is that having a passport to be like an official citizen in the city is a very valuable commodity. And so what we're going to offer as a tier is we're going to have custom Splinter City passports that are basically like little custom credit card shaped like things, but the credit cards come attached with a little USB drive where you can plug the credit card into your computer, and we're going to have original digital content from the world on the passport.
very cool. You know what else you could do with the passport idea, and you can have this one for free too, is make that your book plate, right? If you're going to do book plates for signatures.
Oh yeah, I'm stealing that idea. That's a good idea.
You can have it. I'm happy to give it to you. So let me pivot from there to a little bit of a different thing. As you progress, as you do more, as you self-publish, as Orson Welles, the trade comes out, and I hear rumors that something else may be coming from that universe in terms of maybe not a comic book.
Yeah, we did have some news on that front this week. We announced that we're partnering with a fantastic screenwriter, Ryan Christopher Murphy, to work on an adaptation of the Orson Welles project for a television series. And he's a fantastic writer. People may know him from the film Ready or Not. And he also was one of the key writers on season 2 of Castle Rock. And he's a great writer just generally, and he's a great fit for this concept.
Very cool. So development on these things generally takes a while. So I'm not gonna, kind of ask where the process is and what you're looking there. But as you move forward, are you actively thinking about these other opportunities, or is it just let me make good books and whatever happens, happens?
I have on a per project basis different opinions on that. Like, honestly, on the Orson Welles one, I'm beyond fortunate at the moment because the plan is to kind of adapt the book. But for that project, even though it's so near and dear to my heart, I kind of am cool with people taking just some of the seed elements of it and going in their own direction if they so wish. But I've got another project that's sort of my magnum opus that kind of everything I've done in comics is kind of gearing towards. And if that one ever got done, I would want to be heavily involved.
Nice.
So it kind of depends on the project.
Very cool. So we've talked about Substack. We've talked about the following on the social media, that kind of stuff. Do you have a convention schedule for this year? Do you know where you're going to be? Where can people come to you and meet you and buy your books from you?
Only one that I know for sure is that I'll be at Comic Palooza in Houston this year, which is the same week that the book comes out. The book comes out on the 22nd. I think Comic Palooza starts on the 25th.
Something like that.
And we're toying with the idea of doing a sort of special book launch event somewhere in Houston, but that we haven't got that finalized yet. It's still a little bit early on that one, but I'll just say keep your ears open. It's going to be something cooler than just going somewhere to buy a book. Knock on wood, if we get that sorted out. And then I'm going to try to do several conventions this year. I think there's a decent chance I'll do New York Comic Con. I think there's a decent chance I'll do Baltimore. there's a local show in Houston called Bedrock City Con. They did the first one of those last year. They're going to do another one October this year. I'll probably do that. I might do Motor City Comic Con and I might do Dragon Con, but all of these are just maybes.
Sure. And we maybe know somebody who has a space where you could do a bigger event than just to go somewhere and buy a book for the launch. I wonder.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, I haven't been to the new location yet. I'm looking forward to doing that for sure.
Well, they're finally, I think, moved in completely. So make sure you check that out. Everybody, I want to thank Milton for being here. Go follow him. Go support him. If you run into him at a convention, look for the Trilby. I won't make that mistake again. Look for the Trilby and support Milton and support all of the great creators we've had on today. Before I let you go, I try to ask everybody a couple of questions they can't possibly be prepared for.
Okay.
And our next guest is already here, so they're going to get a little bit of a preview. If you could take an IP that exists and write it, but you have to drop everything else you're doing, what would it be? Oh boy,
drop everything else. Boy, this is very cliche answer, but I have to be true and honest, and it would be Star Wars. I'm not just a huge Star Wars fan. I'm a huge Joseph Campbell fan. And there are a lot of people who claim to be Joseph Campbell fans who have sort of skimmed the chapter titles of Hero's Journey. I became so obsessed with it. I went through the whole Masks of God series. I've read a lot of his other lectures. So I think a little bit of that has been missing in some of the recent Star Wars adaptations, although I like a lot of the recent Star Wars adaptations that people don't like. But that's the one that I think I would have the most to offer.
Awesome. And then last question, go-to sandwich order.
Oh, go-to sandwich order. Usually if the sandwich place has a sandwich that says it's the Italian, that's probably what I'm going to get. Something that mixes up ham and pepperoni and cheese. That's typically it. Basically just a recompressed pizza. That's my go-to sandwich order.
Works for me, man. Thank you so much, Milton, for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. And everybody head out on Instagram and X, citizenmilton.com, Substack, milton.substack.com. Support Milton. Find him at a convention. Buy the books. Thank you so much for being here, man.
Thanks so much. And looking forward to seeing you again at some show in the near future.
Yeah. Probably see me at Baltimore for sure. So
okay.
Cool. You make it to Baltimore, I'll be at Baltimore. So we will see Milton on the road. Everybody, we're going to take a quick commercial break and we're going to come back with the group I'm most excited to talk to. And it's not just because the one person in this group, myself and Dan Wickline, are three variants of the same comic, but they have a book coming out that is super high on my just shut up and take my money list in Feral. So we will be back in just a couple of minutes here on the EXP Expo 3.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Do you remember what it was like when you were a little kid and you got a letter in the mail? Now imagine that letter was filled with information about your favorite shows, pop culture questions, links to things you're going to want to see later, and even sneak peeks at upcoming programming here on The Experience. That's what the EXP mailing list is. Every week, we send you sneak peeks, information, and all of the relevant links for all of the shows you want to see. Sign up now on our website or scan the QR code that's on your screen right now. Did you know that every Experience show, including some exclusive content, streams on Twitch? Check it out, twitch.tv/the_EXP. Or just scan that QR code.
Symphonic verses, Nocturne's romance. A song of romanticized darkness, dreaming dead by sleep.
Welcome back in, everybody. This is the EXP Expo 3, Day 1, Part 1. And our next group of guests, which is super fun, mainly because I've got to figure out how we're going to all fit on screen, is they've had kind of a massive year. Massive couple of years, actually. And their next book coming out, I'm super excited for. It's Feral. A friend of mine is doing exclusive cover, and I'm super stoked for that. So without making you wait anymore to talk to these folks, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Trish Forstner and Tone Rodriguez. Oh, I gotta click the buttons, don't I? This is what happens when we take a break. Welcome in, guys. Trish, you're muted. I can help you with that. There we go.
Thank you.
Awesome. So I have to start. I'm going to start on a weird note. Tone, Dan, and I feel like are three variants of the same comic. How do we feel about this? We all kind of are bigger, beardy comic book nerds.
Oh, hey, look, it looks like it just came on. I'm playing games.
That is also something that Dan and I do frequently while we're supposed to be talking to each other on the internet. So.
Sorry.
No, you're good, man. So let's start here. Stray dogs, feral, animals doing people things. It's my absolute jam. It's the thing that I most like in comics. How did we pick anthropomorphized animals telling these crazy stories?
Well, I got into it from My Little Pony. I mean, it's an odd segue, yes. But I've always drawn animals doing people things, you know, or cartoon animals doing people things mostly. The thing about like stray dogs and stuff is that they're cartoon dogs, but they do dog things. They don't have, hands. They can't escape. They don't pick things up and move them around. But I was playing with a little bit of the animation rules for the characters. They could use their hands to like gesture, pause, use those paws to gesture and stuff, but like not really escape. So that genre of horror, I mean, like horror wasn't my genre. Now I'm kind of leaning into it a bit. What about you, Tone?
I hate drawing animals. I I was working on Conan, and one of the first notes I gave them at Dark Horse is like, whatever you do, put horses in it. I don't want to have to draw horses. And I got the first script, and it was just loaded with horses. So it's weird. It's I mean, again, I've always wanted to draw superhero comic books. So when I started drawing comic books, I was doing police horror kind of stuff, and then I started working on that Snake Plissken book. It was movie horror type stuff, and it took forever for me to kind of get to the stuff I wanted to do. But like, I don't know, like animals, like furry people, like when you see them at shows, they kind of freak me out. So it's like I just see them, and it just kind of weirds me out. Like the whole idea that we could live in a world where somebody has the proportions of a human, and they look like an animal. Like that new book, what was it called? What We Do in the Forest, or something about the bear that's
Beneath the Trees. Beneath the Trees.
Beneath the trees where no one sees.
Yeah. I saw that book on Tony's table. I was like, ooh, this is kind of interesting. It's like, and I read it, and I read the second issue, and I love it, but just the idea of seeing that world just freaks me out. Like if I can look at it in a book, but if I saw like a live action movie of it, it would freak me out. If it was a cartoon, I would have no problem with it. But like real life stuff, it's weird to me. I'm glad other people are so good at it.
I'll make note not to bring my mascot costume out to a con.
Please don't.
Let's go back a little bit in the origin story of all of this and talk a little bit, because I don't know that we've talked about this with even Tony when he's been on. What are your individual origin stories of how you came to be in this crazy world of comics?
Mine's a little shorter than Tone's, I'm sure. I basically I did a lot of fan illustration and stuff like that online for a long time, and then I worked for a convention for BronyCon, and I was doing design stuff for them. Haha, so I'll get in on that. So I was doing design stuff for BronyCon. We made that look good. I don't care. It was awesome. I did that for like 7 years, and while I was doing that, I met Tony, and I was a big fan of his for a long time just because of the comic. And I'd always been into like comics here or there, but it's always been like, IPs that are like, dear to me. I wasn't a big superhero person. Like I didn't read Batman or Spider-Man, even though they were cool. That wasn't like the genre that really interested me. So, I latched onto things I could draw. And so Tony and I met at BronyCon. Our friendship kind of was born there, and then he came to me with the idea of Stray Dogs, asked me if I was good at hustling and could keep up. I said sure, I try anything once. And now we're doing it again. So yeah, my story is short, but I work hard.
Absolutely. Tone, how did you pick this as your thing?
I ran out of options. I used to have like real jobs. I got I was the kid in school. Like there was a bunch of us who like we were all going to draw comic books. That's what we wanted to do. But nobody kind of told me how easy it would be to kind of do it, or no one could show me like, oh well, you do this, you do this. So I was just a fan, and then I got out of totally. I started working, and I liked the idea of like earning money, and then having the weekend to myself. And then what ended up happening is over years I finally got to a point where like I'd never had a vacation. I'd never taken like time off. I ended up getting laid off from a job I kind of liked, and then I just had my hands up in the air like, oh, what am I going to do now? And so I just kind of hung out in comic book shops. And one day there was one of the other customers, I guess, was working on his own comic book, and he brought like a print of something that he had done, And then the guys were like, so like, oh no, this is so great. Like, this is awesome. This is so cool. And they put it up on the wall and I looked at it and I was like, I can draw better than that. It's like, what the hell is that? It was like, and again, I wasn't trying to be shitty. It's like, it's the weirdest thing about, you know, people that know me. It's like, I will say some weird, stupid, effed up stuff, but I swear to God, I'm not trying to be a dick. Like, I mean, I told one editor, oh no, he was one of the publishers. I had been working on something after a while, and he said something like, he'd always been like, hey, when are we going to work together? When are we going to work together? And then I found out how bad the page rates were over there. And at a show in front of his girlfriend, he did it again. Hey, when are we going to do something? And I was like, dude, what are you talking about? It's like, you can't afford me. And it was just like, and I swear on a stack of Bibles, I did not mean to upset him, but I did. And so, like I said, I'm looking at, and that was a guy who publishes comic books. They do really well too. So like I saw that artwork, and in my head, thank God, I was like, I can do better than that. And so I just started like working again because I had time.
Did we lose you? I think we might have lost him for a second. So,
we're back.
Oh, you're back. There you go.
My thing disappeared. So what had happened is I was just hanging out in comic book shops, and then I ran into the people that I did Violent Messiahs with, and they were printing that and chassis, and I really liked Violent Messiahs, and so I did a pinup for them because that was like what I was doing. I was like doing like pinups, and I would like send stuff to people, or I was eventually meeting people at cons, and I like, again, I figured, well, I'll do a pinup because they'll use a pinup, and so one day I did a pinup for them, and then they were like, oh, this is great. This is great. So then I'm like waiting for the book to come out so I can see the pinup. And months went by and there was no pinup. And I was like, man, what the hell? I thought you guys were going to run that pinup. When's the book coming out? And they told me, it's like, oh, well, we can't do it. Bill can't work on 2 books at one time, and we don't have another artist to do it. And I'm like, you just need an artist? I'll do it. And that was it. Like literally my first comic book, we put pitch art together. They had then stopped working for themselves, and they were at Image. So we did a pitch to Image, and all of a sudden my first book came out at Image. So it was weird. It was, and again, super easy. It's it like once everything kind of lined up, it was real dopey.
Yeah. I love that it feels like fate a little bit, right? That it all sort of fell into place, and once it fell into place, it sort of happens.
Well, and the other thing is I was older. So like at this point, I wasn't a 20-year-old kid. I was like 30 years old. So what had happened was the dog is scratching and he is hitting the table I have my thing set up on. Hey,
can we meet the dog?
Hey, yeah, we'll put him on in a second.
Dogs and cats, man, they're the prime of the internet.
Oh no, absolutely. I'll put him on. This is Baxter. This is Tony's baby. Yeah, and it's weird. Like I said, it's like you just kind of, do this stuff and you find your place. And again, it's just accidents, and it's just weird. I don't know.
Right. I mean, it feels like that this whole sort of team came together through just being in the right place at the right time and being open to the right opportunities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a good big part of what I've always kind of done out here, in Los Angeles and California. Before I was doing this, I was doing like movie props and production art. And, one day somebody's running around, they're like, man, we need to get somebody to do fiberglassing or something. And I'm like, what's fiberglassing? And then they show me fiberglassing. It's like, oh, I can do that. And so then for, a week, I'm doing fiberglassing with a friend of mine, making, the spaceships from, Independence Day. It's like, it's weird. So you would always just kind of be around these creatives. And when they needed somebody, they'd just be like, hey, he can do this. He can do this. Let's bring this guy in on it. So yeah, it's nice to kind of be around. I mean, this thing in particular, I really do feel like I'm kind of only doing it because once upon a time I was in Tony's vicinity. We physically worked in the same studio at my house, and Tony needed a place to work. Chris Moreno and I were working in the studio. We told him, hey, come on in. I got an extra table. And then Tony kind of like locked himself in for like the next 2 or 3 years. And so now that I'm not here, Tony still has like this mentality that I'm still a part of the studio, you know, part of the family. And it's a real nice place to be because I mean, even while I've been here, he'll sit there and he'll have elements that he needs to do for a bunch of these covers that need to be done. And he's like, here, can you draw this? And so I'm still drawing the human elements of, you know, some of these covers that are coming out, and no one will ever see it. Like they're just sitting here on the iPad. It's like, and I'm just like, I drew that. But you know, like Tony just knows everyone's strengths, and then he, you know, has them kind of do, you know, them. So,
and we're gonna give Tony credit for being here in absentia because he was the one who put us all together to make this happen today. So enjoy your being out of town vacation, buddy.
yes,
but you're not off the hook for doing an interview yet. So.
No. I mean, I'm sure he'll be doing plenty of them. I've been pleading with him to take a vacation for like the last 3 months. This guy.
Oh God! All he does is work.
That's all he does. Like he will get up in the morning at, you know, 8 or 9, and then he'll get in the studio, and we will not leave the studio until like maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock.
I'll be texting him at midnight or 1 o'clock my time. And I'm like, hey, how's this look? And then he'll text me back, and I know it's like 3 a.m. there. Yeah. And I'm like, what the hell? Go to sleep.
The text length we got for this, I was texting back at like 3 in the morning, and then you texted back, and I'm like, what the fuck is she doing up? And Tony was like, it's 6 at her place. She's up. And they're like, oh, okay, right on. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I do the day job thing, so I get up at like 6.
Yeah. Well, and I remember when that was happening because I was in the chat too, and I was just going to bed after staying up all night animating. Like I got into a project, and I'm not a great animator. Like when the experience started, I took a class because I figured I'd need to know how to animate. So I'm still relatively new to doing it. And so I got in the zone, and my dad calls me, goes, why is your light on? And I go, what? And he goes, it's 6:30 in the morning. I go, I haven't got up from my desk since dinner yesterday. Like, you know, so it's just funny, like you guys working wild hours just like I do, or working, you know, the different time zones is always super fun for collaboration.
It's the burning the midnight oil. It's the artistic, you know, influence doesn't hit until a certain time of the day. You know, and it's weird because I would not work. I wouldn't even start work until like noon. But the thing is, with everyone else I knew, half the day is already gone. So what ended up happening is once I got out of the physical studio setup and I was in Phoenix and then eventually Louisiana, you know, I didn't have, you know, the weird, you know, let's get up at noon, let's stay up till 4 in the morning. So my days now start like anywhere between, you know, 5:30, 6 in the morning, and then I'll go till about, you know, 9, 10. So it's less about like telling myself, oh, I don't feel creative yet. It's like, I have work to do. And so, you know, I got to go. So it's weird. It's definitely different now.
Yeah. Rodney Barnes once told me that the way he works is to remind himself that he has a mortgage to pay and that bankers don't get to pick which hours they work.
Yeah.
I'm going, you know, that is a good motivator, my friend. So
yeah, no, I totally get it. And it's probably one of the things that has Tony going. I am in Tony's palatial estate in Van Nuys, California. And yeah, I think whenever he thinks about taking a day off, I think he just kind of like looks around, you know, the house and goes, nope, can't do it.
He goes, back to it.
So let's talk about collaboration a little bit, because Stray Dogs is certainly a team effort, and Feral is certainly a team effort. As are all comic books. I don't want to diminish that, but with these two projects in particular, it really feels like everybody is sort of throwing things into the hopper and the best products are coming out. What does your collaboration look like on Feral and then previously on Stray Dogs or anything else?
Well, I think like what Tone said, Tony picks, we have a good team and he put everybody in a place where their strengths are. So, we've got Brad creating these beautiful colors and I'm acting out these characters and Tony's written, just the most hideous, awful script, it's actually great. It's very great. Um and Tone's giving rich environments to play on. It's, we're all just really putting in, he's made it easy for us to put in our best work. So, you know, um, our collaboration works a lot online, Dropbox, we're constantly back and forth. Uh, and yeah, so I mean, it sounds, I'm making it sound super easy. But with time zones,
on paper, it sounds way easy.
Mhm.
The problem is none of us are working on paper.
And none of us are working the same. Like you work on a different environment. You work in a different environment than I do.
Yeah.
Same as Brad. Like,
Yeah.
We're all just kind of converting.
Yeah. It's weird for me because even when I was
We lost him again.
Yeah, we'll give him a second. That's the one kind of knock on the mobile
Okay, I'm
device.
sorry.
There you go. You're back.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
No, you're
but
good.
I was just gonna say when I was working on Stray Dogs, I was overworking a lot of the layouts once I started getting more direction from Tony, because originally it was like, tighten up these layouts and then give Trish everything she needs to basically translate everything into what she does. So like, it was like me overworking like the grain in the wood. It was like, oh, I got to show these nails in the wall. It's like there's, I want to show the walls are a little dingy. So like there was all this little nichey, stupid stuff that I do. And the thing about it is no one got to see any of it, because once I was done, then Trish would get it, and then she would, do her overlay and then draw everything and then draw the dogs and whatnot. But then, and again, the idea was put everything there so she can figure out how to translate it. So the thing is, once we started doing this, and then Tony said, all right, well, now you're going to do the full backgrounds, it kind of freaked me out, because then it was like, well, shit, these really have to look good because now people are going to see them. Again, it was weird because I remember at one point it was like we were doing, I think it was like the last page of either Stray Dogs or Dog Days, where we had leaves falling on the ground. Dogs were in the dog park, and Tony had basically implied the leaves. And so I was doing it, and I'm trying to get it done as fast as possible. And then I just kind of did the same thing Tony did. And it came back to me, he says, no, you have to draw the leaves. And I'm like, what do you mean I got to draw the leaves? It's like, no, if you imply the leaves, like I implied the leaves, then Trish is going to imply the leaves. You have to draw the leaves. Oh, okay. So now it made more sense. But then I started working on this. And so I started freaking out, and it took forever for me to like get that first issue done. And Tony, I think, was a little worried because it was like he knows what he wants, but he also wants me to do what I want to do. But I was also freaking out because this is all I saw. I mean, I always put my hand up, like this screen that I had in front of me, that's all I saw. That's all Tony's going to see. And I'm like, I have to make this look as good as it needs to look. And then it went into issue 2. I started freaking out again. It went to issue 3. I started freaking out. And then Tony started giving me the pages that Trish is doing, her putting the animals on it. And then that's when things started clicking for me. And I was like, oh shoot, I don't have to do like it was messing me up because I wanted to make sure that everything was finished and I was done. But nothing was finished. The animals still weren't there. The colors weren't there. Like even where the word balloons were going to be. So like I'm still overworking everything because I want to make sure I fill the panel with everything.
The entire space, yeah.
Yeah, and Tony keeps trying to remind me. It's like, no, you don't need to do that. You don't need, I mean, keep in mind, he still wants everything there. I just need to rein it in a little bit because all of it doesn't need to be seen. And I'm used to working this way where everything needs to be seen because it needs to be interpreted. So like the second we got issue 1 from Trish, and then we got the colors from Brad, my brain just went poof, holy shit. Like if you haven't seen that first issue yet, again, Trish kills it.
Oh yeah, issue 1 of Feral.
I'm so excited.
So good. It's so good.
God. Can't wait.
We did so good. High five, air high five. Yeah, we really, I just think it's some of our best work, and I like to think of it more like animation production. Like that's kind of what we're doing almost. It's kind of like, backgrounds, character overlays, colors, all of that stuff. And then at the end, we kind of do this like little final pass on tweaks, making sure the colors are consistent, making sure the environments are correct, making sure the word balloons fit where they belong. Tony does a lot of post-production. We both do a lot of post-production, like tweaking to make it all fit. It's stunning.
Yeah.
Tony, Tony's out there doing so much.
Tony can't let somebody else do it.
No, he cannot.
Nobody can do what Tony does. So like even the productions on the covers, he's doing all the lettering, he's doing all the typesetting. Like he doesn't want anything to look half-assed. And
oh yeah.
I mean, when you look at those original Stray Dogs covers, the variants and stuff, a lot of them, I mean, they're not half-assed. I mean, Tony researches the logos, and Tony doesn't have time for that. But
he has a very keen mind as far as typefaces and stuff goes. I think that was like a big part of like design school and stuff like that. He has such a great mind for that stuff. He'll start talking about fonts, and I'm just like, the square one or the curvy one.
That is exactly how the other producers on the Experience look at me when I start talking about things. Like we had the logo done for the EXP Expo, and I'm like, no, it has to be Futura PT Demi, not just Futura PT. Like I need it to be this, otherwise it doesn't work in my brain. And they're like, Kyle.
I mean, I watched Tony send notes back for the next book, Uncanny Valley, and it's a logo. And it was like over like the irises and the A's. Like he was like, those are too small. I want them bigger. I want them this. And again, it's like no detail is too small for him. When he does eventually let things slide, and keep in mind, it's like we were working on something just the other day, and Tony literally has this position where it's like, this isn't right. We got to change this. And then when I look at it, I'm like, my job is to make Tony happy and to make sure he's not upset that we're letting something go out that's not right. And so I'll change things. Like, again, we joke in the studio all the time about how, like I'm pulling my hair out because, I have to redraw this or redo this, but it's because Tony wants it right. And just the other day, something was just off a little bit. And I saw Tony go, we're going to move on. And I sat there like, oh shit, like what's going to happen now? Because he let something like this small go out.
It'll haunt him. He'll see it again later.
Me, because when the book comes out, I'm going to see it. No one else will see it. And unless I tell you, you're not going to see it. But Tony knows it's there. I know it's there. But Tony was like, okay, we're going to let this one go. So it's crazy. Tony is a perfectionist. And, if anybody is not familiar with his work, I mean, and I'm talking about all the work, they need to check it out because ponies might not necessarily be in some people's wheelhouses, but the attention to detail that Tony puts into his work is just above and beyond.
So I want to take a second and talk about something other than stray dogs and feral and these things, to talk about some of the individual work y'all are creating, because we have people shouting it out in the comments. Darkwing Duck covers from Trish were absolute fire. Yeah. And that's actually the one I pre-ordered for my LCS. I'm like, hey, I need the purple Justice Ducks, like the Trish. And they're like, okay, but you already have ordered 5 other covers, right? And I'm like, don't care. Just put it on the pile. Don't ask questions. Just take my money.
I'm gonna come give you the monies.
Right. This is the same guy who questions me when I order 100 TMNT covers so I can get the 100 variant. Like, don't ask questions. Just, I know what I'm doing. My accountant doesn't think so.
What do you do with the 100?
I got a store. Like, I got I sell them at
okay.
conventions. A retailer. Like,
we're like, whew, thank God.
Web store. I had a retail store for years that we shut down at the beginning of the pandemic. So I sell online and do conventions. So my LCS loves it because it's a big fat check in his pocket. Yeah. And I love it because I get my, your super rare exclusive variants.
I get it. I don't need a book that badly. Like I get my comps, and like the comps that I got for Stray Dogs, like I get them and I covet them. They're my treasures. I put them away, mine. And it was back when the book started coming out, and I was bringing Tony out for a show in Dallas, and he had just done like a bunch of shows here in LA and in Northern California and Colorado. And he calls me and we're talking the week before, and he goes, man, I don't know what I'm going to do at the next show. I don't have any books. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't have any books? It's like, I've sold like all my comps. And it was like, dude, I was just out there. You had hundreds of them. I said, yeah, I sold them all. And I said, well, I still have mine. And he says, bring them to the show. And I'm like, no, it's like, they're mine.
Yeah. You sound like me. I like hoard them. Like they're like my treasures.
I don't anymore. It's like, I took those books to that show. Best show of my life. It was so like stupid. But the thing is, it's like, yeah, I had some money, I paid some bills, but then I'm like, man, I don't have that one cover. I don't have this one. I don't have that one.
I know a guy if you need one.
I don't care. It's like at this point, I'm still doing shows and people will bring me Stray Dogs covers. And I was like, I've never even seen this one yet. And there you go.
We did so many. Like Dog Days, I was afraid people were going to just, that's it. That's my last book ever. Because we did like 87 variant covers for Dog Days #1.
Okay.
And so I was just like, well, people either are gonna love it, or like completionists are gonna be like at my front door, with pitchforks and fire.
I'll tell you, Dog Days #1 is not the most variant covers I've ever heard of for a #1.
Oh?
Yeah, there's one coming that's gonna beat it by not a small margin. Yeah. So
don't leave us in suspense. Who is
it?
Thundercats.
How many
covers did they have?
96 at least.
Holy F.
But that includes all of the retailer like exclusives and that kind of stuff. So
that just still means Stray Dogs has the most variant covers for an independent comic book.
That's fair. And for a cover with dogs, because those are all cats. So
yeah.
Those are all cat people, technically.
Yeah. And I will tell you that I confirmed this morning with my LCS my 50 copies of Feral #1, so I can get that 1 in 50 variant for my wall. So just throwing that one out there. But I have to ask Tone about Jimmy Halpert.
We love Jimmy Halpert in this house.
What a silly thing. I mean, it has been the gift that keeps giving.
How did that come about? Like, how?
Okay. So, again, I'm in Los Angeles right now. This is where I grew up. This is where I lived. And I don't know if you guys know this. This is where they do all the Hollywood stuff. It's all done right here.
What? Are you kidding?
Yeah, really, huh? So what would happen generally is every so often the phone will ring and then somebody will say, I need something for this. And I'm like, well, who is this? And it's somebody at Disney. it's somebody at NBC, it's somebody at Universal. There's always somebody that needs something. So back in the day, oh my God, before we even get to that, I remember Tony had just started working on ponies, and I had just done the Dark Defender and Simpsons stuff. And then we were doing something in Colorado for like the kids at school. But because they were all kid aged, they all knew ponies. And I'm sitting there going, I can't talk to them about the Dark Defender. I can't talk to them about the Simpsons because they were so young. This is like grade school. Some kids don't even watch the Simpsons. Their parents won't let them. So I'm sitting there going, what am I going to talk to them about? And then I remembered, it's like, oh, I worked on Liv and Maddie. I worked on Dog with a Blog. And all of a sudden, everyone was like, oh, I love Dog with a Blog. So you got to know your audience. So one day I'm sitting in the studio and the phone rings and somebody asks about, hi, we're doing this TV show. They may have even said it. I have no idea. And we need a comic book. And I'm like already rubbing my hands going, ooh, you know, I know how much work goes into making a comic book. And I'm thinking San Diego's coming down the road, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, when do you need it by? And they're like, we need it by Monday. It's like Wednesday. And I'm like, impossible. There's no way. It's not going to happen. And it's like, just come on down to the office and we'll talk to you about it. And so I go ahead, and it's here in the San Fernando Valley, not even far from where I'm at right now. And I go over there, and it's the office. And again, I wasn't watching the show. I still haven't watched the show. I've seen a couple episodes, but I'm not an avid watcher of the show, or was. And so when I tell people the same story, so it's going to sound exactly the same if I'm at a show talking about it. You know, when you see the gates of the office parking lot and stuff, it's got the ivy and the wall, the fence. That's exactly what it is. There's no security guard there. I walked right past the gate, saw the back door, opened the door, started calling, hello, hello, hi, hello. The back door has the big sliding door, and that's the back set of the warehouse area because it's a warehouse. So I make my way to set. I'm walking all over set. There's nobody there. And I'm just like, hello, hello. Somebody finally comes out and says, hi, how you doing? What can I help you with? It's like, I'm looking for Phil. He's the prop manager. And he goes, oh, he's in the trailer out front. I'll take you over there, and we go talk to him. We're sitting there with him for a little bit. And then they go, we got to talk to blah, blah, blah. Again, no idea who he is. At this point, I should look up his name. But it's the gentleman that played Toby. Toby is one of the showrunners.
Lieberstein.
Sure.
Yeah, that guy.
I'm
going to tell that story eventually, and I'm going to remember their names. But him and Krasinski are the showrunners. So I'm talking to Toby, and we're chatting for a little bit, and he tells me what he wants, and he goes, you know what? This is actually Mindy's thing. Let's go get Mindy. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, okay, go get Mindy. What? I mean, I don't care. So all of a sudden, I'm sitting there, and I turn around, and I now... the most beautiful woman in the entire world walks in, and it's Mindy Kaling, who I don't know. I have no idea who she is because I don't watch the show. I, to this day, spent about 10 minutes with her. I still have no idea what she said. I was so flabbergasted by her beauty, her essence, the glow. I don't know what it was. I felt like Garth in Wayne's World, you know, with when the woman comes in and just Dreamweaver starts playing. And I swear to God, this is how it was. And my wife hated that story. I would repeat that story all the time. She hated it. I'm like, I'm sorry, baby. This was before I met you. So she finally wraps up and goes, all right, so you got that? And I'm like, yeah. And she goes, all right, great. And then she walks off. And then the two guys, I got Toby on one side and Phil on the other side. And like Toby goes, so did you get that? And I was like, at that point, I knew I had messed up. I was like, I have no idea what she said. It's okay. We wrote it down. I am absolutely convinced that they knew exactly what they were doing when they told her that they needed to talk to me. I repeated this story to the girls, the ladies of the office. They do a podcast, and they sent me a message asking me about this very thing. And I didn't want to just answer their questions like yes, no, yeah. They sent me a little questionnaire. I gave them the full story, and they repeated it verbatim on their show. And now I'm sitting there going, oh my God, my wife is going to see this. Oh no. But she knows the story. It's just like I said, it's like, I'm not trying to say anything that's going to upset her. But it's the truth. She came in, I talked to her for about 10 minutes. I still have no memory of what she said. Nothing. And I'll be honest with you, that was it. I leave, I go home, I start working on it. As a matter of fact, Tony did the lettering on it. If it wasn't for Tony, I wouldn't have had the stapler to like staple the book together. we literally I drew it all weekend, or most of that Friday and whatever weekend. Got it all done. I think we finished it Saturday night and it was ready to go. And we dropped it off on Monday, and and I had like 10, like I made 8 of them is what I did. And I go down there with all of them, and I said, well, here are the books. And they're like, yeah, we only need 2 of them. So they took 2 of them, and I came home with like the other 6. And they sat in a box for like 8 years. They just sat there. Nobody ever asked about it. And then one day at a show, somebody went ahead and said, hey, you worked on that Office comic book. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. He left, and he came back, and he says, I just talked to Tony. He said you worked on the Office comic book. And I'm like, dude, it's like, I know what I've worked on. I don't know. I've never worked on a comic book by the name of The Office. I worked on Violent Messiahs. I worked on Conan. I worked on this. I worked on The Simpsons. No, I don't know what you're talking about. And he left. Tony came back. And he literally said, hey, stupid, the comic book for the TV show. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I did do that. Because the book is called The Adventures of Jimmy Halpert for The Office. So he goes ahead and he goes, do you still have some? And I was like, yeah, they're like in a box or something. He said, can I get one? Yeah, I guess. And this was a very good friend of ours, a really, really good friend of ours. So I went ahead and we went to a show, and I remembered to grab them, so I took them with me. And so we're at the show, and he shows up. Hey, you got that book? I'm like, yeah, I do. And I gave it to him, and it was for his girlfriend. And so I gave it to him. And he's a friend. I didn't sell it to him. I gave it to him. I mean, they were just sitting in a box. So he runs off, and about 10 minutes later, he goes, hey, man, can I get another one? And I'm like, what? This guy was a really good friend. So I reached down to my box, and now, so I got like 4 or 5 of them still in there or whatever. I give it to him, and he runs off. And then I find out like 6 months later, somebody sold one online for like $3,000. Yeah. So all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I still got some more in that box down there.
You're like,
so yeah, but this is the crazy thing about that book. To this day, I still have people coming up to me telling me they have one of the original books. I have one of the original books. I have one. Whatever. It's like at this point, I don't even talk to. Okay, you want me to sign it? All right, there you go. Yeah, all the original books are gone. I got a pretty good idea. I know where they're at, for the most part. I even had one guy. I sent one. The first one that was ever graded for CGC was my book, and it's again just like all the ones I get. It sat in a box forever. And somebody got a hold of me, and they wanted some books, and they said, "Do you have any of the original ones?" And I said, I do. It's graded. It's sitting in a box." And he goes, "How much do you want for it?" Well, rent was like $1,200, so I just said $1,200. You want it? $1,200. So he goes, "Fine, sold."
Dang.
and then he sends me a message like 2 seconds later. It says, "Well, only if it's a 9.8." So I go ahead and I reach down in my box.
Just at the climax. It's like
Dude.
The cliffhanger.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're good.
So yeah, so I'm holding it up. So I got my thumb covering the number. It's a 9.8. And so the guy bought it. And so, now he has a story telling people he's got one of the original ones, or it's whatever. It's crazy.
My favorite is the Stanley hentai.
Oh, the hentai? It's weird. I'll talk to people all the time, and if they're a hardcore fan of The Office, I'll say, "Hey, so what do you know about the hentai porn? And do you know hentai porn?" And it's really funny because sometimes they'll be like, "Oh yeah," and then I go for The Office, and they're like, "Oh no, I don't know what you're talking about." But yeah, and Tony was involved with that too. So they get a hold of me for the episode where Steve Carell's leaving the show, and so they needed some hentai art for Leslie or Stanley's for Stanley's.
Stanley.
Yeah.
He's always in that little booklet, with his puzzles.
Crossword.
Yeah. And so Michael goes to him to basically get, to help him with a crossword puzzle or something. It gets thrown up in the air, and when it lands, it's all hentai porn. And so I made that with Tony. So
it makes me laugh so hard too, because imagine that commission process.
Right.
It was very weird. It was funny because at that point I was with my wife or my girlfriend at the time. And I took her to set because, she's not from LA. She's from, Dallas. So I get the phone call that they need more artwork at the show. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna hey, do you want to go down to the office with me? So and we went down to the office, and so I get to show her around and stuff because it's all old hat to me. But yeah, and then they have to explain to me what they want me to do. So like for the next couple days, I'm like drawing very, very inappropriate stuff.
So what I have to do, I haven't seen the super fan producer's cut of that episode yet.
It's still digitized. You will never see it undigitized.
Yeah, they put the filter over it so that you can't really tell.
You will the only way you will ever see this artwork is if Tony or I print them, make them available, or just send you a file, because I know I have a screenshot of it on my laptop right now. But that's
I just want to be able to say, hey, that moment right there, that's Tone from The Simpsons and Stray Dogs and all that kind of stuff that that's what I don't
know.
Yeah, it's
the
because one of them because they asked me to just draw it and draw generic people. But on one of them, I put Leslie's head on one of the characters in the hentai porn, like a cartoon version of him. And they approved all of them except for that one. They're like, yeah, we'd rather not have that in there. I didn't know that they were going to be digitized, but I'm like, you should have just left it in there because it would have been funny.
Yeah, because you're just going to blur it out anyway.
I still haven't shown that to Leslie. I've told it to him at one of the shows, and I still haven't gotten it to him. So we keep talking about it.
The Office was my jam. Like that was my night of television. Like that, whatever block that show was in, that was my night of television. And
have you not seen the hentai porn?
No, I've not actually seen the image.
I will either send you the file or I will figure a way of getting Tony to set it up so we can print them, and I will print one set of them for you.
Yay!
Yeah.
The ultimate fan. Woo!
Yeah. All right.
That's hysterical.
We'll do it. They're just sitting there. They're sitting in the computer somewhere.
That's so perfect, though.
So wrong.
It's so wrong.
But that's what happens. The phone just rings. I mean, I did work on Dexter. The phone rang. I did all the stuff for Disney. The phone just rings.
Yeah, the Disney stuff. I get an oddball email out of nowhere, and they're like, "Hey, you want to do some covers?" And I'm like, "You got it."
Yeah. This is what I do. Yeah.
Long as the check clears, we'll draw it, right?
Well, but that's the thing. If you don't know how to do it, you just figure out how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the thing I learned about doing stuff out here, especially in LA. It's like if somebody asked me to do, artwork on a wall, I might not necessarily paint the wall, but I can figure a way of putting the right people together, do the artwork, and then, presenting it. Again, it's just, I've just learned a long time ago, you don't say no, because the next time they need something and you said no last time, they're going to go to somebody else because they're going to go to the guy that said yes last time.
Yeah, no, it's true. So I love that idea of just answer the phone and figure it out. And makes me so happy. Like, because that's so much of what my career has been. Like, I got into radio because I'd gotten out of the music business, and the phone rang, and they're like, "Hey, we need somebody who knows music to come and work at this radio station." Okay, no problem. And then from there, I was able to parlay that into art school and, doing broadcasting, and then buying my local comic shop. I had to learn how to be a retailer, and then, merging the two things together to do this. It's like you figure it out as you go. And, JD, that's not a funny joke in the comments, because I would. It would be terrible if you would send us that file, because we totally wouldn't post it on our website. No, not a chance at all. No.
Well, it's one of the reasons why we haven't done it.
Right.
Because the thing is, like, okay, if I do it, then I have to ID everyone I sell it to at a show. I got Tony has taught me one thing. There are things above and below your page grade. It's like, and sitting there and doing that, it's just better to not even involve myself in it, which is funny because we have like an online site that I do with my wife's son. They sell my artwork. They sell my pops, like all the stuff. If you go online to, it's called Manage Inc. All my stuff is there. Every single piece of artwork I've ever drawn, comic book wise, it's all there. And so the thing is, I've had people ask about it, and then I would turn to my wife's son and go, I still have these files for this the hentai thing. It's like I just can't sell it. Well, my wife's son said, "Well, I'll do it," and I'm like, "Yeah, but you might not really need to deal with that." And he says, "I don't care." Well, see, the thing is, he's a lawyer. He has no business like selling my artwork and dealing with all my stuff, but he's my lawyer. So like, he's like, I don't care. We'll figure a way of doing it, and we'll make sure everything's fine and there's no problem. And I'm like, all right, if you want to do it, we'll do it. We just haven't gotten to that point. I would love to have it available if people really wanted it. But like I said, it's like the idea of like managing it and stuff, that's below my pay rate.
That's true. So we've got about 10 minutes left here on our hour, and this has flown by. I
feel bad. I feel like I've taken over. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No, I'm
Tom
loving
always
the
has good
stories.
stories.
You're right. I'm
has
loving
good
the stories, and yeah, absolutely. So Feral, which is that the next thing y'all have out together?
Yes.
Feral #1, release date end of March.
March 27th.
Yeah, so you need to go into your LCS like now and be like, "Hey, I'm ordering this." Yeah. Because the more pre-orders, the more stuff, we can that Image will want to do, and that these guys want to do. Let's get the numbers way up on that for sure. Give everyone the sort of the elevator pitch on Feral.
I'm calling it The Walking Dead meets the Aristocats. Basically, you've got, or like meets Homeward Bound, so it's even more tragic. Yeah. It's these house cats stranded in the middle of the great outdoors. So think Stray Dogs. We were kind of in a bottle episode. Everybody was kind of confined to this house. It was very cerebral. It was very in your head. But with Feral, it's like we're treating the cats a little differently. Like, I like to think that cats, they remember things. They hold a grudge. They're I don't want to say smarter, because they're two different kinds of
well, but they're just like real people. There are real people that are really smart, and then we got a bunch of dummies. Yeah.
But so what's the scariest thing you can do to outside cats or inside cats? Put them outside. So they're in this world that isn't very hospitable to them, and they have to get to where they think is safe. So, it's an adventure. And
it's really interesting because, like I said, it's like the Walking Dead meets the Aristocats is a good way, or Homeward Bound. It's perfect. It's I had very little to do with Stray Dogs in the sense of like ideas and whatnot. Like I was helping with like cover ideas. We'd kind of sit here and come up with ideas, but like for the actual book, I didn't.
All right, we'll give
It's
Tone.
it is so weird when we're spinning. It's just crazy. But it was funny because on issue 1, or maybe it was issue 2, Tony was pitching some ideas back and forth. And this is the thing. Tony doesn't need ideas, because if something kind of stumps him, he'll figure it out. But I just happened to be here. We were working on Dog Days, I think, and he needed something. Like, I need something for one of the cats. And he explained to me what it was. And I said, why don't you do, and I said, this. And all of a sudden, Tony's brain just went, and then it changed one of the characters ever so slightly, to the point where it really is a cool little thing. It's like, again, it's almost like, when people come up with like a really good Superman story, it's like, he's Superman. I mean, he can do anything. But if you kind of do something in his makeup to make him just a little not so super, and you're like, oh, well, why didn't somebody do this before? So
it's the exact same thing for me too. Like, Stray Dogs was a fully finished idea when it came to me. So I was basically just developing the characters, but like not in a sense that they had any impact on the story. But now, like, I'm pitching him, ways to tell story, or, things that impact the story or whatever. And I know we had many conversations and stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, it's way more, I feel like way more involved in Feral than
it's more of a collaborative effort. I mean, and again, Tony doesn't, even if it's a bad idea, he kind of makes you feel like, all right, well, we can kind of play with that, or if it doesn't work maybe we'll save it for something else. He's very open to the idea of listening to other people kind of, suggest something. Now, it doesn't always mean it's going to make it in there, but it's nice to know that you're working with somebody that when they do get something that they think is a great idea, or at least a simple good idea, he'll work it in. So, I feel really cool about it. I mean, again, and we've always been that way here in the studio anyway, so.
It's a very cool concept, and I'm very excited for it. Again, it's on my shut up and take my money list. So with our last few minutes here, where can people follow you? I've had Instagrams down here at the scroll on the bottom the whole time, but where can people come to follow you? Where can they get information about what you're doing and support your work?
I'm Trish Forstner on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook. You name a social media. I'm pretty sure I'm on it at Trish Forstner. Blue Sky, the X, whatever. You name it, I'm on it as my name. So, and I'm reachable through any
I
of
have
those
no idea what Blue Sky is. It's like,
It's basically like Twitter classic.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Blue Sky is where all the comic people went when they left Twitter.
Oh, okay, interesting. It's funny. I used to post a lot on Instagram. I used to do a lot of like, daily sketches. I don't do a whole lot of it now. But once the book starts, now that we're in solicitation, I'll do my best to kind of do it. But I'm on Instagram and Facebook, and again, you can find me at Tone Rodriguez 2000.
You go live more than anyone. You go live more than us.
I used to.
Oh.
The last 6 months have been kind of stupid, and so like I've been less online, mostly because I am. Sometimes life can be hard, and so I don't want to go on and share misery. I want to go on and make people happy. I want to make people smile, and if I can't smile, I'm not going to go online. So like, this is the first time, Tony basically said I had to do something. And again, and I was very happy to be here. Believe you me, it's like, I'm in such a good place right now. Like I said, he's really taking care of me. He's my brother. I mean, I'm in a really good place. And so, like I said, now that we're promoting the book and getting that going, I'm going to definitely be online more often. So we'll get back to that old stuff where I'm constantly on. Sorry.
So, Tone, I know you just announced Pasadena Comic-Con.
Did I? Okay.
Well, it's on your Instagram. So whether you announced it, someone announced Pasadena Comic-Con, But are there in person? Can people come and meet you and get stuff signed? Do we have anything on the schedule?
Oh yeah, I mean, my whole schedule for the year is set. We do shows in Dallas, so the Dallas Card Show is a standard. We're doing. We'll be at MegaCon in Orlando.
I'm gonna go to that.
was
Parlay
it-
into a Disney trip.
Yeah, that's in 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, I again, that's part of the stuff with Instagram. Like, we're definitely sharing that and posting that. I get out here to LA. I might be out here for WonderCon. I still haven't made a decision on that. That'll be the week after the book comes out. So we'll see what happens. Again, I tell people just follow me or message me. I don't have a problem telling people where I'm going to be. It's like I said, things have been weird. Things are going to be less weird. So, you know, I'll definitely be out there.
Trish, how about you?
I've got a couple of signings lined up for after the book launches. My first show, I think, will be in the end of April, C2E2. But I've never been to C2E2, so that'll be my
it's
first
so
time there.
fun. Okay, I'm gonna give you. We got to get out, but there's in just a second. But I'm gonna give you a recommendation: Chicago Pizza and Oven Grinder. Okay, it's pizza pot pie,
Oh my god!
and it's right across the street from where the St. Valentine's Day massacre happened. And it's supposed to feel mobbed up. Like they don't take cards. It's cash only. They don't write anything down.
Okay.
Like it's not that, but like it's how it's supposed to feel. It's almost like, you know, going to like Johnny Rockets and you're in the 50s. This is like, hey, you know, I'm gonna make you an offer. So, so C2E2.
Yeah, C2E2 I think will be my first show. Then of course I'm doing a local signing for Free Comic Book Day, and I'll be around for, you know, I think I'm doing a little bit every month while the book is coming out, while working on the book. You know, I'll be home.
No doubt. I mean, we
Yes.
literally just started issue 6, so I have to do, like they said, this show this weekend and then MegaCon next week, and still find time to get the work done. So
Yeah, no. So guys, everybody follow the Instagrams, follow the X's, the Blue Sky, the whatever you can find these people, follow them, hit share on everything, spread the word about Farrell, spread the word about Tone and Trish and Tony and all the great work they're doing, and throw your money at your retailers to get these books. You will not be disappointed.
oh, no.
You have my personal guarantee. If you're disappointed, I will buy your book from you. There you go.
Yeah, I'll be at Baltimore, of course. Duh.
Yeah.
I live here.
It's impossible to be disappointed by this book. Again, I don't like looking at my work after it gets done. I can't wait to see this book in my hand. This book looks so good. So good.
And I looked at the PDF of it put together and I was just like, wow, we did a thing.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
So we're getting in the private chat in the back here that Tone's booth neighbor at MegaCon is our next guest.
Oh, who's that?
So, Don Wen. Who
Sweet guy. Sweet.
Yeah,
dude.
Don is the best. He's part of the reason why the experience looks the way it looks. He helped design much
Oh,
of
really?
our imagery. So
You know what?
love that guy. So
Heads up with him, I never talk to him. I see him all the time online. I see him at shows. I give him like arm's distance. I'm the worst. I don't talk to anybody at shows. I mean, unless I know you, I just kind of like pretend, oh hi, and then I just walk by. Please say hi to Don for me. I said hi.
absolutely. He's in the
Please.
back. He can hear you. He'll be
Okay.
he'll be up next. So thank you guys so much for being here. Hit like, hit share, all of those things. And go buy Farrell. Thank you, Tone. Thank you, Trish, for being here. It's been amazing. I'm so happy we got to talk. And I hopefully will see you all very soon at a convention, or, you know, Trish, I'll have you come over to my other job. They're in the great state of Baltimore, or great state of Baltimore. So we will see everybody very soon. Thank you guys.
Later.
Bye.
See you next week, Don.
I forgot to take myself off screen, so this is gonna be the shortest break ever. Welcome back into the EXP Expo 3. I am producer Kyle, and I'm stuck down in the corner because I have to change the layout of our screen here. Hit save. Update. There we go. So I'm back. Our next guest is Don Wen, who helped design so much of what the experience looks like, whether he knows it or not. And of course, our regular homie, Chuck. Chuck,
what's up, Kyle?
You've come up a whole bunch today.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because we've had some friends of yours and mine on the show today. So you've come up a whole bunch, my friend.
Oof.
But I'm not going to keep talking. This is Triple T with Chuck. Have a good show. I'm going to go ahead and take myself off, and you can introduce your guest, our mutual homie, and really the greatest, one of the greatest people I've met in this business, Don Wen. So you take it away, Chuck.
Guys, holy cow. Here we are, EXP Expo. So happy to be here. Guys, just stoked. So stoked. You know what, man? If you guys have never seen the show, this is Triple T. I come in, I bring an awesome guest, which Kyle has already informed you I most definitely have today. We talk for a little bit, and then we do some trivia. I got some great trivia questions for you guys, and we have a special prize brought to you by our guest. So you know what? Enough of my crap. Let's get this started.
Hey,
Don Wen, what's up, man?
not much. I'm testing out a 2-screen, well, technically, I guess a 3-screen, because you can see my art screen. So I was hoping this would work out where you guys can watch me sketch. And I'm supposed to be working on this cover for David Byrne for an upcoming exclusive at MegaCon. And this will be
love Dave Byrne.
Yeah, David Byrne is fantastic. And this will be another variant I'm doing for Steak Presents Jessamy #1.
Dude, that's awesome. I love that book. All right, guys. So just in case you don't know him, this is, let me see if I can read it. Donald Nguyen. No, I'll get this. Don Wen, my man. How you doing, brother?
Doing all right, Chuck, man. How you been? I haven't seen you in what, like a year and a half?
It's been way too long. Hey, I'm repping, by the way.
Hey, I appreciate it, man.
Oh, yeah, always. Always. It's on my regular rotation, especially when I do shows.
Yeah, it's funny because they actually opened up C2E2. I don't know if I should actually say this in person for me. So this was the first time I got in, but I couldn't go because I'm going to be a guest at Fan Expo Calgary. And I will take guest spots over paid spots.
Yeah.
Even though I love C2E2. So unfortunately, I won't see you guys this year out there in Chicago. I will be in our neighbor to the north.
Dude, I'm so glad to hear that you're doing Canadian shows because I'm moving back home this year, and I will be so happy to be able to see you on the road.
Oh, are you really?
I am. I'm moving back to Toronto in a couple months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will not be slated for Toronto. Is it Toronto or is it Toronto?
Great question, actually. If you're not from there, it's Toronto.
Okay.
If you are from there, it's Toronto.
All right.
We forget the T.
I just want to be respectful. That's all I'm saying. I've heard it was Toronto. People were like, it's Toronto. And I think I somehow just do that very like English thing where you just drop the T in some of the words. And I'm like, oh, it's Toronto. I feel like I've always said that, but maybe I haven't. So Toronto.
We also call it T-Dot. Like it gets a lot of names.
I like it. So yeah, I might miss you because I don't think I'm doing the Toronto show, but I will be doing or I'm waitlisted for Canada. So Fan Expo Canada is the other big one. And
okay.
Is that Montreal or something?
I would assume it's Toronto, but
Calgary?
We'll see.
No, Calgary is the one I'm doing. There's too many shows to keep track of. I need to cut back on these shows.
But I'll be there for a bit. And poor Jay Burns, he's like, oh, no more Comic Palooza? Not this year. I've done the last bunch. Mm-hmm. But I'll definitely... Dude, Texas is still a second home to me, so I'll definitely be coming back at some point. I love it here.
Nice. Are you doing Fan Expo Dallas this year?
No, I'll be in Canada by then.
You'll be in Canada by then? Okay.
Yeah.
Fan Expo Dallas. I'll be a guest at that show and a guest at... I'm a guest at a lot of Fan Expo shows this year.
Dude, congrats on your guesthood, by the way. That's freaking awesome.
Thank you, man. I appreciate them opening up to me and welcoming me. into their family this year. So that's it's an honor to be at so many of their shows as a guest. It's really insane.
I mean, dude, straight up though, you've been doing the work. Like, you've been working your butt off, sharing stuff. I met up with you 2019, 2020, as far as like when we met online and whatnot. And but dude, you, and especially even just since that, in that little amount of time, I've seen you all over the place. You've been hitting so many shows. You've been working on so many books and showing them off. Even if you just ended up in the book accidentally, you're still there.
I don't know if everybody's heard that story. I feel like if you're a fan of Kickstarter, and you know Chuck and me, we're in a lot of Kickstarter books, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe way too many, I think.
I don't know about too many, but a lot.
But yeah, so I was originally in Russell's book for Wannabe Press, which was Cthulhu is Hard to Spell, The Terrible Twos, which is an amazing book. I mean, he got Paul Jenkins on that book. Paul Jenkins from Hellblazer and Constantine. That book is insane. But yeah, he had me on that book, and then magically I was in this other Cthulhu group, and I was like, oh, is this Russell's like next thing? But then it was all Travis Gibb, and I was like, wait, Travis is like, he's posting a lot about, like, I guess is this his thing? Like, what is this? And then I just magically became a part of the group.
Well, and part of that actually was because Travis was, you were like, wait, am I supposed to even be here? And I was like, no, but Travis is looking for artists, and Don's freaking awesome. And he was like, oh, okay, let's see what we can do. And you've done the 3 books. That's just all you and John Crowther, right?
Yeah, so John and I have gag pieces in each of the books, and I think, to me, it's a variation on the same gag, but they just get funnier and funnier. Because we started, I think, with 2 pages, and then it was like 4, and then it was like 6 or something. So they gradually increase, and we have a little more room to breathe to tell the story. And it's a fun interstitial. And then the book itself, I mean, come on, man. The book got nominated for a Ringo. Come on.
Dude, and they're beautiful books, too, yeah.
Yeah, they're fantastic. So if you're a fan of Lovecraft, Eldritch Tales, like Elder horror stuff, then you're going to love, if you haven't already picked it up, you're going to love the Cthulhu Invades series. The first one's Cthulhu Invades Oz. The second one is Wonderland. And the one that they're delivering right now, I believe, or soon, is going to be Neverland. And there may be another secret one on the way that we can't talk about yet, as far as I know.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that Travis and Orange Cone Productions and Jerome, your homie, fantastic Ringo Award-nominated letterer, Jerome Gagnon, is doing is Holiday Spirits 3. I'm a little behind on that. I'm getting pages to them. But that's about to get printed and dropped too once all of our interstitial stuff is done. So I'm excited about it, man. It looks good. Each of those books has been fantastic. And yeah, Orange Cone, man, is putting out some great work.
Mel, good to see you, man. Jay Burns is here. Dude, so many awesome people. Yeah, man, they are doing absolutely freaking awesome work. So what we do is, and I'm going to leave this up to you, Don. I chat with you for about 20 minutes or so, and then I open it up and I start doing trivia. And I actually create my trivia based on the person. So I'll create themes and stuff based on the works that you've done. We've got some Pablo Picasso questions, and we've got some Pablo the Gorilla and Gorilla questions and retro questions and all sorts of stuff. I had a lot of, I'm like, oh man, my dude, like, yes, I get to have some fun. So, and we have all sorts of stuff going on. So, yeah, man, dude, we've got a bunch of great trivia coming up. And Dawn, you only need to be here for the interview, but if you want to stick around and hang out and draw, you can. If you've got work, I completely understand.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah,
absolutely. So, all right. I mean, we've talked about a lot of the works that you've done for other people, but Don, this is you. This is your spotlight. So let's talk about your works.
All right.
So can you tell us about, well, I mean, really, it's what are you passionate about? What are you wanting to talk about as far as what you've done?
Let me mute my mic real quick because I got a cough. I apologize.
No, you're good, homie. Dude, we all have to cough, and it's like cough and flu season.
So I got
Yeah.
back from Fan Expo New Orleans, and I got hit with an upper respiratory chest infection.
Oh,
And it's been the worst. I'm almost fully recovered now. I still have a little bit of congestion left, but yeah, that was it. It laid me out for a week, so I'm essentially a week behind on projects.
wait, Don, you're the one guy who left a con and got sick? That
I
almost
know, right?
never happens.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not great. But thankfully it was not RSV and it was not COVID. So I haven't had COVID yet. Fingers crossed. We'll see how
You haven't had it yet?
No, dude, I have not had it.
Tell me you don't have children without saying you don't have children.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Because I've had it like 3 times myself at least.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
It's gotta be the pits.
It sucks.
Yeah, in terms of things I've done, so some people know me from doing Inktober way back when. My buddy Andy Nordval and I are the first team to take all 31 of Jake Parker's prompts and go beginning to end as a complete story. That book, we did that project 2017, and then in 2019, I guess because more people had latched onto Inktober, it magically went #1 on Amazon Kindle for like 2 or 3 days. So we beat out a Star Wars book. So I always have this graphic with me where it's us #1 and Star Wars is #2. And in that group was also like 2 Legend of Zelda art books and a Metal Gear Solid art book. So yeah, we reigned supreme for like 2 days. And we were top 100 in print as well, in sci-fi and fantasy illustration, which is insane. Like we weren't in some weird subgenre, subcategory. We were actually #1 in sci-fi and fantasy illustration. So some people know me from doing that and from participating in Inktober for like 3 or 4 years straight. Some people know me, as you can see from your shirt, for helping out Punisher co-creator Jerry Conway with his fundraiser during the 2020 protest. He wanted to do a fundraiser, do something positive, and bring light to the fact that the Punisher logo was being misused. So we did that fundraiser. I think he raised like $75,000, and that design on its own did $48,000. So some people know me from that. And then a lot of people probably know me from Kickstarter. I've been part of over 20 Kickstarter campaigns, including my very own comic, Pablo the Gorilla, which funded in 72 hours back when nobody knew who I was. And amazingly, T-Time Eisner winner Dustin Wynn, who is not related to me, did the variant cover for that book. And I'm working on #2 now. It's coming, people. It is coming. I just keep taking on projects. So people know from Kickstarter for doing that. My other comics that I've been involved with are Battle Grapple Rebel with the amazing Michael Tanner, who writes Junior Braves of the Apocalypse for Oni Press. That's essentially what if WWF, WWE, WCW, AEW, like old school wrestling, was the preeminent form of entertainment in a universe like Star Wars or Battlestar Galactica. And then our other book that we do, my other book that I do is called Retro with my buddy Aaron Lindenthaler. And that started out as a animated short film that we did together. He got it into the longest running film festival out in Los Angeles called Dances with Films. And we debuted at the famous Chinese theaters in Hollywood. And then actor Reno Wilson from Mike and Molly and from Good Girls. And right now he's on, I believe, Fatal Attraction for Paramount Plus. He saw that and was like, oh, we got to do that as live action. So they dropped a live action short last year, and that debuted in San Diego sometime right before San Diego Comic-Con. And then we did a limited print run on Kickstarter. So yeah, I have a lot of books out there. And then some other people might know me as a sketch card artist. I do sketch cards for Marvel Upper Deck and maybe another company coming up soon. We'll see how that goes. But my sets were Marvel Anime, the inaugural set of Marvel Anime with Peach Momoko. And then I did WandaVision. And then just dropped is Fleer Ultra Midnight Suns, which I'm super proud of. I think it's my best artwork yet. So if you get a chance, please go check those cards out. They are out right now.
Dude, it's so difficult being loved, isn't it? Like, just people like what you do, and you're like, crap, I have to keep doing stuff.
Dude, it's an honor and a privilege, and I love it so much. And I just love meeting people, and it always blows my mind. I know you're in on the joke. We're all in on the joke that I constantly get mistaken for Dustin. People will just bring me their Detective Comics, but it's a huge trip, man, when people show up and they actually are there for me.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, it leaves me speechless oftentimes, and I don't know what to say. And I'm like, how do you know me? Like, so I posted the other day that I had asked somebody, like, how do they know my work? And they're like, I see your work on Pinterest. I'm like, people are still on Pinterest? That's still a thing? So yeah, now I'm like, I gotta post on Pinterest too, I guess, and get back to doing that. Yeah, man.
I found out about you from MySpace, so
that's right. Yeah. Back when I was trying to start a band and that wasn't going anywhere, so I just started making
Dude, so I mean, you're a regular at a lot of shows. Do you have a favorite show?
I don't have. Well, the show that's near and dear to me probably is Rose City Comic Con, because that was the first time I ever solo tabled. The first time I ever tabled was probably San Diego Comic Con. I was a guest of this Geekscape booth, and they invited us because of the Inktober book. And shout out to Matt and Jonathan of Geekscape. Those guys are fantastic. I love them so much. And you know what? I've been very honored to get into shows and to have the people at the shows treat me very well. I feel like the shows that I've been a part of have all been fantastic, man. Like Heroes Con is such a great show. Shout out to Carla and Sheldon who run that show. Baltimore is a fantastic one. I haven't been last year. I unfortunately won't be this year, but I look forward to coming back to that show. So those are some of my favorite East Coast shows. Heroes I will be at this year, so look out for that. Anybody out there paying attention? And San Diego, of course, the monster that is. That's always a fun show, even though it gives me a lot of anxiety because there's just so many people packed in. So yeah, I mean, I have fun at all the shows, and I love meeting new people, and I love it when my friends are at the show, and I always try to put out a friends list to share those people, because I think we are in it's a large community, but you don't want to feel isolated or insular at times, and it can also be a very small community that we're a part of.
It's a small world after all, totally. Like it is big, but it feels small. Yeah. No, I totally feel you there.
Hey, you never know who you're going to run into or who you're going to be standing in line talking to, man. And I feel like every show I always walk away with some memory that I just like trip out on. Like I always tell the story about the first time San Diego Comic Con called me and told me I had a table. And this was 2019. And dude, it was like a Thursday, and Pablo the Gorilla had just funded, right? I was like, oh man, my comics just funded. I'm getting a table at San Diego Comic Con. This is going to be amazing. So I go and I get up in the line, and I'm standing. This guy behind me starts talking to me. He's like, hey, is this the line for professionals? I was like, yeah, I think so. He's like, is this where I get my badge? And I was like, I don't know if you get your badge here because I got my badge mailed, but I'm about to get a table. And so he just started chatting to me, and he's like, what do you do? And I was like, oh, I'm like just kind of getting started, man. I have this comic that just funded. It's called Pablo Gorilla. It has a cover done by Dustin Winnie. He's like, oh, I worked with Dustin. I was like, oh, that's awesome. Like, what was the comic that you guys did? He's like, The Authority. And The Authority came out at a time where I was not collecting comics, man. I was out of comics at this point in time. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And, he's a super nice guy. And then we get out of the line, and I had to look up The Authority, and I was like, oh, shit, bro. I was just talking to fucking Ed Brubaker. Oh, sorry. I didn't even know. I'm just cussing right now because this is exactly what was going through my mind. I was like,
getting around me, I get it, dude. People get around me and they just start swearing.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God, I've been talking to Ed Brubaker this entire time. And I could have talked to him about Civil War or like any of the other stuff, right? Like and instead I just had no idea who he was. He was like, I did The Authority. Yeah. And then I go downstairs. I'm like, Dustin, I've just been talking to Ed Brubaker for like 5 minutes, dude. I had no idea who he was because I didn't know what he looked like. And Dustin goes, nobody knows what Ed looks like. I was like, oh my God. And that's essentially a comic book convention. Now you bump into all sorts of people and you have fantastic conversations. And I feel like we really are lucky, man. We're in an industry where, people always say don't meet your heroes. And I met so many of my heroes, and they are some lovely people. And that's not to say that you're not going to encounter terrible people, but for the most part, I feel like in comics, what we do, the stories that we tell, the people that we the stories and the kind of characters that we want to embody, that leads to better people, or a better type of behavior amongst people. So yeah, I feel really privileged to be a part of this.
Yeah, man. No, absolutely. And I mean, even just like, I love wandering over to people's booths and having them come by your booth and whatnot and chit chatting.
Yeah.
Like, dude, when I saw you at C2E2, you were already surrounded by a bunch of dudes that I knew. And then I was like, oh my gosh, Don, I got you to sign my shirt and everything. Like, we're just having a blast. And yeah, it's just such a like you said, like an insular community, but it's huge too. And so yeah, it's so cool. And I always love meeting new people, or even meeting people where you're like, oh, I do know what you've done. Like, I've heard of your stuff, or I'll walk by a banner and go, I know that book, so I got to talk to that person. So yeah, like, man, it's so cool.
Yeah, it's like that C2E2 David Crownson was there promoting his Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer book, and I was just like, oh, dude, this dude is so cool. And now homie's got his picture like up in Times Square, like doing interviews, which is wild. But yeah, I just, the one thing I have to say is, if you're getting into comics, be open to sharing people's work, be friendly, be collegial, convivial, whatever term you want to use. Just, don't be a dick, right? And, I say sharing people's work doesn't detract from the work that you do. And that's, I find inspiration in all sorts of stuff that's coming out now. Like what you do, like all the editing work that you've done, and how much people love you and what you do, that like speaks volumes. You know what I mean? Like, you go places and you're like, Chuck. Everybody knows Chuck.
Well, you know what, man? That means a lot to me. It really does. And actually, I would say, and I was thinking about this when I was thinking about, like, what am I going to talk with Don? A lot of it, I try to, I just want to feel out the conversation and stuff. But one of the things that came up when I was considering what am I going to talk with the winner is the fact is that, like, your natural art talent aside, like pushing that aside, because there's so many talented, amazing artists, I would say your talent is your empathy, the fact that you're constantly sharing and showing off all the other cool stuff. And I really feel like it's your character. It's not your empathy, it's your character. You have this great character of, like, I love the industry that I'm in. I love the people and the works that we're doing, and I want to show them off. And I remember, especially during the pandemic, you were doing that so much. You still do it a lot, but like, I remember, you and I did the Punisher piece and all that kind of stuff. And then you would share off random stuff of mine where I'm like, you've got nothing to do with this. Like, you don't need to do that. Aw, Dan, I love you, buddy. But you don't need to be sharing this stuff off, and you do, and that's freaking awesome. Like, I love that about you, and I think that's a superpower. That's something that more people need to notice and emulate. What's up, Kenneth Bird? You guys need to emulate and see that, because it truly is an amazing quality. It's not just about, oh, things will be better for you if you share stuff out. It's like, no, things will be better for everybody.
Yeah.
Like, at that point, if everyone's showing off everybody's stuff, the good will all rise. It will all come up together, because we're all showing off this good stuff that's happening and talking about good stuff. And honestly, in this world of ours, I think we all talk about ourselves too much, and the people and things that we care about way too little. And I love that you're kind of the complete opposite of that. Of course, you have to show your stuff off because you don't have a choice. And this is what we do. But you share off other people's stuff, I would say, almost more than your own.
Yeah, it's so funny. Sometimes I get people who come to my table and they're like, wait, are you supposed to be pitching other people's work or your own. I'm like, dude, if you'll sit and listen, I'm going to tell you about this comic that I just read because I think it's amazing. And that's ultimately like we as I started off as a comic book fan. Like how we get into this is through our fandoms, right? And people are always like, "Oh, comics are dying." I'm like, as long as I'm alive, I know comics aren't dying, and as long as I see a kid out there who's drawing comics, like he sees a movie and then he discovers comics, or like they, she, whatever. As long as they're into comics, comics aren't going to die. Somebody's going to be out there making a comic. And what during right after we came back from the pandemic, and I was doing a free comic book day, I met this 10-year-old kid and his sister, and he goes, "I'm making a comic with my friend," and her sister was like 6, and she goes, "I'm the editor-in-chief." I was like, "This is amazing. I hope you guys come back and bring me your comic." And sure enough, because they were at the free comic book day store, so they knew which comic book, which store I shop at, they brought their comic. And honestly, man, for a 10-year-old, a 6-year-old editor, I read the comic. I was like, I know people don't make comics that aren't this coherent. Like,
right.
This is amazing.
Oh, that's great.
And when you see that, that's the joy of comics to me. Is like we love this medium so much.
Yeah.
And there's just something about that amalgamation of pictures and like words, and like sometimes when it's so succinct, it just sings, And somebody else is bound to fall in love with it. So I think the best thing you can do, beyond talking about your own work, because we are all fighting that algorithm, right? As indie creators, as creators in general, we're just trying to get eyes on the prize, eyes on our own work. But if you can promote somebody else's work that you think is so amazing, why would you not do that? Like I talk, speaking of who was just here before us, Trish Forstner and Tone Rodriguez and Tony Fleeks. Shout out to that crew, because I tell everybody about Stray Dogs. People were like,
same.
People were like, "What's the best comic you read in the last few years?" Like, have you guys read Stray Dogs? And Stray Dogs to me, like when I read that the first time, it blew my mind, because I was like, oh my God, it's like Silence of the Lambs invaded Dawn Blues, All Dogs Go to Heaven. Like it's something it starts off looking so innocuous, and then it gets so dark. And it is a page turner, man. Like you cannot stop turning the pages when you get that book. And the last book I read that I had a chance to sit down, because let's face it, I'm like 30 short boxes behind right now.
Right.
Something is Killing the Children. And I tell people about it, I'm like, if you're into horror comics and you haven't read Something is Killing the Children or Stray Dogs, you, my friend, are missing out. And I will chat about any comic that I've read that I think is just fantastic or out there or brings something new and different. And we are in like the golden age, the renaissance, if you will, of indie comics, man. I have not seen indie comics this strong in so long. And the fact that crowdfunding is crushing major pubs in terms of output and like revenue, like money raised, that says something to the strength of the work that is coming out,
Yeah, no, I do. Absolutely. And, going back to Stray Dogs real quick, my 13-year-old was like, "Dad, I want to check out some horror stuff." Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Stray Dogs." And I showed it to them, and they're like, "So you're just giving me like a little kid's Disney book?" And I was like, "Oh, no. The art will make you think that, but no, dude, trust me. Just read the first issue," because I had the trade. I was like, "Just read the first issue, and if you still think that by the end of it, cool. I don't think you will, though." And they just killed the whole thing in one sitting.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Dad, what the heck?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, like you wanted horror, I gave it to you." And they were just like, "Yeah, that was really good." And I tell everybody, man, like horror, such a good book. I haven't gotten into Something's Killing Children yet, but it's like 1,000% on my radar. And it's one of those books where I'm like, I'm not going to read it until I can sit down and just like have an omnibus, like just read.
Yeah. And, that's the other thing, like the projects that we work on, I take time out to do these projects, and I try my best to make sure that I deliver on them. But the main point is that because the quality is so high on these books, like when you flip through them, you're like, oh, I gotta bring A game to this, this anthology. Like you look at what Travis and Jerome and Heather have done with Orange Cone Productions. Like I legit tell people this book is fantastic. Like you read it, you're gonna love this book. Same thing with Bloodline Comics. What Dave Schrader and Clay Adams are doing. Like, Nightmare Theater is such a good book. And it took CBR picking the book as the #1 book to get at LA Comic Con in 2021 to have like an official stamp. And I was like, I told you guys this book is good. And yeah, it's like these projects that are coming out, man. Like it's mind blowing. You see, like David Pepos with the OZ. Like obviously he's on Marvel books right now, but
but he wasn't.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was doing the indie thing before that. But the OZ is like so good. Aside from his Spencer and Locke and Going to the Chapel, or you look at one of the best Kickstarter books out there, in my opinion, is White Ash with what Charlie Stickney is doing. I mean,
oh my gosh,
read that? Oh, dude, he's a fantastic artist. To begin with, and then just like the storytelling and the world building that is involved in that. Like I read him, like, how does he do this? Like,
literally, we could gush all freaking day, but the problem is that these people are also really excited to get their hands on something that you brought for us.
Yeah.
Do you mind telling us a little bit about this sweet little prize package we've got lined up for our players today?
Wait, is it a prize package? I was only aware of one thing in there.
I believe Kyle said something about the stuff that he got from you in Baltimore.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the one thing. So, this was, I think, a year and a half ago. The last time I was in Baltimore, I did a sketch cover for them, and it is Angelo.
All right, so let me clarify real quick. Here's what's happening.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
The prize for the trivia is the Don Wen Angela sketch cover.
Okay.
But we, at that Baltimore where Don did that, we did a scavenger hunt in Artist Alley where a bunch of great independent creators, some of which have been here today, or will be here tomorrow, contributed to the prize pack. And over the last darn near 2 years, I've tried to give this prize pack away to someone who won it from that Baltimore three times.
Wow.
I've shipped it 3 times and it's come back undeliverable 3 times.
What?
Yep. That includes getting new copies of their address, confirming all, whatever. So I still have the prize pack. So whoever wins today gets all of it.
Wow. That's wild.
I need it out of my office.
What is it for the listeners out there?
It's a ton of independent books from people like Henri and Trevor. I can't think of Trevor's last name.
Fernandez Linkevich. That Trevor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, him. I think there's stuff from Red Stylo Media in there. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I don't even remember who I was on the scavenger hunt. That's how long ago this was.
Wow. That's wild.
So it's a mountain of books. It's probably 15 books and some bookmarks and pins and all kinds of other stuff that will all just get shipped out to whoever wins.
And guys, you don't even know who could have popped off in this pile of books. What could be big now? So it actually that's
some of Phil Richardson stuff in there. So
oh man,
that's incredible.
Well, okay, so we've got all that happening. I'm gonna do some trivia. Don, if you want to stick around, you're more than welcome. If you have to go, I do get it. I understand you're a busy guy. Completely your call.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's do it, man.
Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna do some trivia right now, guys. I got my questions all set up here, and we're gonna make this happen. It's just me. I don't have my great cohort Wendy with me today, but we're gonna make this happen anyway. So the way we do trivia here We don't want anybody Googling or anything like that. So I will give you hints. I will make sure I've crafted these so that the answers will be easily given. Like I'll give you hints and whatnot. First person to ring in with the correct answer gets 3 points. Second gets 2. Everybody else is going to get a point. So please jump in, everyone, anyone who wants to win. We don't care. We're going to have some fun. So let's start it out right now. Question number 1. Pablo Picasso had 2 colored periods. What were they? Now, I think one of them, I think we all know. It's kind of common. It's the other one where I even talked to an art student buddy of mine. He's like, I don't know. And I'm like, maybe you need to give your degree back.
I'm going to stay quiet.
Yeah, you're like, I don't know it. Do you know either of them?
I do. That's why I'm staying quiet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
do you know one of them or do you know both of them?
I think I do know both of them, but
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so cubism is not considered a color, so no. Blue, absolutely though.
you get one of the colors.
Yeah. Blue. So everyone, if you say blue, you've already got half of it. The other one, it's a color. This one, you know what? I'll give you guys a hint. Try to help out a little bit. It's also named after a flower. His gorilla period and his chartreuse period. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Nicely
Wait a
done.
minute. Is Kyle allowed to play seeing as he's like the moderator of the game?
Right. Well, he's incorrect. So, blue and lavender. No, that's what my wife guessed. Not lavender. But you're going, and guys, you can answer more than one. So just you can just throw out colors. You can be like blue and blah blah blah. You know, I'm not going to say it. It would save him on shipping if it was. Who knows? Yeah, Kyle says, I guess wrong answers only. Is that on purpose or is that just you're not great at trivia? Blue and violet? No, not violet, but that's a great one. A much more common flower. A reddish, usually flower. A thorny flower. Yeah. Let's give out. Yeah. Let's do it.
Can we just say the adjacent color? They could say the adjacent color, right?
I guess I could. Yeah.
Come on, primary.
Lorena. Okay. Lorena's got it.
There you go.
Lorena's gonna get the 3, but keep coming out so that we can get the 2 points. And short circuit, which I believe is Mel, got the 2 points. Ken got a 1. I want to make sure everybody who's in here is getting points. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. Okay. Excellent. I've heard that Pablo was a pretty thorny guy. Did you say thorny or no? That's okay.
He was
question, right? Question number 2. Which band is made up of fictional members 2D, Murdoch, Noodle, and Russell? Yeah, I got you. I made sure you got your points there, Kenneth. Yeah. Anyone who answers gets a point. And you know what? Also, if you make me laugh, I'll give you extra points because I can always use a good laugh. Because why not? It's fun, and we want to make this happen. So,
yeah.
Not TMNT. Jay.
It's an actual band, though, right? Like you can say that.
But it is an actual band, yeah. But the characters are fictional, yeah.
Yeah.
Jay, I'm gonna give it to you, Jay. Regardless, you're gonna have to take some points. Because Jay, you can win too. So don't play that like, oh, I work here crap with me, okay? Not vowed, but obviously, Kenneth, I'll make sure you get a point. But we basically have a correct answer. Jay knew what he was doing, and I'm gonna give him the first place points because, yeah. But anybody else?
All right.
So somebody steal his answer, and then we'll move on from there. Just copy. Well, he added a little bit more information than he needed to. Yeah, Lorena. There you go, hon.
Yeah, I remember when Clint Eastwood came out.
Oh, dude, such a good song. I was good at Taylor. I had to do a Gorillaz question.
Of course,
And I was like, at first I was going to be like, what band's first song was, or first hit was Clint Eastwood, but I was like, no, I'll just do this. I think this might be a little bit harder. And I was correct. Okay. The modern usage of retro as a stylistic form came into fashion in what year? This is a toughie. And guys, you can start shooting answers, and obviously as I get numbers, I'll say higher or lower, and I'll help you through it as always. But yeah, the modern usage of retro. You see how I worked this for you, by the way, Don?
Yeah.
I thought you would. Yeah, see, it's fun.
I appreciate it.
Dude, absolutely, man. I freaking love you. And I was like, this is fun. This is something I can do. So yeah, the modern usage of retro as a stylistic form came into fashion in what year? I would like the year, but 1983 it's earlier than that. 1970s is correct. But
Really?
I'm not gonna give Jay the points because I asked for the specific year. So give me a year in the 1970s, and I'll make sure you guys get your points. Jay's just gonna start doing not 71, not 79. Keep going. Just pump out those numbers. I don't care. Jay, okay. So Jay gets the points for 72.
72. It was as early
72.
as 72.
Right?
Did it point to the 50s or the 40s? Like where were they looking? As a period of being retro?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I mean, I have to assume as much. And then second was, it looks like Mel. Yeah, Mel got 72 next. And then we've got Kenneth in there, and Lorena got a point. Excellent. That's right, guys. It was 1972. Okay.
I wasn't even born then.
Me neither.
Thank God I don't feel old.
I was alive. I like to make the joke. I'm like, dude, I was so messed up. I don't remember the 70s because I was born in May of 79.
Yeah.
So, the Nguyen dynasty in Vietnam finished at the end of what war? And do you know why your name is so popular, dude?
It was the name of the king in the dynasty.
Yeah, and it was
all the slaves and all the courtiers had to take that name.
Yeah.
So my family.
Yeah, and it really.
Yeah. My family has a
That's
picture
cool.
of a tribunal, so they like to say we were not slaves. Well, sure. How do I know you didn't pick that up at like a Big Lots in Vietnam somewhere? Like that equivalent shop, like this. So some old dude in a tribunal outfit. Okay, if you say so.
Kyle says the War of the Worlds. You know what?
That's good.
I know that should be points just for making me chuckle.
Yeah. War of the Roses. War of the Roses. That's a good
one. This one slowed everyone down, I think.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man.
Yeah. Okay. I have a correct answer though. And I have a second as well. Yeah, guys, it was World War II. Yep, World War II gave us the end of the Nguyen dynasty in August of 1945.
Wow.
I know, right? Okay. The band Winner performs what style of music?
I've never heard the band Winner.
I haven't either. But I was like, I'm gonna look up because I like the idea of calling you Winner. Yeah. So I was like, I just looked up Winner and I was like, oh, this is a big band. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. So
wow.
Yeah.
Big enough that neither of us have heard of it.
Well, yeah, so maybe that's a clue, guys. What kind of music do you listen to?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I listen to just about everything if I like it.
Okay. So it's not something you guys would like. I'm just kidding. Not polka, but I will say it is an international style. Winkety wink, if that helps. Oh, Mel, did you actually know that? Or Was that just an amazing guess?
So wait, is K-pop?
It is K-pop, yeah.
Oh, I just started to get into K-pop. I guess I have to look up the winner.
I guess you got to. Yeah, they've been around since 2014 as well. So apparently they're they got to be doing something right.
Wait, have they aged out of their system? Are they a K-pop boy band or a K-pop girl band?
Boy band.
Boy band. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. Mel says when you have a Korean wife. All right, fair enough. That makes sense.
Yeah. Shout out to Mog.
Mad shout out to Mog. Mad love to her. Yeah, K-pop. So something new for you guys to check out music wise. K-pop doesn't. I'm a big metalhead, so K-pop hasn't jumped out at me yet. But I like the blending of different international styles. Like I actually do really appreciate like baby metal. So I'm a big I love baby metal. They're solid, and some of their stuff really freaking rocks. So
Is that
man.
Japanese band?
Yeah.
Yeah, that does like synchronized movements, but all metal, or is it the metal band that's like all the gals are on instruments?
It's so the baby metal is a metal band that has as its fronted it's three like female singers who are all like and
okay.
so but oh man they can actually rock. Yeah. I was into K-pop in the late 90s and early 2000s, but not now. That's what Mel said. Yeah, it's so passe now.
So what Mel is saying is we're just going to be listening to that while we road trip to Fan Expo Denver.
Right. So the early stuff, the good stuff.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to drive him crazy.
Cool. All right, next one. This is an interesting one. How many years separate the creation of Donald and Daffy Duck? Mel says, Don, you got to check out Baby Metal. They are packing it in. They were not too long ago. Yeah. They really are a solid band. Yeah, they are worth checking out. But yeah, how many years separate the creation of Donald and Daffy Duck? What do you think, Don? Do you know? Because if you don't know, you can just guess.
Yeah, this one I don't know. I want to say it was somewhere between 25 and 30 years.
Okay, no, it's actually considerably less than that.
Really? Oh, that's good.
Yeah. It's actually Lorena said 30. No, considerably less.
Wait, is it maybe? Am I thinking of her nephews?
Maybe. So Donald, of course, from Disney, and Daffy Duck from Warner Brothers. Bugs Bunny and Daffy.
Oh, I'm thinking Daisy Duck. My bad.
Oh, okay, yeah. But okay, Lorena, you're very close. Little lower, actually, though.
Really?
Jay's close, even closer too, but still incorrect.
30 days. No, I'm kidding.
Right?
One day.
That's right.
Yeah, I saw that 365th.
It's like when two movies come out around the same time, and you're like, "Wait, isn't this the exact same plot?"
Right? Okay, no correct answers so far. And okay, we did finally get one though from Mel from Short Circuit. And then Lorena right behind. So
Wait, is Mel in the lead?
It's looking like it, but it's still tight too.
Okay.
It's quite tight. We've got so it was 3 years between the two of them. It was like 1934 and 1937. So pretty freaking close, actually. I do have to speed up though, because I want to try to get all these done. Which U.S. state is the only one to grow coffee beans? I know someone is going to get this one right away. I'm certain. I know the person. I know who's going to get it right away. I won't say it though, in case they don't. No, U.S. state. Jay's like Columbia. No. Kyle. You know what, Kyle? I'm going to give you the points for that one. And Mel right behind.
Shout out to Kona Blends, right?
You know, I mean, Mel used to live in Hawaii, so I
Yeah.
love the fact that Kyle got that one first. So I'm gonna give him the points because
Also, did you drop that thinking that was a wrong answer?
he did. He put the question mark. So yeah, quite possible.
Okay.
Okay. Which state consumes the most turkeys on Thanksgiving Day? Jay says, oh, Kyle said he thought it might be California, so it really was a question. He didn't know.
Okay.
And Jay says, I don't know coffee or U.S. states, apparently.
That's okay, Jay.
Yeah.
I don't know anything. Call me Jon Snow.
Would you have done okay on this one or not so good on these questions?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I would have stunk. Hawaii, I did figure Hawaii because of the Kona blend.
Right. Yeah. That makes sense. Which state consumes the most turkeys on Thanksgiving Day? Mel said he went to the coffee farms. That's cool. So not Ohio, not Baltimore, and not Maryland either. Lorena, we do have a correct answer though. Nice job, hon.
California. Oh,
yeah, man. Whatever state I'm in. And Jay came right in behind with the 2 points. So Jay gets that, and then we'll make sure that Ken gets one. Mel, and you know what, Kyle? You're getting one too. California.
Oh my God, Mel, that would be amazing if we could go to a bean farm. Zlata, I would love that because she likes coffee.
You got to make that happen. Yeah, absolutely. Number 9.
Man. Oh my God, Mel took me to this Filipino restaurant. What's it called now? Max's, and they had it was essentially a deep fried like pork knuckle ham hock thing, and I still think about it. It was so good.
Was Henri there too?
Yeah,
he was talking about that. Yeah.
So good, so good. Max in Manila. There you go. Shout out to the deep fried pork shank.
Kyle is trying to talk Mel into doing a food show for the EXP. Oh, that would be awesome. Question 9. Before Mike Myers, who was the other SNL former cast member to play Shrek? And he actually did almost all of the movie, almost all of his work, and then sadly passed away. That's going to be your hint because we do have to go very soon. And actually, this is going to be our last question because I do have to leave in a minute. Yeah, Jay Burns got that one.
Wait, is that for real? I did not know
Chris
that.
Farley, he did all of it, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yep. Mel.
That dude was funny.
Oh, hilarious. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so, dude, it was quite tight. There was literally 2 points between first place and second place. But our winner today is my man, Mel. Mel, congratulations. You won. Dude, congratulations, everybody. That's freaking awesome.
Hey, thanks for playing, everybody.
Dude, yeah, absolutely. And guys, thank you so much for coming out to the EXP today. Dawn, seriously, I love every chance I get to hang out with you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on, man. Hopefully we'll get to hang out on the road sooner than later.
Ooh, I would absolutely love that, man. I will do my best to make that happen. Guys, I'm here every Wednesday on the EXP at 8 Eastern and 5 Pacific. Come check us out on Triple T. This is exactly what we do. I hope you had a good time. My name is Chuck, and I can't swear because Dawn took my one swear word. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.
All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to part 1, day 1 of the EXP Expo. We are right up against the maximum amount of time you're allowed to go live on one channel. So we're going to be wrapping up here. And in about 3 minutes time, we will be back. So just refresh your browser and watch for us to go live. You'll get a push notification, you get all that stuff. We have a special show coming up with the one and only Short Circuit from the comments. Mel is going to be bringing you Poster Up. If you don't know, Mel had a time where he was a convention dealer. He's still got amazing inventory that will be available to you on the experience for the very first time in a live sale format. So I'm not going to keep you yapping. Thank you for being here for part 1. refresh your page in just a minute and come back for part 2 of day 1 that kicks off with Poster Up with Mel. So we will see everybody in just a couple of minutes when I remember to click the button.